Now, the one thing is, if you read the paragraph above where never mind, I think it's okay.
No, this is the most confusing jury instructions that we deal with, this one.
And then they get the self-defense one that comes after that.
Correct.
All right, I think that's it. I don't have any others.
Judge, after you get it done, can you just email us a copy so while you're copying?
I can do that right now,
Okay, perfect. Thank you, sir.
but I'm about to copy them.
Yes, sir.
Oh, there's one more on the verdict. If you go to the verdict instruction, which is towards the end, my line, I can tell you what line it's going to be. Are you there? It's a third paragraph in. I think the standard has an issue where if you read the standard, it only sort of intimates that they can find him guilty of first degree premeditated or felony, but not both. And I think they have the right to find him guilty of either or both. So I rephrased it. It says, if you return a verdict of guilty to the charge of first degree of a law enforcement officer, it is not necessary that all of you agree the state proved the first degree premeditated murder of a law enforcement officer, and it is not necessary that all of you agree that the state proved first degree felony murder of a law enforcement officer. Instead, what is required is that all of you agree that the state prove either or both first degree premeditated murder of a law enforcement officer and or first degree felony murder of a law enforcement officer. The same rule applies to the lesser included offense of first degree premeditated murder and first degree felony murder. I think that gives the jurors the option to find them guilty of one, the other, or both. That's why it used to and or. Are you okay with that? You objected, I know.
We adjusted in total to this instruction based on the Miller case, which was strangely not included in the Miller case that the court decided a more recent opinion, 2021.
Okay, I will give it. Can I just send it to Woods?
Just send it to me, Judge. It's fine. Thank you, sir. Or Mr. Urbana can send it to me.
Judge, you could, you're going to email it, you can send it to me.
Well, yeah, I just want to do it real quick.
Just send it to me. I'll get it to Mr. Rubisco. No worries.
If your email comes up real quick, I think they're all coming up very quickly. Shoemaker is the only one that hasn't come up. Oh, and he came up then. Larissa, I'm sorry, Larissa did not come up. Okay, I just sent it. Let me know when you receive it because I got to unplug and go print this. Since I've given you a copy, I'm not going to print a copy for you.
Nope, we're good. We have it.
Do you get it?
Judge.
Okay. I'll be right back.
All right. premeditated murder for both the main charge and the lesser of first degree murder, as well as interrogatory about felony.
An independent finding as to each,
Yes,
right?
and that it had to be unanimous.
And unanimity as to each. Like I said, I cited the case law, and that's what I want to go with.
Do you have a copy of that to put in the record?
Dillard,
Proposed verdict form?
um,
I believe I emailed it to you and everybody else.
I can print it and put it,
Yes, sir.
yeah,
If you would.
we'll file it as a proposed.
Yes, sir.
You didn't file it in the court file?
I sent it as an email, but I don't think I. Yeah, that I did, but in terms of those verdict form, I think I did.
What are you
Huh?
doing, you beautiful
No,
tubers,
we're-
you? Can y'all hear me? Are we live? What's happening here? I don't know yet. Have we made it?
Run them off. Let's get one. I'm gonna go get the instructions, and I'll be back. And
I think we're live. I think we made it. I think we're here. Guys, how y'all doing? I was detained, but I'm here now. It's the detainment INS said, we don't have room for you, man. I was like, I get it, man. I'm big in Japan. Big American. Where's these stupid banners? So has anybody had sleep? That's a thing for some people. Anyway, Volstorm, what's up? Miami Spice, Jim with No Filter, Rabbit. I just realized I'm reading these things backward. The White Rabbit. Where are you, baby? Are you here and I don't know it? The Big White Horse, how you doing? Watchdogs. Okay, so that's what it was. I was looking for the guy that got thrown out of court yesterday, what messages he had put up. So anyway, Iris, how are you doing? Did I say hi to Miami Spice? Well, I'll tell you what, reading these things backwards is, it's very difficult, guys. It's, well, of course, Squad Bob, what's happening? Remedy, how are you doing? Did I say your name right? No, I know I didn't. Anyway, I don't sleep anymore. You guys forgive me. Caitlin, how are you? Yeah, guys. Anyway, this is verdict watch day. The jury has not been in yet. We're still trying to get the, right? We haven't seen a jury. Still trying to do the instructions. That's where the judge goes. Can you believe this? I like all this thing. Like the only thing the judge has to do is go make photocopies. 4 years of undergraduate school, 3 years of highfalutin law school. Years of private practice. Elections, get on the bench, cushy job, big government pensions. And you gotta go make photocopies. It's the only responsibility. Besides knowing very abstract points of law. Did I say hi to Volstorm? Man, I don't know where I am. I'm gonna have to work on that one later. But renaming it, Reminetti, bootlicker avatar. I've got an hour and a half last night of sleep. Because okay, so what happened was Ozzy Overlord sent me a link. Said, "Oh, here comes the judge." Sent it like last night. Asked if I would be if I want to come on to 7. I was like, "Yeah." Then I'm like, wake up, couldn't go to sleep. Then I wake up. I'm like, I can't go back to sleep because I'll miss it.
Can I ask one thing?
I hope it's not a change to the jury
It's
instruction.
not a change, just when you're instructing the jury.
Yeah,
But the definition we gave was unlicensed carrying a concealed firearm, that's what the caption is.
yeah.
But then when we say that if he's committed the crime, it says the crime of carrying a concealed firearm. Can you just instruct them that that's?
It's the same.
It's the same, I guess that.
Yeah.
We don't have to change anything, it's.
Yeah.
Jury instructions. All right, where are they? I want that pop up. Oh, because I'm looking at it. Duh.
Oh. Just so there's an understanding, yours 132, 118, and 108 were the alternates, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure. Thank you.
Sir. What's up? Yeah.
Thank you. Do you want to hear it? Oh, sure.
The clerk gets one, the court reporter gets one. We can print more later on, but. All right. Okay, bring the jury in.
Oh, here they come. Cool gamer, what's happening? Oh my gosh, y'all. What am I doing right now? I gotta think. Words are hard for me.
All rise for the jury.
Oh, all rise. Oh yeah, that's what I was doing. Discord, go down here.
Jury's present, seated, Your Honor.
You may be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, I want to ask you if you, while you were away from the courtroom, did you become aware of any of the facts of the case or any information that relates to the case? Or did you do any investigation on your own while you were away from the courtroom? All right, thank you.
I know a case personally where someone did their own investigation. It was a DUI. May ended up with a
All right, each of
homicide.
you has a packet in front of you.
Yeah, I decided.
These are the
route.
instructions that apply to this case. This is your individualized copy for you. I found through experience that some people learn by listening, others by reading, and then others like to have the option to do both. So you have that opportunity to either read along with me or just listen to me. It's entirely up to you. Here's the one rule that applies though. We read together. No one gets ahead, okay? I'm assuming everyone has the packet? All right. Members of the jury, I thank you for your attention during this trial. Please pay attention to the instructions that I am about to give to you. Othal Wallace, the defendant in this
You
case,
guys
has
hear
been
the
accused of the
dog
crime
snoring?
of first-degree murder of a law enforcement officer. First-degree murder of a law enforcement officer, which includes premeditated and felony, includes the lesser crimes of first-degree murder, premeditated and felony, second-degree murder of a law enforcement officer, second-degree murder, and manslaughter, all of which are unlawful. However, a killing that was excusable or that was committed by the justifiable use of deadly force is lawful. If you find Jason Rayner was killed by Othal Wallace, you will then consider the circumstances surrounding the killing in deciding if the killing was first-degree murder of a law enforcement officer or first-degree murder or second-degree murder of a law enforcement officer or second-degree murder or it was manslaughter, or whether the killing was excusable or resulted from the justifiable use of deadly force. The killing of a human being is justifiable homicide and lawful if necessarily done while resisting an attempt to murder or commit a felony upon the defendant or to commit a felony in any dwelling house in which the defendant was at the time of the killing. The killing of a human being is excusable and therefore lawful under any of the following three circumstances. One, when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune in doing any lawful act, by lawful means, with usual ordinary caution and without any unlawful intent. Or two, when the killing occurs by accident and misfortune in the heat of passion upon any sudden and sufficient provocation. Or three, when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune resulting from a sudden combat if a dangerous weapon is not used and the killing is not done in a cruel or unusual manner. A dangerous weapon is any object that will likely cause death or great bodily harm if it's used in the ordinary and usual manner contemplated by its design and construction. I now instruct you on the circumstances that must be proved before Othal Wallace may be found guilty of first degree of a murder of a law enforcement officer or any lesser included crimes. There are two ways in which a person may be convicted of first degree murder of a law enforcement officer. One is known as first degree premeditated murder of a law enforcement officer, and the other is known as first degree felony murder of a law enforcement officer. To prove the crime of first-degree premeditated murder of a law enforcement officer, the state must prove the following 6 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number 1, Jason Rayner is dead. Number 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Othal Wallace. 3, there was a premeditated killing of Jason Rayner. 4, Jason Rayner was a law enforcement officer. 5, Othal Wallace knew that Jason Rayner was a law enforcement officer. 6, Jason Rayner was engaged in the lawful performance of legal duty. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and pursuant to a single design or purpose. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. The word law enforcement officer is defined as follows. Law enforcement officer means any person who is elected, appointed, or employed full-time by any municipality or the state or any political subdivision thereof, who is vested with the authority to bear arms and make arrests, and whose primary responsibility is the prevention and detection of crime or the enforcement of the penal, criminal, traffic, or highway laws of the state. Now, this definition includes all certified supervisory and command personnel whose duties include, in whole or in part, the supervision, training, guidance, management responsibilities of full-time law enforcement officers, part-time law enforcement officers, or auxiliary law enforcement officers, but does not include support personnel employed by the employing agency. The word employing agency means any agency or unit of government or any municipality or the state or any political subdivision thereof or any agent thereof which has constitutional or statutory authority to employ or appoint persons as officers. A person is not justified in using force to resist an arrest by a law enforcement officer or to resist a law enforcement officer who is engaged in the execution of a legal duty if the law enforcement officer was acting in good faith and he or she is known or reasonably appears to be a law enforcement officer. However, if an officer uses excessive force to make an arrest, then a person is justified in the use of reasonable force to defend himself, but only to the extent he reasonably believes such force is necessary. An issue in this case is whether Othal Wallace did not act with a premeditated design to kill because he acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation. In order to find that the defendant did not act with a premeditated design to kill because he acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation, A, there must have been a sudden event that would have suspended the exercise of judgment in an ordinary, reasonable person, and B, a reasonable person would have lost normal self-control and would have been driven by a blind and unreasoning fury. And C, there was not a reasonable amount of time for a reasonable person to cool off. And D, a reasonable person would not have cooled off before committing the act that caused death. And E, Othal Wallace was in fact so provoked and did not cool off before he committed the act that caused the death of Jason Rayner. If you have a reasonable doubt whether the defendant acted with a premeditated design to kill because he acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation, you should not find him guilty of first-degree premeditated murder of a law enforcement officer. To prove the crime of first-degree felony murder of a law enforcement officer, the state must prove the following 6 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Jason Rayner is dead. 2, while engaged in the commission of resisting an officer with violence, Othal Wallace caused the death of Jason Rayner. 3, Othal Wallace was a person who actually killed Jason Rayner. 4, Jason Rayner was a law enforcement officer. 5, Othal Wallace knew that Jason Rayner was a law enforcement officer. 6, Jason Rayner was engaged in the lawful performance of a legal duty. In order to convict the defendant of first-degree felony murder of a law enforcement officer, it is not necessary for the state to prove that the defendant had a premeditated design or intent to kill. To prove the crime of resisting an officer with violence, the state must prove the following 4 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Othal Wallace knowingly and willfully resisted or obstructed or opposed Jason Rayner by offering to do him violence or doing violence to Jason Rayner. 2, at the time, Jason Rayner was engaged in the lawful execution of a legal duty. 3, at the time, Jason Rayner was an officer. 4, at the time, Othal Wallace knew Jason Rayner was an officer. The court now instructs you that every Daytona Beach Police Department officer is an officer within the meaning of this law. A person is not justified in using force to resist an arrest by a law enforcement officer or to resist a law enforcement officer who is engaged in the execution of a legal duty. If the law enforcement officer was acting in good faith and he or she is known or reasonably appears to be a law enforcement officer. However, if an officer uses excessive force to make an arrest, then a person is justified in the use of reasonable force to defend himself, but only to the extent he reasonably believes that such force is necessary. Now, the words law enforcement officer has been previously defined for you at line 140. You should write 140 there. Please use that definition. Employing agency has been previously defined for you at line 150. Please use that definition. In considering the evidence, you should consider the possibility that although the evidence may not convince you that the defendant committed the main crimes of which he is accused, there may be evidence that he committed other acts that would constitute a lesser included crime. Therefore, if you decide that the main accusation has not been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, you will next need to decide if the defendant is guilty of any lesser included crime. The lesser crimes indicated in the definition of first-degree murder of a law enforcement officer are first-degree murder, both premeditated and felony, second-degree murder of a law enforcement officer, second-degree murder, and manslaughter. Now, first-degree murder as a lesser included offense. There are two ways in which a person may be convicted of first-degree murder. One is known as first-degree premeditated murder, and the other is known as first-degree felony murder. To prove the crime of first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Jason Rayner is dead. 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Othal Wallace. 3, there was a premeditated killing of Jason Rayner. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. An issue in this case is whether Othal Wallace did not act with a premeditated design to kill because he acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation. In order to find that the defendant did not act with a premeditated design to kill because he acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation, A, there must have been a sudden event that would have suspended the exercise of judgment in an ordinary reasonable person. And B, a reasonable person would have lost normal self-control and would have been driven by a blind and unreasoning fury. And C, there was not a reasonable amount of time for a reasonable person to cool off. And D, a reasonable person would not have cooled off before committing the act that caused death. And E, Othal Wallace was in fact so provoked and did not cool off before he committed the act that caused the death of Jason Rayner. If you have a reasonable doubt whether the defendant acted with a premeditated design to kill because he acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation, you should not find him guilty of first-degree premeditated murder. To prove the crime of first-degree felony murder, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Jason Rayner is dead. 2, while engaged in the commission of resisting an officer with violence, the defendant caused the death of Jason Rayner. 3, Othal Wallace was a person who actually killed Jason Rayner. In order to convict the defendant of first-degree felony murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove that the defendant had a premeditated design or intent to kill. To prove the crime of resisting an officer with violence, the state must prove the following 4 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1. Othal Wallace knowingly and willfully resisted or obstructed or opposed Jason Rayner by offering to do him violence or doing violence to Jason Rayner. 2. At the time, Jason Rayner was engaged in the lawful execution of a legal duty. 3. At the time, Jason Rayner was an officer. 4. At the time, Othal Wallace knew Jason Rayner was an officer. The court now instructs you that every Daytona Beach Police Department officer is an officer within the meaning of this law. A person is not justified in using force to resist an arrest by a law enforcement officer or to resist a law enforcement officer who is engaged in the execution of a legal duty if the law enforcement officer was acting in good faith and he or she is known or reasonably appears to be a law enforcement officer. However, if an officer uses excessive force to make an arrest, then a person is justified in the use of reasonable force to defend himself, but only to the extent he reasonably believes such force is necessary. Second-degree murder of a law enforcement officer. To prove the crime of second-degree murder of a law enforcement officer, the state must prove the following 6 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1. Jason Rayner is dead. 2. The death was caused by the criminal act of Othal Wallace. 3. There was an unlawful killing of Jason Rayner by an act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. 4. Jason Rayner was a law enforcement officer. 5. Othal Wallace knew that Jason Rayner was a law enforcement officer. And 6. Jason Rayner was engaged in the lawful performance of a legal duty. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. An act is imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that 1. A person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another, and 2. Is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent, and 3. Is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. In order to convict of second-degree murder of law enforcement officer, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death. The word law enforcement officer has been previously defined for you at line 140. It's the same as before. Please use that definition. The word employing agency has been previously defined for you at line 150. Please use that definition. A person is not justified in using force to resist an arrest by a law enforcement officer or to resist a law enforcement officer who is engaged in the execution of a legal duty if the law enforcement officer was acting in good faith and he or she is known or reasonably appears to be a law enforcement officer. However, if an officer uses excessive force to make an arrest, then a person is justified in the use of reasonable force to defend himself, but only to the extent he reasonably believes such force is necessary. An issue in this case is whether Othal Wallace did not have a depraved mind without regard for human life because he acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation. In order to find that the defendant did not have a depraved mind without regard for human life because he acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation, A, there must have been a sudden event that would have suspended the exercise of judgment in an ordinary reasonable person. And B, a reasonable person would have lost normal self-control and would have been driven by a blind and unreasoning fury. And C, there was not a reasonable amount of time for a reasonable person to cool off. And D, a reasonable person would not have cooled off before committing the act that caused death. And E, Othal Wallace was in fact so provoked and did not cool off before he committed the act that caused the death of Jason Rayner. If you have a reasonable doubt about whether the defendant had a depraved mind without regard for human life, because he acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation, you should not find him guilty of second-degree murder of a law enforcement officer. To prove the crime of second-degree murder, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Jason Rayner is dead. 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Othal Wallace. 3, there was an unlawful killing of Jason Rayner by an act eminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. An act is eminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that 1, a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another, and 2, is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent, and 3, it's of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. In order to convict of second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove that the defendant had an intent to cause death. An issue in this case is whether Othal Wallace did not have a depraved mind without regard for human life because he acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation. In order to find that the defendant did not have a depraved mind without regard for human life because he acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation, A, there must have been a sudden event that would have suspended the exercise of judgment in an ordinary reasonable person. And B, a reasonable person would have lost normal self-control and would have been driven by a blind and unreasoning fury. And C, there was not a reasonable amount of time for a reasonable person to cool off. And D, a reasonable person would not have cooled off before committing the act that caused death. And E, Othal Wallace was, in fact, so provoked and did not cool off before he committed the act that caused the death of Jason Rayner. If you have a reasonable doubt about whether the defendant had a depraved mind without regard for human life because he acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation, you should not find him guilty of second-degree murder of a law enforcement officer. Possession of a firearm and discharge causing great bodily harm or death. Now, there is in parentheses there an instruction for you that tells you that this particular instruction only applies to second-degree murder. If you find that Othal Wallace is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of the lesser included offense of second-degree murder, you will next need to answer interrogatories relating to the firearm. You will be asked to answer 1, whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Othal Wallace actually possessed a firearm during the commission of the crime, and 2, whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Othal Wallace personally carried, displayed, or used a firearm during the commission of the crime. And 3, whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Othal Wallace personally discharged a firearm during the commission of the crime. And 4, whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Othal Wallace caused great bodily harm or death to Jason Rayner by discharging the firearm during the commission of the crime. Great bodily harms means great as distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm, and as such does not include mere bruises. A firearm is legally defined as any weapon, including a starter gun, which is designed to or may readily be converted to expel a projectile by the action of an explosive. To actually possess means that the defendant carried a firearm on his person or had the firearm within immediate physical reach with ready access with the intent to use the firearm during the commission of the crime. Manslaughter as a lesser included offense. To prove the crime of manslaughter, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Jason Rayner is dead. 2, Othal Wallace intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death of Jason Rayner. Or B, Death of Jason Rayner was caused by the culpable negligence of Othal Wallace. Every person has a duty to act reasonably towards others. If there's a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. The defendant cannot be guilty of manslaughter by committing a merely negligent act, or if the killing was either justifiable or excusable homicide, as I have previously instructed you. In order to convict of manslaughter by act, it is not necessary for the state to prove that the defendant had an intent to cause death. Only an intent to commit an act that was not merely negligent, justified, or excusable, and which caused death. I will now define culpable negligence for you. As I have said, every person has a duty to act reasonably towards others. If there's a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. But culpable negligence is more than a failure to use ordinary care towards others. In order for negligence to be culpable, it must be gross and flagrant. Culpable negligence is a course of conduct showing reckless
Guys, this is gonna be
disregard
great.
of human life, or
Please
of the
give a
safety of
warm
persons
welcome
exposed to its dangerous effects,
to
or
Iris. How
such
are
an
you doing?
entire want of care as to raise a presumption of conscious indifference to consequences, or which shows wantonness or recklessness, or a grossly careless disregard for the safety and welfare of the public, or such an indifference to the rights of others as is equivalent to an intentional violation of such rights. The negligent act or omission must have been committed with an utter disregard for the safety of others. Culpable negligence is consciously doing an act or following a course of conduct that the defendant must have known or reasonably should have known was likely to cause death or great bodily injury. Possession of a firearm. Again, in parentheses, there's an instruction that this instruction only applies to manslaughter. If you find that Othal Wallace is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of the lesser included offense of manslaughter, you will next need to answer an interrogatory relating to the firearm. You will be asked to answer whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Othal Wallace personally carried, displayed, or used a firearm during the commission of the crime. It is a defense to the crime of first-degree murder of a law enforcement officer, including lesser included offenses of first-degree murder, second-degree murder of a law enforcement officer, second-degree murder, and manslaughter, if the actions of Othal Wallace
My mic is
constituted the justifiable use of deadly force.
Okay, I knew what you were
Deadly
saying.
force means force likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Great bodily harm means great as distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm. Othal Wallace does not have the burden of proving that he was justified in using deadly force. Instead, for you to find the defendant guilty, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was not justified in using deadly force. The law on the justifiable use of deadly force in Florida is as follows. Othal Wallace was justified in using deadly force if he reasonably believed that such force was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. If Othal Wallace was not committing any crime other than the alleged first-degree murder of a law enforcement officer or any of the lesser included offenses for which the defendant is claiming self-defense, and if he was in a place where he has a right to be, then the defendant had no duty to retreat before using deadly force. Now, unlicensed carrying a concealed firearm is also known as carrying a concealed firearm. Unlicensed carrying a concealed firearm occurs when the evidence showed that Othal Wallace knowingly carried on or about his person a firearm. The firearm was concealed from the ordinary sight of another person. At the time, Othal Wallace was not licensed to carry a concealed firearm. The term on or about his person means physically on the person or readily accessible to him. The term ordinary sight of another person means the casual and ordinary observation of another in the normal associations of life. A firearm need not be completely hidden for you to find that it was concealed. However, a firearm is not concealed if, although not fully exposed, its status as a firearm is detectable by ordinary observation. A deadly weapon is any object that will likely cause death or great bodily harm if used in an ordinary and usual manner, in the ordinary and usual manner contemplated by its design and construction. Great bodily harm means great as distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm, and as such does not include mere bruises. A firearms means any weapon which will is designed to or may readily be converted to expel a projectile by the action of an explosive. However, one, if at the time Othal Wallace used deadly force while he was committing the offense of carrying a concealed firearm, or two, if at the time Othal Wallace used deadly force, he was not in a place where he had a right to be, then the defendant had the legal obligation to use every reasonable means within his power and consistent with his own safety to avoid any danger before using deadly force. Under either of those two circumstances, the defendant had a duty to retreat unless he was placed in a position of imminent danger of death or great bodily harm, and it would have increased his own danger to retreat. If the defendant had a duty to retreat and did not do so before using deadly force, then his use of deadly force was not justifiable. A person is not justified in using force to resist an arrest by a law enforcement officer or to resist a law enforcement officer who is engaged in the execution of a legal duty if the law enforcement officer was acting in good faith and he or she is known or reasonably appears to be a law enforcement officer. However, if an officer uses excessive force to make an arrest, then a person is justified in the use of reasonable force to defend himself, but only to the extent he reasonably believes such force is necessary. In deciding whether Othal Wallace was justified in the use of deadly force, you must consider the circumstances by which he was surrounded at the time the force was used. The danger need not have been actual. However, to justify the use of deadly force, the appearance of imminent danger must have been so real that the defendant actually believed the use of deadly force was necessary. Moreover, to justify the use of deadly force, a reasonable, cautious, and prudent person under the same circumstances would have believed the use of deadly force was necessary. Othal Wallace is presumed to have a reasonable fear of imminent peril of death or great bodily harm to himself when using defensive force that was intended or likely to cause death or great bodily harm to another if A, the person against whom the defensive force was used
I didn't do it.
Skip it.
I made some changes that apparently didn't make.
I didn't do that.
You did.
Hey, sidebar.
Crystal clear. How are you doing? No, the jury hasn't come into the room yet. Or no, they did come in the room. Excuse me. But they're going to have deliberations today. I'm sure they have lots of questions. They haven't even talked to each other yet to decide whether or not there's guilt or innocence. So this is going to be a party stream for a lot of this. But anyway, great to see you, Crystal. And I'm going to go back to eat the other half of my sandwich now. I haven't had breakfast yet, so peanut butter and jelly it is. And Iris, it's so great for you to see you here.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming up.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, your mic is really, really low.
Let's see what we can do about that. All right, is that any better?
A little bit. Let me see here. I'm going to crank you up on my end, okay?
Okay,
All right, say something.
something.
Eh, all right.
It's early. It is very
It
early in the
is.
morning.
It's early for you. My God. Wait, I don't know what time zone you are, but I'm at 10 o'clock and I got up at 6:30 after like an hour of sleep. I'm gonna go back to my sandwich now and hopefully they'll be back here with the whatever this is we're watching. But I'm so excited for you to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank
And
you.
yeah, if I don't talk, I fall over. I think I don't know what's wrong with me. I'm kidding.
Well, hopefully they get on with these jury instructions
Yeah,
because
and you can
I
tell.
have I have opinions on this.
Well, awesome, awesome! I can't wait. We're gonna have a good time, and I'm sure Caitlin's got stuff. And oh,
You don't have it.
hang on.
The way it is written here is very confusing. So I try to simplify it for you, but for some reason, Microsoft is not liking this. So I will read it for you, starting at line 606. 602. Just listen to me. Othal Wallace is presumed to have held a reasonable fear or imminent peril of death or great bodily harm to himself when using the first defensive force that was intended or likely to cause death or great bodily harm to himself. If A, Jason Rayner was in the process of unlawfully and forcefully entering or had unlawfully and forcibly entered an occupied vehicle, or Jason Rayner had removed or was attempting to remove Othal Wallace against his will from the occupied vehicle, and B, Othal Wallace knew or had reason to believe that an unlawful and forcible entry or unlawful and forcible act was occurring or had occurred. However, the presumption of reasonable fear of imminent death or great bodily harm does not apply if Othal Wallace was engaged in a criminal activity or was using the occupied vehicle to further a criminal activity, or B, Jason Rayner was a law enforcement officer who entered or attempted to enter the vehicle in the performance of his official duties, and Jason Rayner identifying himself in accordance with any applicable law, or Othal Wallace reasonably should have known that Jason Rayner was entering or attempting to enter the vehicle in his law enforcement officer capacity and duties. I will type that up for you, and that will replace lines 602 to 625. That's going to come to you, okay? I want to be now at line 627. A person who unlawfully and by force enters or attempts to enter another's occupied vehicle is presumed to be doing so with intent to commit an unlawful act involving force or violence. The word vehicle means a conveyance of any kind, whether or not motorized, which is designed to transport people or property. In considering the issue of self-defense, we may take into account the relative physical abilities and capacities of Othal Wallace and Jason Rayner to discharge a firearm, whether accidental or not, has been deemed to be use of deadly force as a matter of law. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe the defendant is innocent. The presumption stays with the defendant after each material allegation in the indictment through each stage of the trial, unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has a burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or a forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial and to it alone that you are to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, a conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. Some things you should consider are, did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? Did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? Did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? Does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? Has the witness been offered or received any money, preferred treatment, or other benefit in order to get the witness to testify? Did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in court? Whether the state has met its burden of proof does not depend upon the number of witnesses it has called or upon the number of exhibits it has offered, but instead upon the nature and quality of the evidence presented. The fact that a witness is employed in a law enforcement officer in law enforcement does not mean that his or her testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. Expert witnesses are like other witnesses, with one exception. The law permits an expert to give his or her opinion. However, an expert's opinion is reliable only when given on a subject about which you believe him or her to be an expert. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of an expert's testimony. The defendant in this case has become a witness. You should apply the same rules of consideration of his testimony that you apply to the testimony of the other witnesses. It is entirely proper for a lawyer to talk to a witness about what testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited by talking to a lawyer about his or her testimony. You may rely upon your own conclusion about the credibility of any witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or the testimony of any witness. The Constitution requires the state to prove its accusation against the defendant. It is not necessary for the defendant to disprove anything, nor is the defendant required to prove his innocence. It is up to the state to prove the defendant's guilt by evidence. A statement claimed to have been made by the defendant outside a court has been placed before you. Such a statement should always be considered with caution and be weighed with great care to make certain that it was freely and voluntarily made. Therefore, you must determine from the evidence that the defendant's alleged statement was knowingly, voluntarily, and freely made. In making this determination, you should consider the total circumstances, including but not limited to, 1, whether when the defendant made this statement, he had been threatened to make it in order to get him to make it, and 2, whether anyone had promised him anything in order to get him to make it. If you conclude that the defendant's out-of-court statement was not freely and voluntarily made, you should disregard it. There are some general rules that apply to your discussions. You must follow these rules in order to return a lawful verdict. 1, you must follow the law as it is set out in these instructions. If you fail to follow the law, your verdict will be a miscarriage of justice. There is no reason for failing to follow in this case. All of us are depending upon you to make a wise and legal decision in this matter. 2, this case must be decided only upon the evidence that you have heard from the testimony of witnesses and have seen in the form of exhibits and evidence and these instructions. 3, this case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or you are angry at anyone. 4, remember the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision in this case. 5, Your duty is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not in accord with the law. 6, whatever verdict you render must be unanimous. That is, each juror must agree to the same verdict. 7, your verdict must not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law containing these instructions. Deciding a verdict is exclusively your job, and I cannot participate in that decision in any way. Please disregard anything I may have said or done that made you think I prefer one verdict over another. Now, you may find the defendant guilty as charged in the indictment or guilty of such lesser included crimes as the evidence may justify or not guilty. If you return a verdict of guilty, it should be for the highest offense that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that no offense has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then of course your verdict must be not guilty. Now, if you return a verdict of guilty as to the charge of first-degree murder of a law enforcement officer, it is not necessary that all of you agree that the state prove first-degree premeditated murder of a law enforcement officer, and it is not necessary that all of you agree that the state proved first-degree felony murder of a law enforcement officer. Instead, what is required is that all of you agree that the state prove either or both first-degree premeditated murder of a law enforcement officer and or first-degree felony murder of a law enforcement officer. The same rules apply to the lesser included offense of first-degree premeditated murder and first-degree felony murder. The verdict must be unanimous. That is, all of you must agree to the same verdict. Only one verdict may be returned as to each crime charge. The verdict must be in writing, and for your convenience, the necessary verdict form has been prepared for you, and it reads as follows. If you look up here, I'm going to explain that second to last instruction I gave you because it's confusing. This is the verdict form I'm showing you here. It has the style of the cases in the circuit court and then for the 4th Judicial Circuit, Clay County, Florida. State of Florida versus Othal Wallace in the case number. It reads as follows. Verdict, count 1. We, the jury, find that the defendant, Othal Wallace, as follows as to count 1 in the indictment. And there are 4 possible choices. I'm sorry. There are 6 possible choices. It says guilty of the crime of first-degree murder of a law enforcement officer as charged in the indictment. I'm going to go through it and I'm going to come back. And then the next option is guilty of the lesser included offense of first-degree murder. Then below that, guilty of the lesser included offense of second-degree murder of a law enforcement officer. And then below that, guilty of the lesser included offense of second-degree murder. Remember, in the instructions, I told you that second-degree murder carries an interrogatory. So if the verdict is for second-degree murder, then you would have to answer the questions below second-degree murder. And the questions are as follows. Did you find the defendant guilty of second-degree murder? Do you also find beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the offense, the defendant, and then it says, please answer yes or no. Just put a checkbox. Carried or used a firearm. There's a blank for yes and a blank for no. Actually possess a firearm, a blank for yes, blank for no. Discharge a firearm, a blank for yes and a blank for no. Inflicted great bodily harm or death upon Jason Rayner. There's a blank for yes and a blank for no. And then going on down, as another lesser included of first-degree murder of a law enforcement officer, the next one is guilty of the lesser included offense of manslaughter. Remember, manslaughter has a special question that has to be answered. And if the verdict is manslaughter, then you would have to say, answer the following question. If you find the defendant guilty of manslaughter, do you also find beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the offense, the defendant carried or used a firearm? Then there's a blank for yes or no. And then the words, so say we all, that tells me that the verdict is unanimous. But I want to explain that word unanimous as it relates to first degree murder of a law enforcement officer and first degree murder, plain first degree murder. Remember, there are 2 theories in this case. There's felony murder and premeditated murder, right? I think we went over this during jury selection extensively. Because first degree murder of a law enforcement officer includes both theories. Both theories. You can have a split in your vote and the defendant would still be guilty of first degree murder of a law enforcement officer. And I'll explain that to you. If 6 of you said, well, he's guilty of first degree premeditated murder, and then the other 6 say, well, yeah. Yes, sir. And then the other 6 say he's guilty of first degree felony murder, then he is guilty of first degree murder of a law enforcement officer, because collectively, all of you have agreed that he's guilty of first degree murder of a law enforcement officer under one of or both theories. Does that make sense to you? All right. Okay, I just want to make it clear, because there's alternative theories. You're still inside of the universe of first degree felony murder. Now, I'm going to give you another example. If 11 of you find him guilty of first degree felony or premeditated murder of a law enforcement officer, but one of you says, no, I'm going to find him guilty of second degree murder, then that's not a unanimous verdict, because second degree murder is not part of first degree murder. Does that make sense to you? All right, so I just want to make sure you understand that. So I just explained it in the context of first degree murder of a law enforcement officer. That same explanation applies to first degree murder, just plain first degree murder. Because again, that one has those two, premeditation and felony, okay? It is the job of the foreperson to sign and date the verdict form in ink. Please don't use a pencil. All right, I'm gonna read the last page. In just a few moments, you will be taken to the jury room by the bailiff. The first thing you should do is to choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way, and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's job to sign and date the verdict form when all of you have agreed on a verdict, and then to bring the verdict form back into the courtroom. During deliberations, jurors must communicate about the case only with one another, and only when all jurors are present in the jury room. If a juror goes to the restroom, the deliberation should stop until the juror returns. You are not to communicate with any person outside the jury about this case. Until you have reached a verdict, you must not talk about this case in person or through the telephone, writing, or electronic communication, such as a blog, Twitter, email, text message, or by any other means. Do not contact anyone to assist you during deliberations. These communications rules apply until I discharge you at the end of the case. If you become aware of any violation of these instructions or any other instructions I have given in this case, you must tell me by giving a note to the bailiff. Many of you have cell phones, tablets, laptops, or other electronic devices here in the courtroom. The rules do not allow you to bring your phones or any of those type of electronic devices into the jury room. Kindly leave those devices in your seats where they will be guarded by the bailiff while you deliberate. If you need to communicate with me, send a note through the bailiff. If you have voted, do not disclose the actual vote on the note. If you have a question, I will talk to the lawyers before I answer it, and that could take some time. You may continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will answer any question, if I can, in writing or orally here in open court. During the trial, items were received into evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. The exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. In the event that you wish to review any of the electronic evidence or recordings, please make requests in writing. These particular items may only be viewed here in open court and in the presence of all the jurors. Before I read the last paragraph, I want to go over just the last couple of things. I've just read you the law. Will each of you agree to follow the law as I have read it? Yes. Okay. Is there anyone here who can follow the law as I read it? All right. Thank you. There are some exhibits that are going to be going back there. Obviously, one of them is a firearm, and there's live ammunition. I'm going to remove the live ammunition from the firearm.
Well, thank you, Judge.
The live ammunition will remain in the courtroom. If you wish to view the live ammunition, just send a note to the bailiff. While I'm talking about that, there's a note right here that I want you to use if you need to communicate with me. Just write down in here what is it that you need and knock on the door, hand it to the bailiff. The bailiff will bring it back to me, and I'll see if I can answer your concerns or questions, whatever they may be. 3 of you were selected as alternate. jurors 132, 118, and 108. If you don't mind remaining in the courtroom when the rest of you begin the deliberations. Logistically speaking, food, it's early in the morning, but I'm assuming there could be a possibility that you'll need lunch at some point in time. If that becomes
could
an
be a
issue, just
possibility you'll
knock
eat
on the
lunch at some
door
point in
and
time.
tell the bailiff, we would like to
Be the
order
jury
We're
lunch.
just gonna
judge.
turn this
That
into
process
F&L.
takes some time, so don't wait till you're starving to death before you knock on the door. It could be another hour before we can get you your food.
Another hour.
Electronic devices cannot go back into the jury room. If you have a smartwatch, I mean, anything that can connect to the outside world cannot go into the jury room. So leave everything behind into the courtroom, and then the bailiffs will safeguard your personal property here. So don't take any electronic devices into the jury room. I'm sorry? Okay, and they'll tell you where to put those things. I don't know if we have any smokers, but if you do need a break and get out of that room, just knock on the door and tell the bailiff you need a break. Breaks are done collectively. You go outside as a group, 12, if you need a break, but you will not deliberate outside of that room. You only deliberate in the room. So if you want to go outside and get some fresh air, he'll take you outside, but don't be deliberating out in whatever they take you for your break. It's not my courtroom, so I forgot my notes of the things that I typically go over. When you have a verdict, this is what the procedure I want you to follow. When you have a verdict, I just want you to knock on the door real hard. I just want them to knock. I want you to knock on the door real hard and then tell the bailiff that you have a verdict. Don't tell them what the verdict is, and then the verdict will come back and we'll collect the group here and we'll prepare ourselves to receive your verdict. The foreperson, whoever that person may be, I'm going to ask you to grab the verdict and just fold it in half and in your hand, bring it into the courtroom. I don't think if there's anything else I need to tell you. Yeah, questions, same thing. Knock on the door, fill them in here. I believe that's it. In closing, let me remind you that it is important that you follow the law as it is spelled out in these instructions in deciding your verdict. There are no other laws that apply to this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For more than 2 centuries, we have lived by the Constitution and the law. No juror has a right to violate the rules we all share. Actually, there was one more instruction that I wanted to tell you about. Your job is to determine the outcome of this case based upon these instructions. You are not to consider any possible penalty as you're discussing these instructions. I want to make sure that's very clear. That is not to be a factor. Thank you very much. Other than jurors 132, 118, and 108, yeah. Yeah, we'll get that for you. Oh, yeah, that's the other thing I forgot to tell you. My previous instruction not to talk about the case is lifted. Now I want you to talk about the case. Take your notes with you into the jury room and then deliberate freely. There are no restrictions on deliberations. We'll stay here as long as you need us to stay here.
All rise for jury.
All right, now we are down
well.
to that important part of watching. We're watchers. Who watches the Watchmen? I was speaking of watchdogs. No, I actually do have a cigar.
Counsel, you want to look at the evidence?
to show. Oh, what?
I'm assuming there's one that knows how to use a computer in there.
Oh, jeez.
Well, they have it in there. They have it in there. So I'll leave it like, yeah. Yeah, get your personal effects and come back out.
Where'd Iris go? Oh, there she is. Got her in now.
That'll be fine.
There we go. I'm just kind of interested right now. Like, they're all just like sitting there, like, so what's up? What do we do now? The judge was there at like 8 a.m. sitting
You
right
may
there.
be seated. Thank you.
Oh, look at the attorney right there, the blonde guy. That was yesterday. He was the defense guy. That was all. Like he had to push his hair back a few times. He washed his hair. He got the gel out.
That's it.
I was worried about that. You know, there's a lot of gel.
So, expert, what do you think then? After hearing jury instructions, did
Who's gonna
one
take the
stick out
evidence
to
back
you
there?
more than any other of them?
Folks, can I get you to stay down? We're still in session. Who's going to take the evidence back there?
You better settle down.
Bring the three out. Yeah. Okay, would you let them know not to remove the firearm? Not to remove the zip ties of the firearm. If they need it removed, we will do it for them, but not to do that, okay?
But nobody can play with the gun. Okay, everybody wants to play with the gun when they get back into the jury box. You can't do that.
Hey, stand by. Back on the record.
Oh wait, we're on the record.
Or they're gonna stay here. It did not? Did you stipulate? Okay, mark it as 7. We'll put it on the record in a moment.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
What are
Do
we
it as a
putting on the
sidebar.
record?
Actually, I'm gonna take them with me. Can you take them to the jury room where
Here's the
I'm
thing,
working
hide
out of
and
the
seek.
3? The 3, yeah. Take them to the jury room, where my office is. I guess they made that up an office or whatever. Yeah, I'll be over there.
Oh, so the alternate jurors?
Say it again? Yeah, they need to be pulled out of there.
Because everybody wants to play with the
Leave the
gun.
notes here, yeah.
It's like children. Oh,
Yeah,
look.
and the instruction, yeah. I'll meet you there
This
in a
is
moment,
Florida. They're
okay?
pretty used to guns.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm not saying they aren't. Where are you?
Well, just collect them and bring them out. I don't care if you put them, you have a box, put them all in a box.
What's he collecting? The cell phones?
Yeah. Okay, let's go on the record. You wanted to,
Yes, Judge, respectfully, I move for mistrial, point based on 2 aspects that fall together.
Why is every other word?
Of course, our objection to the court and to the jury instructions which reference the possibility of non-unanimity with regard to the premeditated murder or felony murder components of the main charge and the lesser included charge of murder. The other aspect of that same motion, mistrial, is I'm concerned that the court, in your review of the verdict form with the jury, specifically
I can't get anything that he's saying.
murder,
My ear itches. Sorry.
to the verdict form, I'm concerned that that discussion with the jury would have the effect of overemphasizing the aspects of first degree murder, be it the original part of the lesser included first degree murder. So that's the reason for the motion.
okay, the motion will be denied. I think I'm bound by the law to use the applicable law, and that's the law of the case, I guess. Not the law of the case, but the law that's currently in place that I have to utilize. And I think the example was used, so there's some clarification to it, because it is kind of confusing. Make sure that they understand what their job is. All right, were you able to make the changes? Okay, then I need to do that right away.
Yes, sir.
Because I need to correct that for them. Now, what's written is not incorrect, it's just very confusing. So, and that was aligns,
He's going to change it right there at the
602.
at his desk. All right, hang on here. I'm trying to figure out where I am still. All right, hang on here. Well, your comments have
You
hit their
agree on the
maximum.
evidence?
Yes, we agree with the statement.
Okay, take it back.
What? I've never even heard of such. So Ozzy was saying today, like he gets back and YouTube has wiped out all of his mods. He has no mods.
Yeah.
And
Let's go on the record
then,
still. Mr. Probesco, you
Nick,
indicated that
he
there was a
said
component,
that,
something that was not introduced into evidence,
his live stream
which was
numbers
the
are messed
Axon
up. He had
camera
like
audit.
400 watching
I think it was on one of the
stream
last
yesterday,
exhibits.
and then he goes off,
but
and
it
like an
wasn't
hour later, he
formally
checks and
entered
had like
into evidence.
1100.
So I'll go ahead and admit it as evidence without objection, and then
So yeah,
send
there's
it
a lot
back
of
to the
YouTube
jury.
glitches today, which is great because I'm going to be working on YouTube pushing buttons. Evidently, Ozzy's got a thing where he can up the resolution. I want to up the resolution. Not because I'll use it, but because I want that option. If he has, oh, guess what? When I was on Ozzy's, I tried to do a super chat because he was doing that stupid, like trying to raise money thing. I said stupid. It's not.
I don't know. I didn't much care for the banners covering up the sweater. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it really. I wanted that off, and it was like $5 away or something. I was like, I will give you $5. Let's get this going. If not, I'm going to fall asleep. And I was like, wait a second, where's the? How do I do it? And I was like, there is no way for me to. That's when I sent you a couple messages in the chat there, Caitlin. Because I was looking for. I was like, am I missing something? The dollar sign stuff. Usually the thing's flashing, asking me to donate money, and I'm like, or gift money. That's the term they like to use. So yeah, it's YouTube is they're having a hard time right now, a really hard time. I don't know what they did, but they changed the AIs or something.
No, they're
Anyway.
wasting all their time trying to generate revenue for themselves with the ads and everything else.
Well, their revenue's
It's all about the
down
money.
so much. Revenue's way down, and
Perhaps if they stopped censoring everybody, their revenues would go back up.
so that's there's a lot to that, actually, and all it does with elections. They're kind of surprised that again, gotta hand it to the what's the guy's name that's married Trump's son-in-law, that guy, and I can't think of anybody's names right now. I really haven't slept. They came up with their own algorithm, and they between like YouTube and Facebook and stuff like that, they were like, that's where we're, because there is no more TV time you can buy. All TV time's out in politics. Like it is all bought up. I mean, there's only 24 hours in a day, right? So everybody's leaving TV too. So they said, hey, we're going to start doing our TV ads for a fraction on, and they've got so much information on you that if like you have a Facebook account and a YouTube account, they can cross those two and find out if you're a undecided voter or not, and then target you specifically with ads for that. And then they can find out like what your issue is and target you with just ads for that issue. It's unbelievable, the science, the nerd stuff that's gone into it. But then everybody wanted to be like, oh no, we don't want to talk about that anymore. And revenue's been going down. And it went down 2 years ago, and it's not coming back right now. Eris. Am I saying it right? Is it Eris? Eris?
It's Eris.
Eris.
Eris
Welcome
is
to
the goddess of discord. I'm a troublemaker.
That's why you found me.
Yes. Yes.
Eris.
Hi, Caitlin.
Hello, Eris. It's so good to see you and be on panel with you.
I didn't get to say hi to you earlier, but I wanted to make sure I did it before we got into discussing anything about the case.
Yeah, well, of course I want to say hi to you. That's why I sent you a private message. I said, have you ever been on stream before? And I found out a few weeks ago, y'all know Feral Housewife. She came on Friday Night Live. I think it's a longer, convoluted story. But I didn't know she had never been on a stream before. And so Friday Night Live was a circus. It's like you say, all right, there's a trapeze, go do your thing. And she'd never been there. And I was like, oh, so that was your first, and it was that. I was like, That's like
Carol's
a
great.
move. Yeah, Farrell is great. She really is. Her and Jamie kept me up too late last night. When I say up, I mean I didn't sleep, but that's my own fault. Um, I can't believe last night's stream. I cannot believe, what was it, 8 o'clock before they were done with the closing arguments?
It was definitely, I think it was closer to 8:30 by the time they got done.
And I say 8 o'clock because I just assume everybody's on East Coast time because my time zone is the only time zone.
Yeah, and they started at what, 4?
Yeah. Yeah, it's 4 hours long, wasn't it?
It was too long. Way too long.
Do you think that
Jen with
made a
no
difference?
filter.
I think it bored the jury is what I think.
Yeah, we were close to 12 hours yesterday.
Mm.
All right, I'm going to start off with Kayla. You tried to ask me a question, and then all this stuff happened. So, what's up? What was your question?
After hearing the jury instructions, did any of them stand out to you as like a, hey, that sounds most relevant in this case?
Probably not relevant, but there were some that stood out to me. Um, that Ozone here is guilty of killing the officer. I forget his name. But anyway, that there's proof that the officer is dead. I was like, I didn't think about that. Like, because they do a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff that was going on here that I felt it wasn't like the business trial. It's like that seemed like you knew step by step by step. Even mentioned like there were people that said stuff to me. Is this the prosecution now, or is this the defense talking? Because neither side seemed like they really did a clear cut. I don't know. I was halfway. Maybe I should pay more attention. Um, um, Argument for their point, but then when it said that something about like the officer being dead, I was like, oh, that is a good point. If you have no body, you know, how do you know you
You
have
can
murder?
still be convicted. Ask Zachariah Anderson.
That's what I thought about, and I was like, yeah, that's right. Like, if you have no body, how do you know it's a murder? Um, People disappear all the time, and a lot of times people want to disappear. So
Well, see, for
anyway,
me, this case reminds me a lot of the Daryl Brooks case. He's basically using the excuse that he was so terrified of law enforcement that by any means necessary, he could do what he needed to do to get away. And that's just not the case, not if you review the body cam. The officer was cordial. He was being as nice as he possibly could. Ozone was the one who escalated everything.
he has a chip on his shoulder.
Exactly. And then when you go back and look at his social media, you see he just has a disdain for any authority figure, especially cops.
So that's the thing with sovereign citizens. When you mentioned Daryl Brooks,
Brooks, yeah.
yeah, sovereign citizen movement, and that's something I keep wanting to dive into a little bit. I mean, listen, if anybody wants to do I give my ideas. I'm like, man, that'd be really good. That'd be really interesting. That'd be a great topic for a channel to work on. Sovereign citizen, because I don't think anybody really understands it. And I was like, yeah, if you want to do a channel, man, that'd be a great thing to jump into. You don't see me jumping into it though. So
The problem is it's not understandable. Like, I don't know if you've ever watched any of Law Talk with Mike's clips, but he does a lot of
Don't even know
sob
who he
sit
is.
clips.
Mhm.
He's a lawyer out of Chicago. He does a lot of trial clips, and he'll just show funny little short clips, sometimes a little bit longer, but he does a lot of sob sit ones, and you cannot understand them. There is no logically thinking about what they are saying. and understanding where they are coming from. It is all bananas.
Do you ever watch Donut Operator?
No.
I want you to start watching Donut Operator. I think you'll dig this guy. He's a cop.
Okay.
He loves sovereign citizens. All cops do. Next time you see Vegas Rick, ask him about him. And that's the first time White Rabbit heard about it. He's down. We're hanging out, and I say something, and she thinks I'm full of it. She thinks I'm an idiot. I'm trying to start stuff. I said, man, what's Of course, I can't think of their names and all that stuff. I'm like, yeah, what are those people, man? You're a land pirate. You're not a cop. You're a land pirate. I was like, man, I'm not gonna bend my knee to some flag that's got gold around it. And so White Rabbit's like, where do you come up with this stuff? What are you talking about, you dummy? And then you see Vegas Rich, he just goes, oh. I mean, it was so dramatic. Like, he was just like, you're gonna do that sovereign citizen stuff to me, aren't you? I said, yeah, how do you handle that? He says, take him to jail, let the judge figure it out. But that's not, Donut Operator. That's how I want you to see some of his stuff. He talks about when somebody gets pulled over, it's a sovereign citizen, and he's like, oh, another one. They call cops land pirates, and because they're not in a car, they're in a vessel, and there's some other key words. I forget what it is, but yeah, they're fun. Dill Brooks.
Traveling on the land.
Do what?
Traveling on the land.
While listening to Blues Traveler. I don't know. I've never even heard Blues Traveler. I don't know how they came out of my mind. Eris, save me. I'm talking too much.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
That's my problem.
I'm lost with what you're talking about right now.
Well, sovereign citizens.
Oh, yeah, I know that. But you were talking about the donut operator, and I have never heard of him
Donut
before.
Operator. So he's a former cop, and he does cop videos. He does like 10-minute videos. And man, let's find one. Let's just do it. This is a party. We got nothing else to do. We got all day to talk about. Who's this guy's name? Ozone. Doesn't that sound like a XFL jersey name or something? I don't know.
Sounds like a football name.
Right?
It does.
Oh, hey, the Star Wars girl, she got her stuff blocked. Did y'all hear that?
Yes, it's her Instagram got yeeted.
For what?
Using the name Star Wars.
I didn't even think she did politics.
No, it's so that's another thing, and YouTube's been warning about this like 6 months. Impersonators are a huge problem on the platform. So if somebody comes in here and tries to say like they're the expertise or something, because they want to use my clout, my greatness to grow their channel real quickly. That's what people are doing. And so it's bad. Like Project Farm is one of the guys. He was like, I was like, there's a dude I follow, and he's replying back to YouTube saying, thank you for cracking down on this. I was like, oh, hang on a second.
It went down. I had a whole list of them I've been working on, but it's downstairs now. I can go print it out.
Who's the guy in the blue shirt?
I think you have to add the defenses to that.
Huh?
We'd have to add the defenses to that.
Oh, they're not on here? The defenses should be.
Yeah, no, I have to write it on here. Probably.
Yeah.
Oh, Hawk.
Is that something you created, Jason?
Yeah, I can.
Could you delete?
I can fix it up. Yeah.
Okay, just tell them we'll get on the list.
If I can just take a picture of this, and then I'll figure out the work. The ideas.
Like, can you guys hear anything? Are they doing anything?
Still on the record, let's talk about potential outcomes here. If it's any kind of.
Potential outcome.
Then we're looking at a penalty phase. No, that's the schedule.
We were discussing, Judge, if possibly maybe on Tuesday afternoon, we can start. We talked to our doctor, he could potentially go Sunday to evaluate walls. He can set up depositions, take care of a bunch of stuff Monday and maybe Tuesday morning. The only reason is twofold, is our doctor's not available Friday, so we push it to Friday, he wouldn't be able to testify. And if we started much later, following Monday is that, and also pushing the following week. So,
I think on yours is a 27th. So, I don't know, what are you guys looking for?
Crystal, good night.
Wednesday morning. I've got 4 doctors close to from north. I'll probably end up calling them first. Because they'll be shorter. Shorter than the other 2 doctors. And I don't know the exact number of labels. They typically
If you can hear it, you can hear it.
Goes first, so just would work.
well, right, on Tuesday. Yeah, we would only have like an hour on Tuesday, possibly at most, and then I told them, we'll just put up late. This is where
Have we figured out who that guy is?
some of them, they didn't show up.
Yeah, this is the guy. This is the I called him String Bean. He's the prosecuting attorney that did the real blistery cross on Ozone.
Right, I understand.
But I'll certainly give that a thought.
Well, then,
And we've got some.
So
So
what
how
they're
long do
doing
you think
is-
it'll,
If there's a guilty verdict, they're trying to figure out when it's sentencing because this is a life. They're going for the death penalty. So
some work on Tuesday afternoon.
they gotta go to the next stage, and
Wednesday,
I don't know.
I'm
I don't know how that.
graduated.
Steve Gosney has really put out a compelling argument against the death penalty.
Okay, so
Death penalty debates. It's the name of his book.
I honestly, I can't remember. I was very much for the death penalty. You know, you're convicted of a crime and they've got you dead to rights. I'm not talking
I think realistically,
the kind of iffies where they don't have
Daryl
camera and DNA and all this other stuff. I'm talking, you're on camera, you've got 15 witnesses, they saw you do it, blah, 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 blah.
the plan could be again.
But Steve, like I said, he's got an argument and he makes a lot of sense. And I've actually changed my views on the death penalty since then.
What is his argument that changed you? So I'm guessing now are you against the death penalty 100% or
No,
Okay.
I'm on the fence about it. I just, it's hard to explain. I don't believe that we should be wasting as much money housing people who will contribute nothing back to society.
Yeah.
You know, they chose a path in their life, and for whatever reason, they chose violence.
Yeah.
Question already?
I
what
can't
Dennis
get
says-
on that.
Question or
Yeah, see, like Dennis here, he says, I'd only be against it because it's a bigger cost to the taxpayers. First time I met Steve, I didn't know he was doing that death penalty debates book and all that stuff. And he asked what my thoughts were on death penalty. And I was like, well, I know this is going to sound weird, but I'm against it. And I've never really voiced my opinion that way. And it was weird for me to say it. Because usually when I say that, I'm usually the rooms I'm in, I get a reaction. So I'm ready why I have that reaction. But my thing is that it's politicized. There were 11 cases carried out last year of death penalties. I don't know if they're effective. I don't think they are. We still continue to have stuff. The problem, my thinking pattern of why I'm against it is that it costs 3 times what it costs a prisoner to be in that's convicted of death penalty.
Tuesday afternoon,
Because
Your Honor?
they have automatic appeals. There's just all this. It costs 3 times as much to house them and everything. it takes 20 years to enact the death penalty. So
Yeah, and that's
what
my
are you?
biggest problem with it.
Yeah, it's like who's even around? Oh well, like here's the grandson that wasn't even alive when this happened, and I'm like, this is just stupid. Like, if I don't know,
Yeah,
I would go for hanging.
one of the key points about like punishment and justice is that it needs to be swift. And when it takes 20 plus years to get to that crossing the, line of it, that's not swift. There is no justice in that. I mean, that's my biggest
That's
problem with it.
I'm so glad you said that about being swift because there's one thing in particular that is always been you can be convicted of it at any time. There's no statute of limitations on, and that is murder. Even murder, though, like you start thinking about, it, you start hearing these different arguments and stuff, and I'm like, okay, if they would, I don't want to let a murderer go. Okay. I'll stop it right there. I'll say I am still happy with that. Okay, we keep the if it's murder, it's murder. It does that. But there's a trend, and this was brought to my attention, and I've never settled on a opinion about this. And the only reason I'm saying it is because this happened last week. Sexual assault. Because you look at was it Danny Masterson's his name? Like there was a case that happened 20 years ago, and you're saying that everything 20 years is a long time. It's hard to have a clear recollection. It's hard to find witnesses, and you're admitting to the fact that it's like, well, yeah, I was out there, I was hanging out with Danny, and I was drinking, and then when there's this, then I'm pretty sure, like 20 years later, when I think about it, I didn't want these things to happen. Now I'm not making light of that, but I'm putting it. I want you to understand what I'm saying. I want you to think that, that it's not universal that there is no statute of limitations on these crimes. Some places have statute of limitations, some places don't. So,
I,
it's kind of
bel-
like, I don't know.
I believe
Um,
what you're talking about is a law that California enacted to allow charges like that to be pressed years down the road because of memories coming back.
mhm.
And it all stemmed, if I'm not mistaken, from the Marilyn Manson cases and Rachel Evan Woods pushing to have that act passed in California so that she could
Hmm.
have charges brought up against Marilyn Manson. Now,
And look at what's happening with that.
What
all of
happened?
that has gone down the drain.
Yeah,
I have no idea what happened.
many
Maryland right
recants.
now, yep.
What now? What'd you say?
Caitlin,
Go
you know
ahead,
more
Eric.
about it than I. No, you know more than about it than I do. I just started seeing people recanting what they had originally said, people backing out left and right because they realized the ramifications of what could happen. Not so much, not so much that they wouldn't be believed, but if they were proven to be liars. And a lot of the jury by media has thrown a lot of shade
Called
on.
perception.
Well, it's thrown a lot of shade on these accusations of how they were all coordinated, and that was 7 or 8 months ago. I have no idea what has come out since. But, questionnaires were being passed around among these women. They were meeting together to discuss and collaborate the charges against him. I mean, he may be the biggest jerk that there is. He certainly has a questionable history on stage, but did it rise to this level, or was it just pettiness of a woman who, from my recollection of it, she was trying to get sole custody of a child and was throwing around accusations. And then it was the HBO deal where they were doing this documentary And it's just a lot. You can't throw accusations around lightly like that because there's no way to prove that you're not. It's like the term racist. You call anybody a racist, it's the hardest thing to defend. You call somebody SA perpetrator.
Yeah.
It's the hardest thing to defend, especially if you've been in a relationship with them, because how do you go about proving that it was consensual at that
Okay.
time?
Because I like picking on Hollywood, and I think it makes for good fodder, and it gives you something to think about, and it's on this exact same topic. Harvey Weinstein.
He's a pig.
Okay. Isn't it kind of weird though when a girl walks in and goes, "Oh well, I just thought it was, he just had a couch in there for naps."
I see what you're saying, and there's been a long-standing joke about the casting couch. And
Yeah,
I'll
that's what I'm
I'll even
saying. It's
up you
like,
I'll even up you
go.
one even more. The Bill Cosby trial.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Everybody loves pudding pops.
America's dad.
Yeah.
Back in the time frame that these women came forward and were accusing him, drugs were it was the in thing. All the celebs were popping pills and
And wasn't it with Bill Cosby though? Wasn't it like Benadryl? He gave him Benadryl?
no, it was
He
I
gave him
can't
some meds.
remember. I can't remember what it's called now. It's been so long. But I just remember at the time it's like, okay, I grew up with what you call groupies. And
Bingo.
groupies would do anything
Anything.
to be around
Are you
celebrities.
familiar with the book Hammer of the Gods? About
It
Led
sounds
Zeppelin.
familiar.
Led Zeppelin.
Wasn't a
The
huge
Red
Led
Snapper.
Zeppelin fan. I wasn't a huge Zeppelin fan.
Yeah, but this is famous among groupies. Red Snapper. No, okay. Look that
No,
up off
sorry.
stream.
I
Look that up
wasn't a
off stream.
groupie.
Sorry. Oh no,
But
hey, I'm not saying anybody was. I just like that is like I've never read the book or anything. I just know from urban legend.
well, no, one of the bands that I did follow was Motley Crue. I'm sure you know who Motley Crue is, even if you don't like the music.
I actually have a that's a case that gonna be if I ever get off my butt and get in gear. Mick Mars and is suing them.
Well, Nikki Sixx, the bassist for Motley Crue, was telling stories because he used to, I don't know if he still does or not, but he used to have a podcast type of deal.
Hmm.
And he was telling stories about what these women would allow this band to do
Oh
to them. And we're talking bottles and all
yeah,
this
it's not.
weird. And I'm just like, are you kidding me? But now
They
it's,
Motley Crue had a competition amongst themselves to see who could go the longest without taking a shower and still get a chick.
yeah, they were,
That's in the biography or was it the band autobiography, whatever. Anyway, Netflix did a movie on it. Dirt is the name of it. Motley Crue Dirt. I just went to the Guns N' Roses concert this past week. I saw them for the first time. It was awesome.
yeah.
Anyway,
But,
yeah,
it's so much that memories change with time. Um, something can happen to you today, right this very moment. And 5 years from now, you're going to see it completely different than you saw it today. It's either going to be worse or better. And they've done, I want to call them experiments, but they've had professors in college
yeah.
have had mock situations where somebody has burst into their rooms, and immediately after it, the students in the room can't even accurately state what happened in that
I
moment.
cannot believe you brought that up.
Uh-oh.
I did a well, like about every town has you can go and like ride along with your local cops and a lot of them have like a citizens police academy or something like that, where you go for so many weeks, and it's public relations for the police department, and they take you, like, one day you have a drug day, and they teach you about how, like, their drug enforcement is. One day you got a um I don't know, we went to the shooting range, SWAT team. Well, they did a the stun grenade. So we were like at the police department, and everybody's looking up front like you're in a classroom, and then all of a sudden you hear because they came in behind and dropped a stun grenade off. Like, it didn't hurt anybody's ears or anything like that, so don't go. We don't need to get sidetracked. And then so everybody jumps and they turn around and they look, and you see a guy go running out, right? So then they say, "You just been witness to a crime. Describe the person that ran out of the room." Everybody in there had different. Nobody gets the shoes right. Nobody gets the belt right. You'll have, like, they'll be wearing a white shirt and people will say it was a red shirt. It's weird how your memory works.
Yeah, and there's even been cases where
The excited
they
utterance
get
rule.
they get the ethnicity
Wrong. Oh
of
yeah.
the perpetrators wrong too. And it's like, how could you do that? But the mind it plays tricks on you in stressful situations or in uncomfortable situations.
Yeah, it's crazy. No, hold on. I didn't want to get sidetracked on this whole thing. I was just asking about it because statute of limitations deal. We were talking about that. I forget how.
I told you because I
Oh, we
caused
were talking
trouble.
about death penalty and everything. Do what?
I said I told you I caused trouble. I derail things.
I like that. I like that. Have you ever seen me? I mean, I can't get through a conversation. I can't get through a sentence. Caitlin
Squirrel.
has to write down things. Jury for 3 minutes in the last. Oh, hey, breaking news. The Gretchen Whitmer thing. She's the governor of Michigan. Jury has acquitted 3 men in the trial connected to a plan to kidnap Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, a scheme portrayed as an example of homegrown terrorism on the eve of the 2020 presidential election.
They were acquitted?
I
Yeah.
must say I'm surprised. Happy, but surprised.
I have goosebumps. Wow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, so discuss.
Oh, I
'Cause
was watching.
I'll
I
tell you
was watching
honestly,
part of that
I
and
don't know anything about it.
the craziness that was going on during that trial.
Mhm.
Just the one-sidedness, let's put it that way, because this is a daytime show. I'm going to keep my language good. But there was
PG-16.
there was some effery going on. Let's just put it that way.
Some
So I'm
shenanigans.
thank you. I couldn't think of the word. But yeah, I'm
It's
surprised, but
after about the
so
third time
happy.
you stream trying not to cuss, it becomes a challenge to you. And then you start finding yourself, you try harder, and then it's you next thing you know, you get out in public and stuff and you want to not cuss. It's the craziest thing. Fallstorm and I have talked about that a lot. So anyway, yeah, like shenanigans. So there's little words are hard. How do you think that became a statement? Because I have a hard time coming up with nouns, adjectives, verbs, yeah, that aren't cussing. Sorry. Go on.
Oh no, it just the
There's a lot of
judge
shenanigans
was
going on.
yeah, the judge was playing. He was batting for the prosecution. Let's just put it that way. So yeah, real good news.
I mean, this was literally the state and its actors all against some normal people. I mean, they were set up from the beginning. It
Hmm.
clearly was the acts of the FBI that had infiltrated their little quote unquote paramilitary group. It wasn't even until the FBI got in there. They were obviously set up. I mean, I am shocked that they've been acquitted because I thought the government had everything on their hands to win this case.
You and I both.
I'm happily surprised, and I hope Radix is over the moon because she has been on top of this, and she has been working her
Who is?
cute booty off. Radix
Radix.
Verum,
Yeah, she even got her channel yeeted for a while, didn't she?
yeah, she
Wait,
got
how do
a
you say her
cease and
name?
desist letter. Radix Verum.
Oh, I call her Radix. She's rad.
That's probably
Okay, sorry.
not wrong.
Go on.
She
Yeah,
was
she's
still in
really
the
good at
courtroom,
this.
right?
She got a cease and desist letter for streaming the trial. Streaming a public trial, they told her to stop.
Well, she had supposedly one of the like family members or something like that, or somebody was in her stream, which would be fine over here because I don't read the chat.
Well, weren't they trying to remove her from the courtroom also? I thought I read something about that.
You guys
I
gotta
think
tell
the
me. I don't
judge
know anything
talked to
about
her.
this.
No, she was
Here,
actually, from my understanding, she actually showed up in court with that family member. And there was some kind of hubbub where they were trying to remove her from the courtroom or something like that. And I didn't see much more after that. But I hope she was there for the not guilty
Well,
verdict.
she'll probably go. Oh yeah, here you go. Miami Spice wants to know who I call her Radix, Raddix, and then what is it,
Just
Venom
one
or
D.
oh,
But
Rad?
you could be right. I could be
I
saying it
don't
wrong.
know. No, I figure you know. So I was like, boy, I'm an idiot. Yeah. If somebody knows that, please tell Miami Spice. I get to them. So this is what I know about that whole case. All right, you guys ready for it? Tell me this isn't typical. FBI agent at center of the Whitmer kidnap probe assaulted wife after a swingers party, authorities say. Do you guys know that about that one? All right, here you go.
I did not.
An FBI agent center of the investigation of the plot to kidnap and nerf herd Gretchen Whitmer is accused of smashing his wife's head against a nightstand and choking her after a dispute stemming from their attendance at a swingers party, according to court records. Special Agent Special Agent Richard Trask. This dude right here, pretty boy of Kalamazoo, was charged Monday with assault with intent to do bodily harm, less than murder, following the alleged incident on Sunday. An affidavit filed by the Kalamazoo, I love saying Kalamazoo, County Sheriff's Office in Kalamazoo County District Court said Trask's wife had bloody lacerations on the right side of her head and blood all over her chest, clothing, arms, and hands, as well as severe bruising to her neck and throat. I mean, you know what? I'm going to think of like a lawyer and say, well, you know, she did just come from a swingers party. Once they arrived home, Trask got on top of her in bed and then grabbed the side of her head and smashed it several times on the nightstand. According to the affidavit, she attempted to grab his beard to free herself. And I think she's his beard. And he began to choke her around the neck and throat with both hands, according to the affidavit. She ultimately grabbed Trask's testicles, which ended the altercation. The document notes, and Trask left the Oshtemo Township home. Oshtemo Township is in Kalamazoo. I love these words. But he left in her vehicle. Trask was tracked down to the parking lot of a supermarket on Main Street in Oshtemo Township. Refused to give a statement about the incident after he was read his Miranda rights, according to the affidavit. Trask has worked for the FBI since 2011 and served as the FBI's public face in the Whitmer case. This was the public face for Whitmer. Testifying in federal court about the investigation, he has worked in cases involving espionage, terrorism, and domestic extremism investigations. The FBI on Wednesday declined to comment, blah, blah, blah. In accordance with FBI policy, blah, blah. Trask was released on a $10,000 personal recognizance bond following an arraignment and faces charges punishable by 10 years. Aside from the FBI duties, Trask opened a gym at his rural property and offers CrossFit training. Yeah, so he opened a gym on his farm where he's up there trying to find these militia people, right? They're trying to kidnap the governor. And I'm sitting here going, this reads like he's just building a trap to bring people in. He's got a CrossFit, it's a trap. He filed state paperwork for health and wellness last year. Trask's arrest comes in a critical juncture of the criminal case against 5 men charged in federal court with plotting to kidnap the governor. Let's see, was it last week leveled a broad attack on the foundation of the high-profile case and suggested a second FBI agent was trying to sabotage defense teams. Can you imagine that? The FBI working against your lawyer for defense. It's the last thing you want for a major case like this, blah, blah, the internal review. Anyway, so yeah, the guy, swingers party, which is, it's a good way to meet people.
Apparently, it's a popular way to meet people nowadays.
Yeah, I guess so. Now,
But if you're unfamiliar with the whole court case against these defendants, it was, like Caitlin said, it was a setup from the get-go. They were just a bunch of guys running their mouths, complaining, talking crap, and they were infiltrated by the FBI, who basically said, hey, why don't you do this?
kind
And
of like Ruby Ridge.
and they were taking them to various locations. It was a setup from the get-go.
They were holding training camps for them. The FBI was training them.
Yep.
And Darth
And
is
everything
right.
was
Entrapment.
nicely recorded by FBI agents, making sure to get their good sides, to be used in court. And my personal opinion is these guys were just running their mouths,
Yeah.
frustrated with the way things were going, making stupid comments. I mean, they probably believe the stupid comments, but
Yeah.
how you do when you're frustrated. And the FBI, I mean, let's face it, in the last couple of years, they've had some major, major failures.
Look at Old Line Red here. The hotel where the swingers party happened is where my brother's hockey teams held their awards banquets when we were kids. I think it went downhill over the years. Anyway.
Yeah, Jen,
Yeah.
some things never change.
Yeah, crazy. Yeah, that whole swingers thing, my recollection was like he always wanted to go and she wouldn't. And then she agreed to it, and I think he got jealous. And so the question ended up being, was he jealous that she was enjoying it, or was he jealous that the guys weren't into him? Because all this happened, I think it was the who's that guy? He might be the Baldo guy, the original one. You know what I'm talking about? The guy with the beard. Do you guys really not know this?
I can't think of his name right now, but it was on the
He
tip
wrote
of
an
my tongue
article
just a
about
minute
my
ago.
wife is on a date right now, and I'm perfectly happy about it.
Yeah, I can. There's a lot about him, and I
Is it
can't
the
think of
same
his
guy
name
who
right now.
bought his wife like a really expensive luxury car after her first like video shoot of something? Is that the same guy?
I don't know if this guy was like a captain in the
Murphy.
military or anything, but I don't
Jack
know.
Murphy.
Jack Murphy. Yes, that's it. Jack
Thank you,
Murphy.
Darth.
Darth would know, of course. Love you, Darth. Um,
Now, see,
yeah,
7 months ago, I didn't know about these people.
what happened to you?
YouTube,
What
YouTube
was it?
and Discord
Don't
corrupted
go.
me. That's all I can say.
How? What happened to you? Because Miami Spice, she is a she thought YouTube was a sweet, safe place, and then discovered that it's weird.
Hmm.
So what happened to you? How did you get here?
Pretty much the same thing. I was watching true crime and kind of your old shtick with the serial killers and the true crime stories and that type of thing. And then the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial happened. And
Hmm.
once again, I had opinions and I was screaming at my TV as I'm watching this. Um, Basically, because I really had no love for Johnny Depp. But as I'm
How
watching
do
the
you not like
whole,
Johnny Depp?
I don't like the popular people. I'm sorry. I was never a Brad Pitt fan. I was never
Oh,
really a
you're
Johnny
a
Depp fan.
yeah, okay.
But I'm sitting here and I'm screaming at my
You're
TV
sitting
and
here
I was
being popular, though. Is that what you're going to say? Because that's what I heard.
I said I was sitting here screaming
Yeah,
at my TV.
we're gonna ruin her. We're gonna ruin her. I love you,
Yeah,
Eris.
you
Go
guys
on.
ruined me.
Love it.
But I was like, no, I want to participate in this argument. And
Hmm.
I had, my YouTube account, so I started chatting and then, just started to meet people around YouTube and then got introduced to Discord. And it was like, okay, y'all crazy.
Whose
And I
Discord did
started
you
learning.
start off in? If you don't mind me
Um,
asking.
Hayden's,
Oh, he's pretty good. I mean,
he's tame.
I don't go in anybody's Discords.
He's tame. But then I was introduced to a few more, you collect them as you go along.
Yeah.
And I started listening to the Pope, when I could,
Oh,
because I was working nights at the time, Nick Ricada.
yeah.
And that was, yeah, corruption ensued. And I'm the type of person, if you tell me something, I might feel kind of silly asking, what's that about? So I'll Google it.
Hmm.
And the more you tell me, don't Google that, the quicker my fingers are flying across the keys.
I can't find blue waffle.
Oh, you don't want to?
That's what everybody says. I'm a
But
pancakes guy anyway. Miami
that was
Spice is
one
the
of the
only person I
first
know that
things
likes
I
waffles.
Googled. Yeah, that was one of the
Kaylin,
first things I
are you
Googled.
okay? I can't hear you.
I'm
She's
fine.
laughing.
I never cease to destroy her. I love her so much. And I'm like, everything that I was so worried about her, like like YouTube corrupting her and stuff, I think I've been the worst influence. So it's
I was
I'm bad.
corrupted before you. I was corrupted before YouTube.
I
We're
knew
all
stuff before YouTube. I just didn't know the depravity, the depths of it before YouTube.
I didn't know there were so many like-minded people.
there you
They
go.
all come together.
Yeah. Um see I was on Twitter and Twitter's a cesspool. So
Yeah, Twitter's just
this
bad.
was tame. So anyway, I totally forgot. What was my question to you? Yeah, I really am. This is the third night I've had like less than 2 hours of sleep. Sorry. Um, what were we talking about a second ago? I'm gonna have to get a nap before Friday Night Live tonight.
Oh, you were just asking what corrupted me, and I told you, and it's probably the same thing that corrupted most people.
All right, hold on a second. Check this out. Mamasaurus Rex, which I still can't figure out the avatar. Is that a snake?
Mama.
Anyway, just FYI, if you're looking at the people watching numbers, YouTube is doing the thing where it kicks us out of your stream and doesn't show us your live, so we have to manually find you. Yeah, I'm so happy I mentioned about Twitter right when you put that comment there. Twitter is a great way. Now I stream on Twitter. It's weird how Twitter does. It's like this stream is going on Twitter right now. If you comment over there, I don't see the comments ever. Isn't that weird? You have to be like in the actual thing, and like comments have their comment stuff is really screwed up. They have all the technology perfect. If they would bring Periscope back now, I think they would do well. But Twitter's a good way. Don't depend on the notifications from here. Just Twitter's probably the best way.
Well, you can become a member of the expert and get into his Discord. And
Yeah.
White Rabbit is really good about putting up when he's live.
Yeah, I didn't know she was doing that. I was very happy when I found out. I was like, "Oh, you love me."
Yeah.
She said, "Don't push your luck." I was like, "Okay."
But
Um,
Mama Saurus, she's great. I have been with her in many trial streams.
mhm.
She is incredibly smart. And her and I are like on the same wavelength. Every trial I've watched with her, her and I are bantering back and forth. She's great.
Rabbit says I watch puppy and kitten videos until the Rittenhouse trial. Um, that was how like Miami Spice, she was like, "Yeah, YouTube, like that's where you went to like figure out how to do something. Like I need to change a light bulb." You look up, there's a video on YouTube. And then all of a sudden, I think it might have been the Johnny Depp trial for her. And that's when she got into it. And then all of a sudden she's like, "Wait a second, why is everybody else angry all the time over here?" I was like, "I don't know. This is the greatest thing in the world, and everybody wants to have drama." So, why are you laughing, Caitlin?
No, not laughing. Not laughing. There's no drama. We live
Totally
here in a
laughing.
blissful world of Ozone trial right now. This is where we live. We have packed our bags and flown to Florida for the day.
Yeah, yeah, it's fun. Mama Source says, "Thank you, Eris. You're so sweet." So you're into trials, huh?
I have been I've been very upset by what I've seen. Like I trusted our legal system. I really did.
But I bet
And
you made jokes about lawyers.
I can't stand lawyers. I couldn't stand lawyers before I met
Then
some of them here on YouTube.
how do you like the legal system? Rabbit gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much, Rabbit. Um,
It's not that
guys, what? Sorry.
it's not that I liked the legal system. I trusted it. There's a difference. I
So you
trusted
trust
that.
lawyers?
Well, I trusted
You don't
that
like
the
them, but you
court
trust them?
system. I trusted that the court system would play by the rules. And in the Rittenhouse case, we saw they do not play by the rules at all.
I think the
And
court
then
system played by the rules with Rittenhouse. I think the government didn't. Do you remember when they
well,
came in with all of a sudden the FBI has a drone?
that's
Yeah,
what
I don't know if the judge was great either, though. I mean,
I like
he
that guy. He told
no,
I may
stupid
be
jokes before the trial.
oversimplifying it, but what I meant is when the courts became involved, I thought that the prosecutors would play it straight. I thought that the defense would play it straight. I thought the media were the bad guys. And I had learned that from watching, you're going to laugh, the Michael Jackson trial back in 2005, because that was streamed on court TV, as much as they could put it. And I saw firsthand how something would happen, but when the media reported on it, it would be something completely different. So for all those years, I distrusted the media's reporting on what was going on. It wasn't until I started actually watching the trials where I saw there was more than just the media playing head games with people. They would lie, cheat, steal, whatever they had to do. And to me, that's not the court. That's not justice.
Um, do you like history?
Depends on what kind of history are you talking about.
Well, American history.
I'm tired of it being used against people today. You know, we have a bad history here in America.
Okay, I don't care about that.
Everywhere
I just
around,
want to know, do
well,
you like
everywhere around
history?
the,
Because you're gonna love what I'm gonna say to you. I
go
think
ahead and
you are.
say it. Go ahead.
By the way, Ayers, I'm challenging you because you impress me, and I like
Well,
that.
thank you.
So don't think I'm being rude to you. I'm challenging you, and uh, it's a good thing. So anyway, look at me. I'm smiling. If I stopped talking to you and I wasn't smiling, but like still tried to act, I'm very forced. You can tell when I don't like people. Um, so. I had the privilege of going to Independence Hall, and this is where they signed the Declaration of Independence, right? That famous scene, it's like on the back of the $100 bill. You see they're signing the Declaration. I should know who painted that painting and all that stuff. I don't. But anyway, right there, you are looking into that room and they're pointing at places. They're like, Benjamin Franklin sat right there at the head of the Senate table right there. That's where John Hancock, he was the president of the Senate or whatever the formal title was. That's where he was. Well, I'm a talker, and I saw a park ranger. I love these park rangers. I used to. They've politicized them too, but that's something for off the air. I asked him, I said, what's your favorite thing about this, about Independence Hall? He said, well, unfortunately, because there's a major event happening right now, we've got some parts that we usually have open, closed, because we got so many people coming in and out. He said, but come here, I'll show you. This is really neat. So there you are. Imagine that portrait. You know what portrait I'm talking about? On the back of the $100 bill, right? The
Yes.
signing of the Declaration.
Yes.
Matter of fact, you know what?
Although
Let
I
me just
haven't seen too many hundreds, but yeah. I'm kidding. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was thinking about it the other day. Anyway, hang on, I'm gonna pull this up. You can hear me typing. I can't type and talk at the same time. I have no skills.
Just FYI, Rabbit's at it again. She gifted 5 more memberships.
I see that. I haven't had a chance to thank her. Rabbit, thank you so much for gifting 5 more memberships. You know what? Where's my stream? I already lost you guys. So, Rabbit is this is her. Thank you, Rabbit. I just messed you up right there. You thought you were gonna get wiggles, but no. Rabbit is sexy and she knows it. So thank you so much for the super chats. Guys, be sure to have your memberships turned on. And never fear, even though the last 2 weeks I've had to cancel it for reasons. Part of being a member is that on Sunday nights are movie nights and we get to hang out and go in the Discord and do all that stuff. And it's one-on-one time, which is really cool. It's kind of like this, but instead of like 2 people up here, we have, I don't know, maybe 10, maybe 2, is whatever it is, it happens. And you guys usually, it's your opportunity to pick on me and keep me up until 6 a.m. Have you noticed that the trend is that the chat picks on me? Anyway, let me pull this up.
We do it out of love.
Stop it. I don't want to hear about your love. Let's see, what did I do? How did I do this? Somebody take over for me. Oh, this is it.
Yeah,
Okay.
Jen, I miss movie night. It is a lot of fun. We have to get back to that.
Signing of the Declaration of Independence. And this actually it seems like this. Yeah. Okay. So there is. Can I make that smaller? Why is this so big? Anyway, so imagine right here down the bottom where this carpet is, where the bottom of the portrait is. There's a velvet rope right there, right? Or like there's like a little fence there or whatever. You're standing on that side and you're looking in at this. And it's like, wow, that's really, it gave me cold chills. I asked this park ranger, I'm like, so what is your favorite thing about the place? And he's like, just a lot of things can't show you and stuff. And he said, I'll show you something that's really cool. And you literally turn around and across the hallway, nobody's standing there. Nobody's looking at that room. That room is a courtroom. And he says, okay, this is what I want you to look at. Everybody here, there's a lot of these people were lawyers. Thomas Jefferson was a lawyer, the youngest person delegate there. And he was 32 years old when he wrote the Declaration of Independence, about the age of Christ when he was crucified. And he said, I was amazed. It looks so much like our courts do today. You have the jury box, you got a place for the judge, all that stuff. He said, now, what do you see in this room that's different than like a regular courtroom? I'm like, I saw something, but I was like, I don't know. I don't know. What am I looking at, dude? He said, well, you see right there, over by the witness box was this round, it was small, those dudes were tiny back then. It's like a half cage. It was up on a pedestal. If you were accused, you were put in this like behind bars on this cage like thing. You had to stand up during the trial next to the witnesses that came in and everything else. So it's like they were like, that son of a bitch right there, he did it. He came over and he stole my cabbage out of my farm. And that was a big play on so much about our constitutional rights. It came from from courtrooms just like that, everywhere in the colonies. But it's right there at Independence Hall. And nobody looks at it, and it got me. It's like it revolutionized everything, because all of a sudden you became innocent until proven guilty by the state, by the government. Back then you were guilty until you could prove your innocence. And how do you prove your innocence when you're put up there in shackles, in a cage? That affects the mental capacity of the jury. You look guilty, right? You're in the back of a squad car in handcuffs. You look guilty. I don't know. It was so moving. And that is what, you talk about lawyers, and that's what I was asking about history. I was like, this country is so great. Our legal system is what makes our country so great. We don't think about it. No other country in the world has contracts. Look at China. China steals everything. They don't have patent, even though our patent system needs to be completely redone. That's a whole different discussion, because we don't protect our patents well enough. There's no such thing as a patent in China. But patents were part of the Constitution. Patent office.
You have to remember too that a lot of them were inventors as well.
Yeah.
So
Thomas Jefferson invented a double pen. So it was mechanical setup. So as he wrote, it made a copy. It's unbelievable. But that's what terrifies me about things like when you talk about free trade. I believe in free trade. I believe in capitalism, because that capitalism gives the gift of choice to the people. But you
I
have do I?
believe in capitalism. I just don't believe in I believe in capitalism. I don't believe in the monopolies that have been allowed to flourish.
That's another.
I mean, right now, what we're on right now, Google owns YouTube now.
Mhm. Yeah,
And it's like,
and there's
these
plenty of
are,
other platforms.
well, what I'm saying is that Google itself, because
Mhm.
of their search engine, they control a lot of what you see.
Yeah.
And now with them owning YouTube and the censorship, they're still controlling what the vast majority sees.
Oops, hang on. I did the wrong thing.
And it's scary to think that. I mean, we're not going to get you into trouble. I'm not going to get you yeeted, but like with the whole um, jab and sickness that's
Yeah, the
still going
pandemic.
on.
Yeah.
You know, if you talk about that, yeah, if you talk about that in a way outside the agenda, you get in trouble. That's not free speech, and Google is controlling that.
I can have a duality. I mean, anybody can. Of thought on that. You know, it's easy to say that they do have control. I mean, there's an unbelievable amount of authority. I guess it's kind of like the word I'm looking for. But at the same time, you know what amazes me? My parents, they watch Fox News. There's a lot of people just like that. And if you're not on that, if you're not on CNN, they don't know it's happening. It is the most amazing thing to me how, as somebody who I'm 100% on YouTube, like I'm like rabbit. Like this is what I watch instead of TV. But the people, they just don't. When you get out, and the more you talk to people, you start asking them things. I like talking to strangers. They have the best candy. And if like next time you go to a gas station, go inside, get yourself like a Coke or something, you know, as you're checking out like whatever it is that you're thinking of, like say like the Johnny Depp thing, that was huge, right? Johnny Depp was huge. Ask the cashier, say, "Hey, have you heard anything about this Johnny Depp trial?" I mean, whatever it is at that current moment, and I bet you'd be amazed how you'll get nobody who says, "Yeah, I know all about that." It is. I think we get wrapped up in it too much. And now, listen, you're talking to the choir. If you want to talk about conspiracy, it's not really a conspiracy, but hang on. The judge is walking up, getting his water, and he doesn't have his robe on, so I'm not worried about it. But I don't know. I'm not lost. I'm an optimist. That's that's it. I'm sorry. We have just gone all over the place today, haven't we? Talk
As
about
I've
a
always
horror.
said, as I've always said, it's only a conspiracy until the official documents are declassified.
What's the definition of conspiracy?
Two or more people, oh, I wanted to say
Con-
conspiring, but two or more
yeah,
people
conspiring and
talking about the
conspiracy are
same
different.
subject,
I don't think conspiracy has
planning.
a definition. I think it's
Oh,
one
it
of those
does.
words like mass shooting. Mass shooting doesn't have a definition. It's a media word. It's hyperbole. It's a term of art. Caitlin took a nap. She's overcoming a sickness right now. She's gonna
I
get
am
me.
here. I'm so sorry.
No, I was like, you're gonna get me. You're supposed to keep me from getting lost in conversations.
No, I'm fascinated by this conversation.
Yeah, you're like, how can an idiot like that not stop talking? Does he not never breathe?
Do you want the Merriam-Webster Oxford Dictionary definition of conspiracy?
Did you already get it?
Yeah.
Oh my god, you're so much better than me.
Well, what do you think I was doing with my camera off? I was Googling.
You're not supposed to Google. Yeah, I'm kidding. Yeah, go for it.
A secret plan by a group to do something unlawful or harmful.
That's conspiring.
That's conspiracy.
Hmm.
Yeah, well, that's crap because they've been calling anybody who believes in extraterrestrial life
I was gonna say, what's
conspiracy theorists.
Roswell?
And there's nothing unlawful or, I mean, it's just talking about, things that people have seen in the sky.
Here's my thing. I don't. Did she just say shit?
I'm sorry, I said shush. My dog
Oh,
barked.
I thought you said shit. I was like, what happened? Oh yeah, I don't want to live in a world without Bigfoot.
Oh, I love
Bigfoot's
Bigfoot.
Yeah, he's fun. Bigfoot
He's got,
surfs.
he is. Well, I don't know about surfing, but he is fun.
Oh, Bigfoot's big surfer.
It's horrible to lose the magic, is the way I always put it. Nessie, the Loch Ness monster.
Yeah, but those dudes, didn't some dudes like a long time ago, like maybe like I don't know, I read this somewhere. They admitted to doing it. Maybe not like admitted to doing it, but like they came with the picture.
I really don't care. I want to believe that there is what is it, a plesiosaurus somewhere in the loch.
I don't. Where are they in Scotland, Ireland? I get those confused. I don't think they're
It's in
cool enough
Scotland.
to have that. They're not cool enough to have it. Do we like Scotland or Ireland? I asked
Scotland.
Valhalla this the other night.
Ireland.
See, I don't think two people have the same question, same answer. I just know my family's from Germany, and I don't know what that means. I know Tennessee's got
been
the
to
best damn
Ireland,
barbecue in
so
the country, though.
I like it. I don't know about that. Have you been to Alabama? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just
Yeah, I
kidding.
have been.
There are other places that have better barbecue than Alabama.
Well, it's because some of that stuff, so you use that white sauce.
Oh, no, I don't.
Oh, do I need to think rabbit again? You know what we can do? We can really think her and hit that loop button and go. I did kind of leave that on too long. It's like, thank you so much, Rabbit. I forgot that I didn't turn the loop off. I just turned the video off. That was my fault. Sorry, guys. Loop's off now. I shouldn't have a button.
Well, I have just derailed this whole conversation because we were originally talking about ozone, and now we're on leprechauns and the Loch Ness in the chat.
Leprechauns scare me. No, actually, they don't, because I like midgets. I'm pro midget. Wouldn't it be fun to have an official midget of the expert show? Like an official Friday Night Live midget. That'd be awesome.
I'm 5'2". I'm close enough.
Yes!
Okay, they're not called midgets anymore. They're called little people.
Can't we just have fun?
I'm just saying, we got to be PC. We're on the tubes.
No, wasn't that yours? Didn't you say that earlier? Or wait, who said that? This is my second stream today. Maybe this is my, if you count midnight as being a time zone, this is my third stream today.
You
I'm out
streamed
Dr.
at midnight
Pepper.
last night?
No, I was talking to people last night, and who uses a phone anymore, right?
I
Miami
missed
Spice
it.
woke up. Darth Hideous is from Canada, so his opinion doesn't matter about barbecue. And he never told us about his trip to like Grand Rapids or Cedar Rapids or what was that amusement park he was supposed to go to? He had a date lined up. I can't remember who it was. This was before you, Caitlin, I think.
I mean, I think Cedar Rapids is an amusement park. I am not sure of the other parts of that statement, though.
You know what timeline this was in? Oh wait, you're Caitlin with a K. It was BK. I thought it was. I was like, oh, Caitlin C BC.
No, don't be K because that right now has a negative connotation.
Well, it always does because of that um, killer guy.
Coburger.
No, who's the guy from Kansas?
Oh, that's BTK.
Yeah, that's the one I was thinking
No,
of.
I did that wrong. No, I did that right.
You didn't go to Cedar Point?
It's BTK. Okay, I had to double check.
Bind, torture, kill.
Oh,
Dennis
he was a
Rader.
mailman, right? That guy?
I don't know. Was he a
was
mailman?
Yeah, I think so. Domino's delivery guy? Somewhere in between.
I want to say he
High school football coach.
Stop.
Did somebody say stop to me? Because I need
No,
to.
not you. I'm sorry. I had an animal
I need
crawling
to.
on me.
he
Do you talk to
was
animals crawling on you? What? I don't. Never mind.
I had an animal crawling on me and I said, stop. I apologize.
Okay, here we go. Thank you, Lex. BTK worked for ADT.
Thank you, Lex. My trivia on BTK right now is lacking. Although I did just find out something incredibly scary. I'm not going to share it, but sorry. Birthdays are strange.
That was a tease and a half.
People are strange when you're a stranger. Um. Okay, let's see here.
Faces look ugly when you're alone.
Yeah. Woke up this morning.
That's
Got
a good
myself
song,
beer.
though.
People are strange when you're a stranger. It's a really good song. The
Yeah.
Doors are really good. They got real popular there for a while, but then when Val Kilmer left them, they went downhill.
Very funny.
Looks aren't everything. Um,
The Lost Boys brought him back, kind of. Remember the movie The Lost Boys?
the White Rabbit showed it to me. So yeah, I have seen that one. There's a lot of movies I haven't seen, evidently.
Oh, we have
That's a
to
big thing
educate
around
you
here.
in movies.
So, Eris, did I already ask the question how you found me? How you got over here?
How did I find you? I don't recall how I found you.
I'm so glad we didn't ask that. Bad expert. What'd I do wrong? What'd I do?
You
What's
were just kind
happening?
of passed around, I think.
Oh,
That's no, that was the article I read from the governor, the FBI agent.
I don't remember how I met the expert. I think I met your wife first, to be honest with you.
What is up with her thinking she can just go around and do things all on her lonesome? I'm gonna start tracking her. How'd you find
You
her
better
out?
not. I think she had just showed up in a in one of the streams I was watching,
Mm-hmm.
and of course I've known Rabbit, your mod, for a while because she's in everybody's streams.
That's why I call her the Iron Rabbit.
And
Actually, you know what? Iron Rabbit is a really good name for her because she's a redhead. And Iron Rust red. Sorry.
but I had just I can't remember. I can't remember. I think somebody had asked her where you were or if you were streaming or something like that. I genuinely do not remember. But I checked you out one night and it happened
Yeah,
to
you
be
did.
a it happened to be a Friday night.
Yeah,
I
it
think it
was.
was
Every night's Friday night.
I think it was Danielle's birthday. And it was just such a positive experience. Everybody was having a good time. There was no drama. There was no um, bad vibes on the screen. So I was just like,
Yeah.
hey, I like this group.
That's, I mean, that's just my life, man. It's like, I don't understand why uh, people decide to wallow in pity as not, it's just, it's, or sadness or negativeness. It's, I don't like, I can't be around negative people because I can feel myself starting to change. And I'm like, we're just having fun, you know. Don't take anything serious. I don't mean anything bad, but I mean, do you really think that's what like you know all this stuff, all this politically correct stuff? It's just it's worn its time out. Um, you can have fun and respect people at the same time. And you know, Friday Night Live is just like it's a zoo. And I remember it was okay. I was talking last night with Jamie and Farrell, and we were talking about. Oh, have you guys seen the latest from Michigan Law Show? What he did? That's another one I
Which
need to show
one?
you guys. I'll show you guys here in a second. But anyway, so the first time he came on, and he came like I met him through Gosney, and we kind of hit it off. And he's an awesome dude, absolutely awesome dude. I cannot. Did y'all hear something?
Ruh-roh, what was that?
Y'all heard that?
Uh-huh.
Okay, good. I didn't know if it was the squirrels again or what. Um, so he came in and he's like blah 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 because like he had been doing like some trial stuff, and he just starts like you know we were talking about like pizza toppings or something, and he comes in he's like starts talking about some trial, and he goes. I imagined. You see that? I just did like I played out what I imagined him being like. He just kind of looks around. And goes, "So what do y'all talk about around here?" Because he hadn't been before. I was like, "Dude, I don't know how, but my live streams are 80% chicks. Nobody's talking about live stream. Nobody's talking about trials where like some kid got offed. Okay, the only thing off over here is our pants." And he's like, "Oh, all right, all right." And then he just fell in love with it. And it's because you need that Friday Night Live is you're with your buddies, you know? It's when you're in high school, you're like hanging out on your couch with your friends. That's what it is. It is oh, I just saw expert written 3 times over here. I was like, boy, I'm in trouble with somebody. Um But anyway, or it's like your college, mountain girls. Like this is like you remind me of my guy friends in college. We go to the bar and like play trivia together. It's like yeah, but like that's every night. Friday Night Live is you got through it. You made it through the week. You got Saturday coming. Saturday's the only real day you got, right? And you got all day Saturday. Let's get in the mood now. Let's have some fun. And nobody else does that. Everybody likes to be serious. I'm like, geez, can't do this. That's why I don't usually do trials or anything.
Well,
Hey, Callie
trials can
Dime, how
be
are you doing?
interesting.
And by the way, like, Callie Dime is leading the crusade to bring blondes over here because I'm a majority redheads. I don't, every norm, I break it. I don't know how. Or this channel does. But yeah, I'm so glad you ran into a Friday Night Live and that it was fun for you.
It was either that or it was Valhalla.
Oh, it was Valhalla. Yeah.
It might
He's
have been
he's the
Valhalla.
cause of all my problems.
Go Daddy.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, it was him. Oh, he's not in town right now. I'm gonna take his wrench away. Don't tell him. Um
I'm gonna tell him.
do it tonight.
I'm
Oh
not
no,
gonna.
don't do that. So you know where Valhalla is right now, right?
He's with
He's
Ricada, isn't he?
yeah.
Yeah, he's down in Nashville, hanging out, having a good time. He is so stoked. I meant to send him a message. This is why I need somebody to send a message with my name. I need another phone because I use this one as a camera. I need an iPad.
Hmm.
I've got to get a new computer, and my computer's not old. Like that's how many, and you know why? So many buttons. I've got all these things that hook up to it that I need a lot more RAM. I was like, oh,
Phrasing.
problems I like having. Yeah, actually, I take it back. I don't like having it because I'd like to get past this point. But I do like seeing that the channel's grown where it's like I have current technology and I need more powerful current technology. I'm like, that's awesome. Eris, what brings you back? Why do you come back?
The fun.
The fun?
The fun.
But
The
you're a
people
deep
here. Your
thinker.
chat is great. Your chat is great. There's no
This is.
drama. There's no
They're all friends.
yeah, they're all friends. Your mods are fantastic.
Awesome.
Miami is beautiful. Jen, just beautiful.
The
Every time you
angels.
walk in, it's you feel welcome. I mean, you really feel welcome.
Mhm.
And
You know what my favorite part about the Angels is? Today I showed up in Aussie Overlodge chat and said hello, and the first person to say hello back to me was Miami Spice.
mhm.
There you go. They're ambassadors. I mean, it's absolutely awesome. Oh my gosh, look who showed up. How was your show, my dear? Let's see. I know what she wants though. So I gotta go back down here and I gotta hit that loop button. You guys are just gonna have to hold on to your books for about 25 seconds. I was hitting every button except the one that stops that. That was maybe a few more seconds. We know, expert, growth is important to a man, big growth and small. Maybe I should have read that before I celebrated her so much.
That's why I was laughing so hard in the back. I mean.
Well, I am going to have to get out of here, but thank
No,
you
you
so
don't.
much for.
File everything you see into a box. Everything. You see a used condom, an executioner's mask, and a goddamn spike panel. Don't think, just pack that bitch. Chop suey.
We'll have you on in the background, and we'll await the verdict.
Are you going to come back for the reading?
If I
You're
can.
welcome to. You're welcome to.
If I can.
Eris, I've enjoyed talking to you. And I know, I'm sorry, Caitlin, that I took over everything. She got me with the history.
I didn't do anything.
Yeah, you did. Bobby Baloney, what's up, man? Where do you? So okay, so you're gonna leave me. Who's got the cool channel that you're leaving me for?
Oh, honestly, nobody. I'm not going. I'm going to keep you on in the background. I have to get some work done and handle some business, which I need my phone for. So I can't do two things at once, sadly.
Wasn't that Muddy Waters that sang Background Man? No, it's Backdoor Man. Sorry. I love the blues.
I don't know anything about a backdoor man.
Are you not a Muddy Waters fan? Okay, so here's something.
Probably heard the song, but it's not ringing a bell.
All right. I have I started a watch list of music, be like things like this like come up, right? And so I was like, hey, it'd be cool, like just collect all these things and have like this whole list of songs and stuff. I'm gonna have to update it. You gotta hear Backdoor Man, Muddy Waters, one of the greater, cooler blues guys of all time.
I will have to Google.
There you go.
Like I said, I've probably heard it because my music taste is all over the map. It's just I'm not real
I know
good
you're a
with
Motley Crue groupie.
I am not a groupie, but I'm not real good with the artists and putting the song titles together. It's like I'll hear
What was
something
your favorite
and I'll
part
like
about being a groupie with Motley Crue?
Oh, would you stop?
A Band-Aid. A Band-Aid. I saw the movie. It's a Band-Aid, right? Isn't that what Penny Lane said? Almost
I was
famous.
fortunate. I was fortunate. I got to meet quite a few bands, but I
Yeah,
was never a
you do on the
groupie.
road. You what?
I was never a groupie. I knew too much.
What's your favorite band?
Right now,
I don't
it's
know.
Shinedown. Right now, it's Shinedown.
Never heard of them.
Oh, oh, I'm gonna send you some songs.
Yeah, okay. Go for it. Seriously.
Good man.
I think I just messed up your phone.
No, my battery's just dying.
Okay. I do that. I've killed more than one battery in my life.
We're not gonna talk about that,
I don't know what
but
there's to
I will
talk
try
about.
to make it back. Like I said, I got to get some stuff done. And see, my PG-13, I need R-rated.
It's PG
So
16. PG 16. See, look, just think of it like this. You watch TV your whole life. You know who George Carlin is, right?
yes,
He's
I
like
do.
the seven nasty words or whatever.
Mhm.
That's what I mean, advertisers, that's what they want. And if you're going to be part of the system, I don't see a limitation to growth. And I think that I love like things like this, especially now when we have time, because hopefully we always are able to connect. And I hope that one day that there's things like I joke around about not being I don't read the chat. I hope there comes a day where I don't read the chat because you can't. And it's not because of me. It's not because I want. It's like I've got a big head. No, I want you guys to have more fun. I think and everybody who's here, you know me. You know that it is fun. It'll be great. And so anyway, yeah, I love this sort of stuff. And I'm glad that you came here and hung out, and I got to know you a little bit. And that I have no idea who your favorite band is, but that's okay. You don't know Muddy Waters.
Like I said,
The
I will
Rolling
send you
Stones
some
named
songs.
themselves after a Muddy Waters song.
Okay. I think I had heard that. Okay, then I know who he is. I just don't recognize
I
the
know you
name.
don't. Don't tease me.
No, because I
I
had
don't need your
heard
pity.
that I I
Pity.
don't give pity.
There's a pity party. There's Air's
I
pity party.
don't give pity.
Caitlin, can you tell I've had fun?
Yes.
I think you like giving people crap is what I think. Let me loose on a
Baker
later
raid.
stream.
Awesome. Love Baker. Where is Baker? We're gonna send him an invite. You
Caitlin, it
what
was
now?
great to meet you, hon. And
Yes, it was
Caitlin's
great to
normal.
meet you too.
What you need to do, Eris, is subscribe to Caitlin and then
oh, I
like hang
already
out with
did.
her
I
because
did
she's
on
cool.
yesterday.
See, like me, you won't come back. I know that. Shenny, how are you doing? Callie Dimes and
Right.
Aerosmith.
Later, yo.
Eris, thank you so much for coming by. That was great. Ladies and gentlemen, please say goodbye. Good night to Eris. Caitlin, how are you doing? Am I a
I'm
goofball?
good. You are so funny. I watched you light up so much when you guys started talking history. That's why I kind of just
Yes.
hung back. I was just watching you. It looked like a little kid in a candy shop. Just get so excited to talk about it. I like seeing that passion when you talk about something that you really are interested in. That was fun.
I love you. I mean that. Like, I just want to give you a hug. Like, that's um, yeah. I've always felt like I don't have a poker face when it comes to something I like, and then like nobody's ever called me out on it. And when Rabbit and I got married, we have to do those. Oh my gosh, I'm already losing my earbuds. That's how long I've been streaming today. But when we got married, we had to do those classes. And the preacher said, name something you don't like and something you do like about the person you're getting ready to marry. And mine was goofy. But she said that she really likes how passionate I get when I talk about politics and law. And I was like, what? What are you talking about? I hate both of those things. And she's like, no, you get very focused and very in tune. And when you start to say something, you know everything that you're saying is, I mean, you just know it. She's like, I have no doubt in my mind that you're telling me 100% the truth. You may get details wrong, but like what you're saying is true because you're passionate about it. It's like, oh, wow. And so that was, uh, wow, look, you got me saying something I've never said in public before. That's always been when she said that. I left that day and I thought to myself, I want her to never think that like here I am being passionate about something that doesn't matter, like the law or politics or history or whatever it is I'm into. But I want her to always feel that I talk about her that way. So anyway, nobody's really ever said anything to me before about being passionate about something. So that was kind of weird that you pulled that out. That's cool. But you know what? You know who's here to save me? Look at this. Oh my gosh, I didn't read it this time either. I reached 600 subs. Wait, it just went away from my screen. I'm so happy. Thank you for always being so warm and welcoming. I'm not for everybody, so I appreciate it more than you know. Talking trash and truths. Shelly, T3, congratulations. And I can't wait till the day you come back here and say, I got 1,000. Thousands is my marker. I know it's 500 now or whatever, but it's I'm grandpa. I've been here for 2 years. So back in my day, you had to have 1,000 subs. Isn't that weird? Do you think grandpas felt like that when they said that? Back in my day, I had to walk to school uphill both ways in the snow. And it's like, you're like saying, God, man, that sucks. Why didn't you just like take an Uber? And now it's like, here I am. It's like, I'm the old man around here. I've been here. I just celebrate 2 years. Sorry. Congratulations, Shelly.
Yeah.
And we love you.
That is so exciting.
I know. It's great. I love seeing growth. That's a great thing. Boy, we're having too much fun for this to be a serious trial.
I mean, the trial is over. It's in the jury's hands now. So we're allowed to have fun until the verdict comes back.
It's the only way to do it. Is to have fun. I just remember there's a Baker raid. Did you ever see Baker come in?
I did. He came in and said hello.
Well, I'm gonna harass him then. Where's those buttons at? Let's send him some links. I know he's a baker, but maybe he'll use. I said links. Sausage links.
Oh,
I just
sorry,
stopped
I was
myself
reading chat.
Well, I was going to say maybe he'll eat. He's a baker, but maybe he'll eat sausage links or eat links. How do I get out of here? Help me. Boy, what I wouldn't give for the East Coast to have a power outage.
You know what's crazy is your voice went a little wonky when you said power outage.
FBI van, like I'm full of BS. Okay, don't pay attention to me. Nobody around here does. Everybody knows it. They make fun of me off screen. So just settle down. Go
I
find
don't think
Taliban
it's the
somewhere.
FBI van.
Do
I
what?
think it's your shadow person. He's gonna kick me off screen now.
White Rabbit left. She went to I don't know where she is. I was like, you're not here? This is why didn't you say bye to me? She's like, oh, you're on there with your cool friends from Australia. Oh. This is weird. So I got a this is on Twitter messaging. How many messaging platforms can a guy have, right? And I'm like, why didn't even when I was on Twitter, it wasn't shown as a notification. So I gotta see what this is. Okay. Okay. I messed that one up. Hang on a second. You know what? There's that private thing. You taught me about that yesterday.
Yeah.
So I asked later on if that was the case, if anybody could see what I chatted, and they said no, you can't. I was like, oh, good. It was terrible. I was like, good, because I didn't want them to. I didn't want you to see what I said about you. I mean, right?
I'm more offended you didn't just trust me. I'm just kidding.
No, I trust, but I verify.
That's a good way to live.
Yeah, that was SALT treaties. Ronald Reagan, the SALT talks, SALT treaties with Russia. Trust but verify. Boy, I used to know. I used to know every presidential doctrine of the 20th century.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm a nerd. I'm a nerd.
Could you say them in alphabetical order and backwards?
No, they're doctrines like the Monroe Doctrine, like the
Oh.
Bush Doctrine. But it's the only two I can remember of. Monroe Doctrine, anything that happens on this side of the planet is ours. The Bush Doctrine, if you think we're gonna bomb you before you bomb us. The Clinton Doctrine, you can have portable humidors. Oh, I've got a video to show you. This is fun. Hang on, how do I spell defense? I'm just typing. You know, I'm dancing over here because I'm talking to you and my typing.
I was trying
that
to
great?
spell defense in my head, and I was also dancing to each letter I said. So we were just both
what?
dancing.
Oh,
I was spelling defense in my head and dancing to each letter.
that's awesome. We need more dancing.
I'm not good at dancing. I've proven that.
Defense was the hardest. I mean, there's some hard words in the legal system. You know that.
Hmm.
I didn't know how to spell defense. I didn't know that until I started getting those red lines, you know, for misspelled words on like Microsoft, whatever we were using. And I was like, wait a second. Every time I would see a basketball game, they got a D and then they got like a picket fence. Defense.
Oh.
Like, you know, that's what I was like, oh, it's not spelled with a C, it's spelled with an S.
Hmm. That's not bad.
Well, at least you know what? Nobody's listening to us, so this is great. I love that. I love Baker says Baker Raid. Oh yeah. So I have. Where is? I don't know where that went. Actually, to tell you the truth.
What was the video of?
Well, if I tell you, it won't be fun.
Oh, okay. It's a surprise. I get that. I like surprises.
Oh crap! Did I send it to somebody? Hopefully. Do you ever do that? Go through like your old messages to hopefully find what you were trying to find.
Mm-hmm. That's why I like the Apple function where you can search in messages, just in like regular messages, and type in a word and it pulls up all of the messages with that word. I really like that function, and I think all messaging apps should have that.
If you're trying to politely tell me to do that, remember I don't have an Apple product right now because they're all being used for the stream.
No, I wasn't. I was
I thought you
literally
were
just
trying to
trying
tell me,
to
like, hey,
say
dummy, just hit search.
No, I wasn't. I'm trying to talk. so that you can find what you're looking for.
Isn't that a song?
Find what you're looking for?
Finally found what I'm looking for.
Oh, yes. That is absolutely a song. What I'm looking for.
This thing is crazy. This is cool. If I get back over here and hit the share thing, I gotta get Dr. Pepper. I'm gonna pass out.
You need a nap.
Nap. I need full blown sleep. This is Friday. I don't have Friday Night Live figured out. Have you? I have no invites, no show, no news. I know nothing. Matter of fact, this was the thing. When I saw this, I was like, "Hey, you know what? This would be a fun thing to show tonight on Friday Night Live." But we're gonna show it right now. So this is this is not Jimmy Carter. This is Bill Clinton, and check this out.
Doing, sir? Good to see you.
Look at the shoes. Okay. Oh, look at the little shuffle. And then, oh, he steps on the thing. About, oh, I'm gonna fall down.
How you doing, sir? Good to see you.
Eris reminded me of this when she was talking about humidors. That's in Martha's Vineyard or whatever. The Hamptons. The Hamptons.
Shouldn't there
I
be
think-
somebody there with him?
No, you got this dude videoing him. Nobody
How you doing,
cares.
sir?
Oh, all right, it's not on loop. He's a vegan now.
Oh.
Where do I get those
Okay.
shoes he's wearing, though? That's what we need to figure out. Where do you get those shoes? The pink tennis shoes like that?
Amazon.
I bet so. They've got amazing things over there. All right. Have you seen this? This is another great short. I love this. So, you know, our friend, Mexican Law, he went to Switzerland and he was talking about the trip. He got to do a lot of farm stuff. He's very handy. If you don't know, he does a lot of woodworking, works with his hands. Oh, that's not what, hold on here. We need some context.
There wasn't a horse around, but this was really cool. So I wanted to like milk a horse, but apparently there wasn't a horse around, but this was really cool. So I wanted to like milk a horse, but apparently there wasn't a horse around, but this was really cool. So I wanted to like
this?
milk a horse,
I don't hear
but
anything. Can you hear
apparently
this?
there wasn't a horse
hear
around,
it.
but this was really cool. So I
Oh, let me
wanted
hit
to like
volume on it.
milk a horse.
Now I cannot hear it.
Oh, well, you know what though? It's just as good, isn't it?
It is. I didn't know you could milk horses.
Evidently, you can in Sweden.
Okay.
Yeah, that's so that's something that's going on. Have you ever milked an animal? I think it's real popular here in Tennessee. Now he's from Michigan or Mexico, I forget which one, but his wife is from Sweden. And so evidently over there, they milk horses. Here in Tennessee, they milk cows. Have you ever milked a cow or a goat? That's what Valhalla, he milks goats. Have you ever milked anything like that?
I have not. But I want to like find a place where I can take my kid to go do like farm chores, like collect eggs or milk a cow or like brush a horse. I want her to be able to experience some stuff like that. I think it'd be fun.
Well, it's a why do I have to do this? Why can't things just be easy? Sorry. There's life skills there. I did that wrong. Sorry. Which are, you know, they're life skills. You can't lose those. You might need them. Oh, hold on, that's
I
still
have
on. I'm
gotten
the
to
wrong
churn
thing.
butter before.
You have?
Yep. In
Like-
like a really old fashioned churn. Yeah.
Like the Amish.
Mhm.
Did you wear a Amish hat?
No. It was on a school field trip. There was no clothing accessories we got to don.
Broken Baker, he's a baker. He says that the butter is all about the motions, the hands, there's sea butter when you make it on a ship, and Dave's making horse butter.
Absolutely not.
Better Evsky, how you doing, bud? Horse milk is good for reducing eczema and inflammation. Well,
Did
here's
you
the
see
thing.
his comment before that?
No. Oh, like Smurfs. Like Smurfs. Here's the thing is that all of these deals, if you don't know how to do it, you have to look it up, right? And so he's probably looking up a video, and I just wonder what type of video he was. I would like to see his original teaching project that taught him how to milk a horse. But you see, it's like this, right? He does like this. I think it might have like a mouth function to it. I don't know. I'm not from Sweden, but this is the Swedish flag.
Okay.
Are you aware of that?
I did not know what the Swedish flag looked like.
Yeah. Yeah. Now you do.
All right. I like that blue color a lot. I'm not a big fan of like yellow, but I really like the blue.
I heard that if you paint a room yellow, you're more likely to get in fights with your spouse in that room than any other room.
That makes sense because yellow makes me angry.
Nikki, how are you doing?
Hi, Nikki.
Oh, yeah. The hand movements without sound is hilarious. Jamie, you're supposed to be at work. What are you doing? You like how I tell people? Well, they tell me things like, "Oh, I got the phone. I'm at work now." It's ugliest Scandinavian flag. First time I saw it, I thought it was Ukrainian, but is Ukraine part of Scandinavia? I'm not sure. I don't know how all those things work. I thought Switzerland and Sweden were neighbors, so maybe they're horse neighbors. Maybe that's the thing. I don't know, man. I've learned so much on YouTube. To meet so many great people, and it's a great place. It's a great time. Lady on Sky, how are you doing? Let's see here. Miami Spice. Oh my Lord. Isn't that singer? Mind of Monsters. Okay, so Mind of Monsters is from I'm not gonna say where she's from. But anyway, she does know about I'm not gonna say anything else right now because I just realized I don't need to. You know what? One good thing about the brightness and wearing sunglasses, you really never know if you're awake or asleep. Jeez, God help me. Where's this trial at? How long have they been in there? Does anybody know when they went back?
Somebody should have set a timer. I didn't even think about that.
The way you said that, I really thought you were going to say you had set a timer.
No, I didn't.
Well, anyway, all we know is that it's 12:30, and this judge likes to have lunch at 12. Oh, yeah, so he had alternate jurors. That was the thing. When he's like, could you go back there and get them and put them in that room? I'll make that a jury room in my office. I was like, yeah, I know what's going to happen. You're going to go back there. You're going to sit with the jury. You're going to talk to them and tell them cool judge stories. Hey, actually, I have a cool judge story I can talk about. It's not
Or
really
question
cool.
them about the jury talking and find out exactly what they were talking about the other day, because that seems like a pretty, could be a big
Big deal.
issue.
So I have I said that I know of a case where it was a DUI. They're not back, guys. Sorry, the courtroom it's got 2-3 people and they're all sitting in the same bench. It's like church. It's like there's nobody in church, but they all end up in the same pew. So my story is it was a DUI guy hits car. That car person is no longer with us. Go to trial. Judge, same set of rules. Do not talk about this when you leave here. I know it's a high profile case. Callie Dime says the more you know. What did I miss out on? The more you know. I like that shit. Look at that. She used she's like Lucky Charms over there with the rainbows and stars.
I thought of reading Rainbow.
Oh man, I saw a video about reading Rainbow. You gotta remind me. Oh, I gotta send that to you sometime. Anyway, so trial gets out for the day, and this dude, good old boy, I think I'm gonna go over there and see what this wreck was. And he comes back, he goes over, he drives it, he comes back and he starts talking to other jurors and he says, man, I went on that curve, over there where Johnny there, like, he was on, like, I don't think those police have those facts right. Like, there's no way in that, whatever. He got his investigator degree, and that's what, oh my gosh, we have not seen this bundle of preciousness that has come into the chat in so long. Wait, wrong one. So we're just gonna go ahead. There's gonna be a couple of these. We're gonna do.
Oh my.
Nice.
Texas Jen has donated 10 memberships. Thank you, Texas Jen. Guys, welcome to the club. Those of you that got memberships. And more importantly, Texas Jen, we're so happy to have you back. She's busy. She's training for a triathlon.
What?
I know. It's the women in this that come around here are so amazing. All of y'all do things that I can't imagine. But yeah,
I am not training for a triathlon.
But you're amazing. And that doesn't deny that, right?
I just wanted to make sure you knew I was nowhere near that cool.
Oh, I mean, that takes a lot of work. The people that hand out water are cool too. I got a t-shirt for handing out water. Oh shit.
Okay, wait, go back to your story. The guy became an investigator.
Yeah, that's what the judge said. He's like, you're not supposed to go and find the location and drive it and try to recreate the speeds and everything else. This guy did all this stuff, and then he came back and he told the jury about it. He said, you're not an investigator. And I might have held him in contempt. Like, he might have said, you're spending the night in jail. And yeah, I was like, don't do that here. So that was fun. That was my pointless story.
That's insane. But they didn't so they pulled him. Did they pull him from the trial? He wasn't allowed to deliberate.
Yeah,
or anything?
An alternate had to fill in for him. And like I said, I want to say the guy might have spent the night in jail too. Judge says, you're in contempt. You defied an order that I've given you 3 days in a row. You had no reason to go over there. You are not a police officer. The police, if you have a problem with the way the police did the investigation or something like that, then you can raise that with me, or whatever it was. I mean, the judge just lit into him, and Of course, I heard all this stuff. Thank God I wasn't there. I don't do well in courthouses. They make me nervous. It's only because of that one time. But hang on, I have to explain what this is. You know what I hate calling? Everybody calls this a panel. I hate calling it a panel. Because like you have like congressional panels, like they investigate things. I like calling this a stage. Because we're up here performing. So that's why I just had to type, come on stage. Oh. Thanks, Jen says y'all are very welcome. I'll be back in a bit. I did send her a invite so she can come on stage. That's what I put on, come on stage. That's my exact, I don't know.
Well, and don't they call the waiting area the back room or the backstage?
Man, I was going to say something so bad. But I don't wear pants. Yeah, I think so. That's the green room. That's the green room.
Green room. Okay.
I know you go get that Dr. Pepper, don't I? Can you handle everything?
You want me to hang out? I can do that.
Yeah, it's just going to take me like 30 seconds. Well, I may
Okay.
use the rest. Oh, wait, I can put my earphones up. Yeah, so because they're dying. Let's see how much power's on these things. Oh, yeah, they are. It's like 6%.
Do you use both of them at the same time?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I know.
I
You
do
take
one
one
at
out
a
of the other
time.
one. Yeah, but it feels weird. I like talking in stereo.
Yeah, I don't know if I can have both of my ears plugged at the same time. I need to be able to like hear outside noises as well.
Let me tell you what. The best earbuds ever are these. The Gen 2 Pros. Because that's it. Like I can't. So they have amazing noise cancellation, which has literally saved my insanity. Boy, that sounded like I was a YouTuber, didn't I? I said literally. But it did because I was at a hospital, and there's a lot. It's amazing how loud hospitals are until you sit in a room and you put noise cancellation on. You're like, oh, I'm not even listening to anything. This just feels good. But they have transparency. So it's an option. It's electronic transparency. Like the batteries would last a little bit longer if I didn't use it, but I have full sound abilities.
Okay.
Go get that Dr. Pepper. So you're saying, okay, guys, be good to Caitlin. If you're not, Caitlin, you know what?
I got this.
I know you do, but I want you to know that I love you, and I'll be here.
Hi.
Hey! At least he's not trying to do it in his car, so you have to backpedal for 30 minutes till he can't figure out the sound and just awkwardly leaves while you're sitting here. How are you
I
doing?
mean, I'm doing good. I, have had the week off of work, so that's been a nice change to my life. Other than that, life's been good. How are you? You look like you are ready to party. I want to put my sunglasses on now.
Yeah, but we have to do it with the coolest guy on the internet, so and yeah, and I'm tired. I'm these live try. Oh, I have to end this. I have to set up a new stream because we were out early and the trial I'm following. I only got 5 hours of sleep last night. It's I get retarded when I don't sleep.
I understand that.
So, but I understand why he streams with the glasses on, because having the ring light shining right in your face, it's annoying.
Yeah,
Hey,
that,
Fed.
and then if you have a huge computer screen too,
Yeah, yeah, and you have your extra screen because you need the one where you have your stream yards and all the other stuff running, and all the turtles we have being such amazing creators or performers or whatever he calls us. Oh, I'm kind of not anything like that. I'm just an idiot pushing buttons. But no, but it's good that someone can go on with the expert and keep him entertained, because he seems like he'd been staying up too long last night.
He has gone like 3 days in a row where he's gotten an hour and a half to 2 hours of sleep. So he might actually be starting to lose it at this point. Um, I'm happy that I've been able to help keep him company, because I can only imagine sitting here for this entire time, especially now that we're on verdict watch and there's nothing to listen to. Oh man.
Yeah, and then you just have to talk about something. And if you have a co-host, I'm so happy I have Jamie, and she's the best. Irish, I'm pretty sure the link still works, so you can just jump back in. And Jamie is the best because I can just ramble, and she says, just keeps me on track, and or else I'm doing some stupid drawings. So I'm
Oh yeah. We've been all over the place since they broke. We have gone from BTK to the Loch Ness Monster to Muddy Waters to now Broken Bakers on stream. So this has been fantastic.
yeah, and that's the great thing about this YouTube community we are part of. I like most of the people. No, I like all the people we stream with, and most of the people I watch who are connected somehow to this are all super nice people. And when we get on stream, you just you can have fun, and that's why what I like to do with this YouTube adventure is just have some fun and hang out, and then you meet so many interesting people and from all over the place, and that was so great with when MLS was in Sweden, that we got to meet up in real life and figure out that we're all playing kind of a personality online, because we turn it up to 11, because we have bad days too, but we can't have bad days on camera. And
Right.
me, him, and Nick, we were like that. We just started talking, and that's amazing to meet people from all over the world that you can click with when you meet them in person. And I've seen a lot of YouTubers, especially the drama tubers. They seem like I would hate to hang out and drink beer with those people.
Oh no. I know it. There is drama, and then there's drama tubers, and that's just a whole different level. I'm happy in my little circle and my group of friends. I like that it expands just a little bit every so often when somebody new and awesome joins the crowd. Like, I'm comfortable where I don't need to venture out too far from the pond. Like, this is my monkeys. This is my circus. I said that backwards. I am not feeling well. I have been fighting the Rona for this week, so that's why I had the week off work, and my brain is not functioning at maximum capacity.
Well, there's a lot of people are starting to get it again, and in my case, they are wearing masks, and I was just every study. No, I'm not getting into that on not my channel, but and it's because they were in contact with a person last Friday, and everyone says it's a 3-day incubation. So why are they still wearing masks? It's just, well, let's get back to the good old times where we had lockdowns and stuff like that. There's an election coming up.
Right. No, my
So
husband was just talking about that. He's like, what new fresh hell is going to come to us in 2024? Because it's going to be something big.
yeah, and again, it's it's just annoying that we have to go through all of this again. And the first time around, I could understand it. The second time, and we had way less than I don't know which state you're in and how your state was, but we had way less than Americans, which we saw on the television. The lockdowns, ours wasn't that long, and the rules were really easy instead of places like California and New York and stuff like that. So, but I just don't want to go back to it. I don't want to sit at home and think, now I can't go out again for 3 months. I don't want to do that, and I think most people don't want to do it, but hopefully we don't have to do that again. Oh, aliens are gonna land on the White House lawn. Yeah, I saw the Mexican aliens. They look like something I could have made in shop class. But interestingly, they just appeared suddenly. That's and it's fun to think about all the alien stuff, but do they have to look like the ones we've seen on TV? It's kind of like it just makes them seem more fake.
Well, what do you think they look like?
Well, it depends on the planet, because if it's a high density planet, they would be small, yes, and but these guys with the big heads and they're small. Well, wouldn't their heads be kind of flat too? Because smaller people would seem that it's a high density planet, or you could have a water-based or water-like aliens and stuff like that. I'd like to remember to imagine more like Star Trek or Guardians of the Galaxy, all kinds of crazy. And we got this. It's just the great people with the big eyes. I want to see the ones with feathers and big hulking monsters and all crazy kinds of things. Instead of just, it's kind of like humans, just with a bigger head. Come on.
Okay. A little bit
Let's
more
make it fun.
imaginative.
Yeah. And with the CGI, you can make it more fun.
Man, have you seen Guardians of the Galaxy 3?
Yeah, I just watched it a couple of weeks ago. It took me 3 days to get through. I'm so bored with the superhero stuff. But I like the Guardians. They're always fun. But I haven't watched anything else since Endgame. And before that, I went to the movies and saw each and every one of those. But Disney is just, they're getting annoying with all their stuff about we have to check every single box and all the genders and all the races and all the, instead of just making a great story. We talked about what's the greatest movie you ever seen. We talked about that today.
Oh, the greatest movie I've ever seen or my favorite movie of all time, because I think those are two very different things.
Yeah, but what would you say was the greatest movie ever?
The greatest movie ever. That's really hard. It depends on the there's too many that I like, but I don't know if any of them like.
Well, I would say Shawshank Redemption.
Okay, so to be fair, I haven't seen Shawshank Redemption.
That's a mistake, because that's a great movie, great portrayal of the environment, great character building and stuff like that. It's one of those, oh, we're here in this movie, I'm just going to finish it. Every time I see it on TV, I'm going to finish it. Gone with the Wind, most boring movie ever. My favorite movie, and again, it depends on what genre you're watching, because even though I'm a manly man, I love 10 Things I Hate About You. I think that's the best rom-com ever made, and I can watch that every time. I just love that movie, and or a movie like Predator is probably the best action movie ever made. So there's a lot of different what I love, and then no, David Dust Dallas is that's not my favorite. And don't Google David Dust Dallas if you haven't watched that one.
Nope, we're not going to. We're gonna stay
Nope.
over here in Innocence Land.
And what's the best Disney cartoon?
Oh, right now, I think the best Disney cartoon that they've made is Moana.
That's a good one. Yeah,
It
I
is.
like OG Aladdin.
That's a good one too. I like OG Aladdin. Um, yeah, I'm thinking of all of these movies that I really like, but it's hard to pick out just like a good theatrical, you know, movie that isn't because you can say like Titanic was a really great cinematic movie. I've seen it a few times. Is it the best movie ever? No.
I I had a crush on a girl, and she really loved that movie. So we went to the movies 3 times to watch it. And the first time watching it was okay. The second time, I wanted to kill both Rose and Jack before the ship sailed, just to get out of there. And I didn't even finish the deal, so I wasted 2 trips because it's okay to watch it the first time, but the two,
Mhm.
it's yeah, and it's more that it was a spectacle. It's not a movie you want to rewatch. I
Right.
maybe every 5 or 6 years you can rewatch it, but that's what I like about Shawshank. It's a great story that you can watch every time you see it.
Mhm.
And how how do you think about Avatar?
I never saw Avatar because it bores I've seen bits and pieces of it. I know the storyline, but I think it's boring as all get out, so I never watched the whole thing.
Finally, a reasonable person. Oh, it's an amazing movie. The the first movie I saw after my divorce was Avatar because oh, it's 3D and you have to see it and it's cost $1 billion to make. I was so bored. I and it was so long. Oh, Schindler's List is a great movie too, but when you see the red jacket, I couldn't rewatch it. It just hit me too hard. It's a great movie, but it's a really, really terrible movie.
Look, Fedorowski said people actually watched Avatar. Eris said I haven't seen Avatar either, Caitlin. See, we're not alone. Jamie said Avatar sucks.
Yeah, but everyone loves Avatar because it's amazing. And how they ever got the funding to make number 2, I don't get because it was just a boring. Uh, you can't say that's this now, but a cowboys versus Indian movie. It was just generic, and then a lot of flashiness, and then some 3D. But it was the first real 3D animation movie, and I think I maybe have seen three movies in 3D because it's just annoying to watch, especially because there's prescription in these glasses, so I can't wear 3D glasses because I have to have them over my regular glasses. So
Yeah.
I don't like it.
I'm not a fan of the 3D movies. Um, I movies are movies for a reason. I don't need to be inside of them. But best Pixar movie ever? Nemo. Finding Nemo.
That's a great movie. I like yeah, Monsters is Pixar too.
Yes. Monsters
That's
Inc. is really good as well.
yeah, those two are really really fun and some you can watch for all ages. I watched and I can't remember In and Out or whatever it's called, the one with the
Inside Out, the one with the
yeah
emotions.
yeah, I watched that with my girls and they must have been around 10 and 12 at the time. It was such a hard movie to watch with children. It was such a complex story about having to release a part of your childhood to grow up and go on.
I
And
cried hysterically in that movie.
yeah, and even as a grown up, you're sitting there because you know what it means to say goodbye to the imaginary dog. But my
Mhm.
girls were just, that's boring. They don't get it, but that's a really grown up movie.
Yes, it is. Oh,
John dies in the end. No, I haven't seen that one.
mm,
Bubba Hobson? I don't know. There's a lot of movies I haven't watched because I think most of the newer films. Oh, I like stuff like John Wick and stuff like that, where you can just put your brain in relax mode and don't think about it.
see, I watched the first 5 minutes of John Wick, and then I cried, and I stopped watching John Wick for forever.
Yeah, you said you couldn't watch it because of the dog. But
Yeah.
it's yeah.
I also can't watch The Fox and the Hound anymore. I just
That has another name in Danish. It's two surnames. And the funny thing, me and my best friend as a kid, we have those two names. So it was such a weird time watching that movie because we share the name. So it's yeah. Shenanigram. I'm not going to change my name because then I forget to change it back, and then I'm on my own stream in half an hour thinking, why is the expert here? Less cool, but he's still here. Oh, but I love that I'm back in 30 seconds. Just gonna grab a Dr. Pepper. Nope, you've been gone
This is
for.
why he waited for you to come up, because he knew that he was gonna be gone longer than 30 seconds and didn't wanna have me sit here floundering by myself.
Yeah, that's a good thing too. If you have these long trials when you're sitting here for 8 hours, and we did a case in Texas, and it seemed like a really interesting case. A border guard who had a mistress and impregnated this mistress, had a wife and a couple of kids with her, and then this mistress wanted a little bit of child support, and he thought he had a really good plan. So he offed the baby and the baby mama. Seems really interesting. It was 6 weeks or something of hell with experts and the most annoying lawyers. And I think the first 2 days were kind of interesting. And then I jumped onto the Bradley Yawn case, which MG Law is covering now, because he was an idiot and that was fun.
Yeah. That one is slightly interesting. Listening to Jan make an absolute idiot out of himself. I mean, every time he opens his mouth, it's like, dig your hole a little bit deeper, buddy.
Yeah, let me remind you all about what I'm on trial for. Yes,
And
yesterday
admitting
we
it
saw.
along the way.
Yeah, and yesterday when we watched it, was the part where did she say in which way she was thrown down the stairs? I don't know what you mean. Was it violently thrown down the stairs or in which way? Yeah, violently thrown down the stairs. Did she land on the? Don't say stuff like that. And I love
Oh,
in his closing he says, if I
yesterday
had,
he called the husband, right?
yeah, and the two daughters, and you could tell they've been told. Not they haven't been told, but they were really trying to keep it together. But he seems like he's a masochist, because he wants them to cry. He wants to hurt them one more time, and he is all the idiot. And I loved his story about the remote control and his brother, where he switches to Shakespearean English and forgets it halfway through, going back to absolute redneck, and goes back to using words like, "Well, son of mine, showeth me the marks on thy body," and there were no marks. He's an idiot. It's
Yep.
and have you seen the letter that was written from the court? No, from the prison, because
No.
he was complaining that someone had said he wasn't the best inmate ever, and everyone loved him and everyone was going to miss him. And then the warden just wrote a letter saying he was an absolute terror. He flossed his toilet. He smeared something on the wall which leaves the body, and stuff like that. So they were not going to miss him. He is an absolute idiot. I never watched Coco, Lady Autumn Sky.
I
I don't
haven't
know.
either.
Yeah, and Exhibit 100 because it's an it's 100% true. It's yeah, that's and if when I watched it and Farrell sent me the clip where I did it, when he said it, I said, yeah, because it's 100% true. And then he said it, I couldn't stop laughing because Exhibit 100 because it's 100% truth. And I've told David he should use it when he goes to court. Just mark something Exhibit 100.
I mean, we knew it was gonna be an absolute circus because he was going pro se. I remember back when Law Talk with Mike found the clip of him on one of his very first hearings before the trial ever started, and he was nutty. Um, it has gotten exponentially better as far as watching goes because he is crazy. He's absolutely crazy, but I do not like what he's doing to the family. I don't like how he's making all of them relive it in such a painful and disturbing way. I think it's really unfair for them, but I understand that there's a constitution and that he has the right to face his accusers. Um, I just don't like that he has the right to question them directly in such a disgusting and disturbing manner.
No, and they try to object to it, but again, he has to start asking. But asking the husband about when they had sex and stuff like that, and which holes they were using, and it was only for his own gratification because uh, the prosecutor said that he always wanted to have them show him the pictures from of the victim. Yeah, that's because he's going back on the cell and doing stuff to himself, and that's he was all the kinds of crazy you could spin into a bowl and throw it somewhere because he got off on making them suffer again.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it reminds me a lot of the Darrell Brooks trial where Brooks was on up there questioning people he had literally run over with his vehicle, and you're sitting there just wanting to throw up, just watching this guy be able to do this. It's so gross, um, that they do in fact find enjoyment and get whatever sort of amusement that they do out of it. It's, I agree with you, Eris. Disgusting.
yeah, and when he had his baby mama on the stand asking about their relationship, and he was, and I know why she didn't go harder on him, the judge, but I still think she could have made one ruling saying, according to this and this, this and this and this, I'm removing you from the courtroom. And she didn't have to argue with him every time after that. She was like the mom who said, well, if you don't clean your room when I count to three, you're going to see. And then 1, 2, 3. Oh, if I said count to 5. And
Yeah.
she
It's
kept,
like the 1, 2, 2.5, 2 3/4, 2 5/8. You just keep going, 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 going. Yep.
yeah, because she could just have made a ruling in the beginning saying, according to these 3 rules, I'm allowed to remove this idiot from court. And then every time she had to do it again, saying, I made a ruling and we're going back to that, remove him from court. And he got so many chances. and she seems scared of him, and you can't do that as a judge. And you have the bailiffs, and he had foot irons on, so he wasn't going to charge her. The time he was sitting like this, and she was, no,
I mean,
you rule.
that
You're the
terrified
judge.
me, and it was through a screen. So those eyes were scary.
She's been through it before. We have I don't know if you know, but I'm a layman. That's our jury system, and we have a few female judges. One of them, she's this tall Amazonian looking woman, and once we had a trial on the way out, the defendant was if we are fuck be her, and she just, excuse me, come back, and his lawyer just ran down to him, and it was a crackhead who he was in and out the system all the time, and she just dressed him down. Did you say that to me? What did you say? Oh no, it's nothing. Yeah, you better not say it. And you have to put your foot down, because if you got a person like that and he find out he can step on you, he's just going to jump on you. And her problem was she didn't shut him down fast enough.
Yeah.
I've only seen bits and pieces of yarn. I think there are more and more people having fools for clients. Yeah, but again, you have I believe, is it the Sixth Amendment? You have the right to face your accuser. So video, I don't know if that's okay. Or is it the fourth? The fifth is you can shut the F up.
No, the Sixth, yeah, you were right. The Sixth Amendment guarantees an accused right to be confronted with the witnesses against him.
Yeah. So I'm not sure that you could do it by video. And I know when we have grape cases, you can ask to not have the guy present, but he's you have to have a ruling every time if a victim of grapes comes into the room, that he's removed and put into another room where he can hear it. So even in Denmark, you have the right to face your accuser. Only children they are recorded in SA cases in a special room with a special police officer who's instructed how to handle children. Other than that, it's open to everyone. And in most cases,
special circumstances for kids too.
Yeah, because, and that's the hard cases. They're not fun. But most of the times, if it's a grape case, they throw the media out and stuff. We don't have pictures or sound from court. We can't do that in Denmark, but written media can be there so they can report from court. But they're often thrown out when the victim testifies. So to protect her identity and her, not to blast it, what happened to her, because sometimes they're not fun either, sitting through those cases. It's we had one where they recalled a victim 2 times. She was giving a testimony, then was recalled 2 times for some stupid, absolutely ridiculous questions. And she was so messed up. She had the kabuki dolls from Japan with the white faces. She looked like that. She had a layer of makeup so thick you couldn't see any emotions. And that seemed like a coping mechanism to hide away from the world in some kind of way, because he had gone to town on that one. Talking about going to town, did you go to McDonald's and Walmart and...
You're muted.
No, you guys were so good together, I didn't want to interrupt you.
Well, I have to soon get going because I'm starting up again in 20 minutes.
Well, that's unfortunate. You have
Yeah,
to
so
be
now
like
you have
me,
to.
and here's what you do: you start the stream, and you just sit over here. I did that this morning with Aussie Overlord.
Yeah, but I'm gonna look at the Karen Reed hearing. She had a new hearing this morning, so I want to see what that's about. And then I'm waiting for, because the trial I'm in, the judge said, "Well, unfortunate circumstances came up, and it's my fault, so we have to end early." And then after the jury left, he said it was some kind of redaction problem, so it was probably not his fault. It was probably
All right, tell us
the
what
law.
trial are you watching right now?
I'm watching the Cara Rintala. It's the fourth time she's been tried. The two
Is
first
that the
time, murdered wife, the lesbian couple,
who is the
where each of them had a boyfriend.
oh, they're swingers.
No, because they didn't involve each other, and one of them was kind of. I don't think there was anything going on there. But the other one, she got 3 credit cards from a guy, and he was allowed to kiss her on the corner of the mouth. And she racked up 7K of debt on these 3 credit cards. I would have been angry if all I got for 7K was a kiss on the corner of the mouth.
Well, I mean, for some dudes, that's pretty cheap. He got out cheap.
I don't know what the going rate is for ladies of payable pleasure in the US, but I could get a lot more for 7K. But that's the same thing with people
That's about what
paying
a
for.
divorce cost.
Yeah, he was married, so
Oh,
his wife wasn't happy, so he told her that he had given her 2 credit cards, but he gave her 3. And then he took out money to pay for a dog for her too. She wanted $250 for a dog, to have a dog. It's a fun case. There's a great defense lawyer, Rosemary, and she's just hitting them with. Your prior statement was because they had a timeline based on some drying paint, and then that was
yeah,
thrown
I remember
out.
you talking about that the other day.
Yeah.
Are they in the United States? This case?
Yeah, it's Massachusetts.
Don't pay attention to it, man. Nobody cares about Massachusetts. Like
Yeah,
it's
well,
unfortunate that they were.
Jamie loves it because they have the Boston accent.
Oh, you're over there for the men.
Jamie is a sucker for a Boston accent.
Really? That's interesting. I don't know many people that ever say that. But you, man, like, so this is a good look on you. Your sunglasses match your headphones.
I don't know. They're actually kind of green.
What color is your headphones then? Your
White.
earphones. Right. Okay. Because see, like they look a little bluish through mine. Oh, cool. Oakley's, man. Yeah, dude. That's what I've got. Hey, did you see my new ones I got?
No.
Oh, dude, you're gonna love this.
I've been streaming.
Non-stop, man.
6 a.m. this morning. So
yeah, so have I. I was on. Check it out, dude. I've got the gangster ones, the internet meme. The internet meme.
So now you can sleep on stream.
Well, I got bigger ones. So I got like multiple pairs. You got 3 of them. I love China, man. Because you get like 3 of these for $4. So,
yeah, it only takes you about a year, and you there's a small risk of getting cancer, but they're cheap.
You know, I have a friend of mine. He's a nuclear engineer. He works on submarines, and he says we all have cancer. It's just a matter of time before it attaches.
Yep, my mom got breast cancer, and she stopped smoking in her 30s and stuff like that, and she talked to someone because then she was declared healthy, and half a year later it had spread to all of her body, and they said it's because we're getting so old, we're going to die of something. So the more years you live, the bigger the chance are to develop cancer, and some get it. As my gym buddy is a girl. Her daughter got leukemia.
Whoa. Do you say that again?
My gym buddy is a girl. because I can't lift, so I need a small
Mhm.
40-kilo woman to lift with. But her daughter had leukemia as, I believe, 2 or 3 months old. So and then my mom got it at 60. Oh, I can't say that because that's some chat go 68 plus 1, and was
Prime. She was in her prime.
yeah, was getting ready to be a grandma to a new little baby, and then she got the breast cancer, and they removed it, and she was declared fine, and then she went into a checkup, and it spread to her spine and the lung tissue and everywhere, and she popped off in about 5 months. So
I hate cancer, and I hate breast cancer. My both my mother and father had breast cancer,
yeah,
so I'm just a ticking time bomb.
yeah, and but again, the older we get and the environment we live in, we're going to develop something, and people are not meant to be as old as we're getting, and that's why we're going to get all kinds of illnesses.
I don't know. See, I don't believe in death. So
Well, I don't believe
think
in Australia, but some people says it exists.
yeah, well, I'm not gonna bet on it. Death is I hate death, and I think that you should do everything you can to fight it. And it's this past year, my mom got sick, and they tried to tell me, oh well, she's getting older. I was like, this is my words. I said, have you looked at my mom's blood work? Because see, I have like my mom when she got cancer, she didn't tell anybody. My dad got it. I was very young, and it was really weird because it was like, it was a weird experience. If you ever want to get, if you ever want to hear about stupid stuff, catch me sometime. I'll tell you off stream. But anyway, my mom's like, oh, I was like this and that. After she got cancer, she never went to a doctor or anything else, so I took over her medical. She didn't have a choice. And they were like, oh, your mom's getting older. I said, have you looked at her blood work? Well, we're waiting on. I was like, let me tell you what. Before you say anything about my mom, you look at her blood work. I'm going to tell you what you're going to see. You're going to see that my mom's healthier than you are. You're going to see that my mom's the healthiest person on this floor she's on. So instead of talking about her getting older and just accept consequences, why don't you do what it takes to get her better? Next day, her blood work comes back, and I grabbed her and said, did you check my mom's blood work yet? You know what? I did. It's like the doctor was in here and couldn't believe it. And I was listening and said, yeah, she's like all of her organ functions are great. And it's like blah, blah, blah. And I was like, yeah, I was like, my mom's healthier than you, isn't she? And she was like, yeah, I hate to say it, she is. But she's over here in a bed and she reacts like a jellyfish because my mom's allergic to antibiotics. You got to let them run their course.
Yeah.
And once she's done with her antibiotics, then talk to me about everything else. My mom does the antibiotics, goes back. Oh, we got a sighting. We got a sighting.
Still no robe.
Damn robes.
No,
Anyway.
When my mom got cancer and died, I was 39 when my mom died. And in my family, we are big. My mom was big, my dad was big. And I was thinking, because I have my back bad as well. So it's so easy to say, it's hurting today. But I said, well, you lost your mom. You're turning 40. You have 2 kids. You need to stick around for them. So I started going to the gym every day. I'm still a big guy, but I could probably lift more than most of the people who don't have a bad back. I'm stronger at 46 than I ever was in my life. But as you say, you have to keep healthy. I saw it with my dad. He was doing fine. He used to do yard work in a big yard, and then he got older. And when we got the coof, and couldn't go anywhere because normally he went to the gym a couple of times a week. when he sat down, he died. It took him a year, half a year to pass away, but he died the day the government said you have to sit down because of the coup. Because he didn't talk to anyone, he didn't get out, he didn't do anything. So he died of the coup, but not the illness.
You've got two things, man, that I'm very passionate about. This is why we're friends. And because I don't know many people that believe the way I do. And one of them is like what you said about your strength. When you said, you know, let's age outside of it, because I don't believe in age, because it's changed so much. When you were a little kid, people that were 15 years younger than you are now weren't in as good shape as you are now. Isn't that weird? It's like also you hit that age. I started noticing, I was like, man, that's an old dude. How did he get all like, I was like, I wish I looked like this guy over here. And it's great. It's really wonderful. We live in wonderful times. When you said also about your dad, I don't believe in retirement. And people look at me like I'm crazy. I'm like, no, look, like I don't know anybody who's ever had success from retiring, because everybody they sell you this package of goods like it's gonna be the time of your lives. You're gonna buy an RV and you're gonna travel the country and you're gonna do all stuff. No, you're in. What's weird about it is, kind of got into this way down a rabbit hole. But it's there's a lot of studies on solitary confinement in prisons here, and it's like if you don't keep a routine, you don't do something every day as a human being, your body shuts off, and because it's like
it's the couch that's going to kill you. Couch and TV is going to kill you, and I normally work out in the morning. I always like to work out before lunch. A lot of people don't like to do that, but that's pensioner hour. And I talked with a guy who's also in my veterans union, and he said during the coup, he lost 4 kilos. That's like 9 pounds, and he was skinny. He had no body fat, and he was 82 years old. He can't build that again. He couldn't go golfing anymore or anything. So he really had to work up his strength to go back playing golf. And I met him not that long ago, and he was back training 3 times a week, playing golf 2 times a week, and he looks healthy again. But the couch is going to kill you. And this retirement, I'm an early retiree because of my bad back.
Yeah.
You lose all your social networking that you have on your job. All your friends are at work while you're sitting here. That's why I jumped on YouTube when my parents died and stuff like that, because I have stuff to do now.
That's
Before
awesome.
that,
Man.
you just have to sit here and think, well, I could watch TV, I could read a book. I can only go to the gym once a day, maybe twice if I stretch it, but I go 2 hours in the morning, and then you're sitting here, and then there's 22 hours, and you're only going to spend 8 of those sleeping and maybe an hour's eating. The rest of the time you have some, and I met so many amazing people. You, Caitlin, Jamie, David, Nicholas, all these people we meet online have given me a social network again that I didn't have because I'm not on the job market. And that's the best thing about YouTube. And as I said to Caitlin earlier, I like there's no drama club that's around us, because that's not all this bickering and, oh, you said something on your stream, and when we say something, we can laugh at it. When me and Valhalla have beef, because every time one of us came on a channel, the other one had just left. So we made fun and said, oh yeah, because we can't be on the same stream, we have beef. And people, oh no, it's just fun. I love people can have fun.
Yeah, it's weird. You said that about having something to do and all this stuff, and you mentioned Valhalla. That was his thing, because he had PTSD, and he said that he was just literally in a dark place. Like he sat in a room without lights, and one day he looks down and he sees his phone and he just picks it up. And he's like, "Wonder what the YouTube app's like." And next thing you know, you see how Valhalla is. He's a gift to everybody's around him. He's great. I know you got to go. I do.
Make a cup of coffee and start my own stream. But Caitlin, again, So nice to meet you. Go watch Shawshank Redemption.
I will.
Hey,
Expert, what's the best movie ever made?
probably Gone with the Wind. My favorite though is probably Empire Strikes Back. I have a
I
question,
thought
man.
he
What's
was
going
going to
on
say
here?
Top Gun Maverick.
Well, that was
That's
a
a
great
great
movie,
movie,
man.
too.
Oh my gosh, I love that. What goes on in Sweden, dude? Like, why are
It's
they?
sweet. How many times should I tell you it's Sweden?
This is everything you've told me, man. It's
Yeah.
everything you've told me.
Why do you?
I don't.
Me and Fedorowski is telling you all the time. Swedish people are weird. It's the worst Scandinavians.
Did he know about? Because I don't see. He's a lawyer. He's an attorney, man. He does like he has that nice little background there. He works with wood, they're like soft woods, like balsa and stuff. Do you think he had to look a video on how to milk a horse?
I
mean, who?
I think the thing I love about David is he can't read full sentences. He can't speak names, and sometimes things just slips out that makes him even more fun than he is when he's trying to be fun. Have you ever seen him try to read a name in chat?
No, man.
He
You're
goes real
killing
hard.
me,
Like
though. I haven't seen.
Would be Fedorowski.
Oh, I make
something
up
like
names for people. I didn't see him before he went to Sweden. I haven't seen him since he's come back. Just here and there's like, hey, how you doing? And it's killing me because I miss him. But dude, I didn't know that the Swedish flag was blue. Wait, hold on, that's not it. It was blue and yellow either. I
Yeah.
thought that was the Ukrainian flag. The whole
And that's
thing's
blue and
messed
yellow
up.
as well. That's
The whole thing's.
But it's the worst flag. All the Scandinavian flags are a cross flag somewhere because they stole it from us. Denmark
there
has
wasn't
the
a horse
oldest
around,
national
but this was
flag,
really cool.
But I'm jumping off. Thank you so much for having me on.
Well, hey,
But
listen,
see
man,
ya.
I appreciate you. If you get tired of hanging out with yourself, come on back over.
I'm having Jamie on. You know Jamie. It's
Oh,
always
man,
a good
Jamie's
time.
a
with Jamie.
hoot, dude. You know,
She's
I got
the sweetest person on there. You're the coolest guy. She's the sweetest person on all
I
of
have a
YouTube.
secret about Jamie. I haven't told anybody. Do you want to hear? I found out last night.
Oh,
You ready
yeah.
for this?
Yeah.
So Jamie, get this. She's going to join me tonight. She's going to stream with me tonight.
Oh.
I haven't asked anybody or set up a show yet, but she's going to do it.
You're so
It's gonna be
lucky.
great.
So I'm going to steal her for now, and then you can have her after. She's great enough to share with
You know what?
all your friends.
Look at me, dude. I'm surrounded by beautiful women and the baker.
Yeah, I would really like to be surrounded more with beautiful women and less with the baker. But see you.
Tell me when you
Caitlin.
want that
Always-
to happen, and we'll do. You could be a guest on the Redhead stream. Get out of here, man. You got a stream to do.
Bye.
See you, bud. I love him.
He's
Isn't he just-
amazing.
can you believe this is one of those things that's weird? It's like you have somebody from Denmark. Boy, I messed it up yesterday. I said Norway. Not Norway. Anyway, Denmark. I don't know. I mean, they all have the wooden shoes, maybe.
Sure.
That's Holland. I don't know. I'm bad with geography and geometry. But anyway, he's just cool, man. He's like Valhalla, you know, we just met and we clicked. Same thing with Dave. Even though if he'd have asked me, I'd have told him about what I know about milking animals. And then same thing with you. It's like when we streamed, I mean, we've talked about this before. It was Michael Malloy's show. And I was like, I don't want the mean streets of YouTube to deform your brain. I was worried about that. Yeah, everybody who's here, it's all that's still around. The first time I had Caitlin on, I couldn't remember her name, but I was worried about her. I don't know what that means, but it means that. What happened? That's the first time you said Denmark. Is it not? No, it's Norway. No, wait, what is it?
No. Fedorowski said he's from Norway, Baker's from Denmark. You got it right.
Oh, thank you. Thanks, bro. Thanks, man. In America, the government is in charge of the schools. Can you believe that? That's what's the problem with me. If you can't afford homeschool, if you can't afford private school, homeschool. No, I was homeschooled for a while. Boy, you see what happened there. Where'd
I
that
was
stream go?
homeschooled for a year.
That was me. Yeah, a year. Do you mind me asking? Because you moved around, you're in the military. What geographical location were you in, state-wise or like overseas or?
Yeah. So my parents actually got out of the military when I was really young. They weren't in for too long, but we
Mhm.
were in Georgia when my mom
Okay,
pulled me out of 5th grade.
I was wondering about that, and uh, don't say anything because I'll quiz you later. That's cool. I don't know what happened to this. Oh, here they are. I hope this is it. I couldn't find the. I tried to pull up the. They're at lunch. This whole thing's at lunch. That's why the judge. Oh, wait, hold on. Is he back? No, wait a second. I may have that one messed up too. Which one's streaming? That one? Let me make sure it's live. My dogs want food. No, the judge is there. That's live. I figured he went to lunch.
It's
Okay,
1:30.
then.
Maybe he's already back from lunch.
Is it 1:30? Oh, jeez. Here's what I'm going to have to do. I'm going to have to leave at some point. I don't know what I'm going to do, though, because if the verdict comes back, well,
How can I help?
you can leave too, but just don't close out your thing. We'll just like turn off our cameras. Will that
Okay.
work?
You
That
can
way you
pull
can
me
get back on.
down into the green room too.
I don't have a green room. I don't have that package.
Oh,
Isn't that weird? Like StreamYards has like 20 different packages over their existence. Mine's $10 a month. So I won't give that up. We're now at the 3-hour mark, says Rabbit. Boy, she's good. I've got 4.5 hours. Oh wait, that's how long I've been streaming. Holy, I've been streaming for 7 hours already today.
you need a nap. I
need
don't
something
know how
besides
you do this.
You're watching me fall apart, aren't you? It's great. I don't know how I'm doing it either.
I mean, a couple hours of a stream wipes me out. So I don't know like how you or Baker sit through an entire 8-hour trial just sitting there watching.
Let me tell you, the business one wore me out. And I was like, I can't do these every day, like 8 hours. It's like, I mean, you just go nuts because like I wasn't eating, because you don't have time. And I was like, how do I, who has like when I pass away, I'm donating my bladder to a poor, needy chipmunk because it's tiny. I have to go to the bathroom all the time. My entire life I've had to. And anyway, but I'm a giver, so the chipmunk will be happy. It may be smaller than what he's used to, though. Never thought about that. So, you sit here this whole time. It's like I was so worn out. Like after like a first day of business. Then this one, it's not wearing me out as much, but where it's killing me, and that's where Baker, I wish he didn't have to leave. I gotta get in shape again. That's my problem. I mean, I went from being really in shape to a jellyfish. It sucks. So
I worked out with my husband for like 3 weeks when we were dating to show him that I was cool. And then I stopped working out and I haven't since.
Once you got him wrapped up in your. Isn't that crazy how we do things like that in relationships? Like, oh yeah, I really like I'll go to the rodeo with you. I don't know. It's just something weird. I've never been to a rodeo. So anyway, that's why I'm like, well, yeah, I'll go to a rodeo or whatever. And it's because you're in love. You're trying to impress the other person. I don't know why we do that stuff. So
No, I mean, I bought tennis shoes, like new running shoes, and we were going to the gym, and I was like, yeah, this is a lot of fun. And then I think I hurt my knee one day, and I was like, yeah, we're not going to do that anymore.
no. Uh, what was it happened? Oh, so we had gone to the beach, did a lot of walking there, right? Then the Tennessee game was last weekend. Walked a lot for the on the way back from the game. I was like, oh my gosh, like there's something wrong with my ankle. I thought I had gout. I was like, this is what's wrong here. Yeah, I'm falling apart. That's what I thought. I was like, this is it. I'm completely done for. Have you ever had a catch in your ankle and it feels like you just need to pop it?
Hmm.
Next day I wake up and it doesn't hurt. I go down the stairs, that first step, like that. I was doing something else. Actually, I was in this room. I just stood up. I had to do something. One of the dogs was like trying to harass me or something. And I turned and my foot stayed planted, but my body went like this and went pow. I was like, oh, oh, huh. I didn't need to pop it.
Hmm. But for a split second, you're thinking, oh no, what went wrong?
It was a shooting pain.
Yes.
I'm like you should see me. Here I am. I got this good looking wife. Everybody's like, God, how the hell did you get her? And here I am. I'm walking. Going, if I had said the word brains, someone would have thought I was a zombie because I was walking like my leg was dead, and I'm there's like hover rounds, where those little mobile scooters are passing me, and a 98-year-old World War One veteran went past me with his walker, and I was like, I'm going full speed, bud. Oh, aren't you glad you got that mobility, man? Show off. Anyway,
Oh
what's
man.
going on? Why did Miami say yikes?
I think because of your ankle story.
Oh yeah, those suck.
No, I
You can
woke
tell
up
I'm
the
running out
other
of
day
stories. Mm-hmm.
and I went and stepped just like normal. My first leg was fine. I went and put weight on the second leg. I totally fell. My whole leg was asleep and I had no idea. I I fell across my room. It
Oh,
was
asleep,
horrible. Yeah.
asleep. Oh my gosh, that's the worst thing. I hate that. Is there a way that you can keep your leg from falling asleep? Is
No.
there? Yeah, okay. I just want to make sure because, like, I'm pretty sure I've always had, that extremity problem or whatever. Your hand falls asleep or something. So we're at the concert, and they have redone in the past few years the basketball arena at UT, and that's where the concert was. And so it was like they have all new seats, these nice arms and all this stuff. After the concert, thank God, like one of these someone at the going down was like, man, those are the smallest seats I ever sat in my life. I was looking, I was like, I thought it was just me. I was like, man, I gotta lose some weight. Like I need to get like anorexia diet stuff here, which you're not supposed to say that on the tubes. That's not a bad thing. That's a horrible thing. It's a joke, people. It's a joke. Um Obviously I overcompensated and beat it. But no, it was I was like it was such what happened is the seats lean back, right? And they're so small together. The people in front of us left right at when there was gonna be an encore. My legs start, it's like I haven't been moving that much. I was like, oh geez, man, I'm gonna stay I'm always afraid I'm gonna fall down the stairs. I have a fear of hitting the concrete stairs.
Hmm.
I don't like heights either. And oh, they're talking about hot dogs in the chat. Sorry. And so I, pull my leg up and I'm laying it on the chairs in front of us. And I go get my left leg. And I can't get it out of and over the chairs. And I was like, oh, geez. I'm like, what's going on? Like, why can't I move my leg? Like, why can't I just flip it over there real quick? And so, like, I'm sitting there. It's so uncomfortable. No, what happened was my foot's too long. And so when you're sitting down, the way they had done the seats, my foot, it comes up and it gets stuck. And walking, the guy that was like, total stranger, I don't remember the guy looked like or anything. He's like, man, those are the smallest seats ever. I was like, yeah, I tried to throw with my legs over the front. I couldn't. Because, like, when you get the first one up, you can't stand up to pull the other one. He's like, dude, you got to be like 5'6" to sit in these things. I had the same problem. I was like, thank God, man. I don't know how. I've got big feet, so, and I'm flat-footed. Any other
Ow.
problems you want? Yeah, anything? Evidently you can ask me anything. I'll tell you right now.
How badly do you need sleep right now?
I don't know what that is. I'm scared of it.
You're scared of it.
Yeah, it's like, what happens if you fall asleep at this point? Well, that's what got me last night. Oh, I just got hit up. I'm probably gonna be told, you need to shut up, dude. Oh, you.
Uh-oh.
So, I just got a message from Volstorm. He's at the Lego store.
Oh.
Isn't that weird how dudes have gotten into the Legos so much lately? Or maybe just me.
No. Because if you look at like the trends of people in our like millennial age group, the YouTuber age group, we are adopting hobbies that are outside the norm. Like women are doing more things like crocheting and knitting now and gardening in their 20s than they ever have been before. Men are doing Legos and building things again.
T-Rex, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he crochets.
Does he?
Yeah, isn't that cool? It's the
That
coolest
is
thing.
cool.
My grandmother was a knitter, and I asked her, like a year or two old or whatever age. I don't know. Stupid age. And I'm like, I wanted to learn how to because she made it look so cool. She's like doing these big, huge Afghans and stuff, and she watched a lot of soap operas. And and she read those dirty books that women read. Do you know what I'm talking about? The dirty books?
Smut.
The Fabio books? Yeah, the smut.
Mm-hmm.
What age do y'all start reading those? Is that like because I thought it was like once you hit like grandma age, you start reading these filthy, awful. If you're in the South, if you're a cute little old lady that goes to church on Sundays, you've got a library of smut at home.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, my Spice is a good point. I might just sleep through after now if I go sleep now. Are you a smut reader?
Not really. I did read 50 Shades of Grey, and I did listen to one of the books as an audiobook. But that was probably the last smutty book I read because Game of Thrones was way more horror than it was smut. I mean, it had some smutty scenes in it, but there was more knives and blood.
I got chosen as a focus group for Game of Thrones.
Really?
I never heard of them. Yeah, I've been 2. Oh, did I get something else? Was there a third one? You get paid or you get something or something like that. I got $100 Amazon card to watch like 5 episodes of Game of Thrones and tell me what I give my thing on. And I never when I first saw Game of Thrones, I thought, oh, cool. It's like Lord of the Rings. Then I watched it, I was like, it's just incest and dragons. And that was what I said. I was like, it's incest and dragons. I don't want to see this. Like, this is dumb. Like, oh, hey, these two, if they're related to each other, they're going to get naked and do, it's going to be 30 minutes of that stuff going on. And I'm like, why?
It's not that bad. There is a lot of intimate.
Okay, it's 25
scenes,
minutes.
But it's not every relationship is incestual. That's just Cersei
There
and
might have been some bestiality I
Jamie.
didn't see. Hmm?
Just Cersei and Jamie were doing the nasty together, and they were brother and sister. But everybody else that was,
Princess and Dragons.
yeah.
Yeah, it's disgusting, I thought. But what was
I
the
read
thing
the
was-
books. The
Were
books
they
were a lot
incestual?
better. There was still the storyline, but it just makes you want the characters to perish in a horrific way even more.
Oh, see, I don't like things like that. I like what's it called? Almost had it. It's the heroes.
Clancy?
No. There's a term of art for the way that books are written. Like every story is the same. Is Homer's Odyssey. Have you ever? You know what I'm talking about?
With the
And it's all about-
protagonist, and then
Yeah, I have to look at what protagonist is again. I'm losing some words in my head right now.
main character.
Yeah. What's the hero's arch? That's what it's called, the hero's arch. So it's like, you got so and so. There's a something you have to overcome, and then from there they go on, and they all live happily ever after. And it's like Star Wars. Like you get Star Wars, Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi, and now people will say like Empire Strikes Back was like the best one from the cinematics, the music, all this other stuff. But if you go back and when Empire came out, if you watch like reviews and stuff, it was trashed. It was a horrible movie. They're like, we went from this happy-go-lucky Star Wars movie to this movie where this Darth Vader person takes over. It made the least money out of the original Star Wars. And anyway, it was because it was not good. The Empire Strikes Back. Anyway, now just everything's just like Game of Thrones, incest and dragons. I'm not a big fan. Not a big fan.
That's okay.
You seen a good movie
You
lately?
don't have to be a fan.
Why do you think I was going to say Maverick was my movie?
Because I know you think highly of Maverick.
It was really great. I like Tom
My
Cruise, though, too.
husband made me watch Guardians of the Galaxy 3 the other day, and I cried for 3.5 hours. So then I forced him to watch Legally Blonde.
I cried when I saw Legally Blonde.
Were you traumatized?
Yeah, I was sitting here going, I'm like, oh, hey.
Whoa.
Well, you know what? I better send out the protecting lasers. I'm gonna be safe. I'm gonna clean this room. There you go. Yeah, because like, doesn't she go to Harvard or something?
Yes.
Yeah. I saw that. I was like, because I saw like all the movies that had anything to do with law. I saw my first year of law school. It seems like, and I was like, then I never saw another movie. I was like, nope, not doing this. I hate them. I hate legal. I don't know a lawyer. Well, even Dave said he's like, he can't watch law shows. But yeah, here we are streaming this stuff. It's hey, Tree of Liberty's back. Awesome. Yes, the hero's journey. And I finally came up with that on my own fruition. Did that come up? Oh, it did. I just don't know where it goes. And it's yeah, it's traumatizing. So I see her, this ditz. He's like, well, it sounds like cute fun to like take the LSAT. And then she gets like what, a perfect score without
No,
cheating?
she gets a 179.
180's as high as you can get.
Oh, I didn't know. I've never taken the LSAT.
2 people. I mean, unless they changed this stuff. When I was, I can't. The words I want to use, I can't use on YouTube. Self-inflicting pain. 180 was the highest, and there were 2 people that had gotten a 180 on the LSAT. ever.
Wow.
You know who they were? No. Richard Nixon and Ben Stein.
Hmm.
And Ben Stein was an economic
Why do I
advisor.
know that name?
Bueller. Don't have dry eyes, get clear eyes.
That's the same guy?
I'm looking it up. I'm looking him up. We're gonna play a video so you recognize him, because now I have.
I know the Bueller guy, and I know Dry Eyes guy. I just didn't know.
Is it Ben Stein? Yeah. Win Ben Stein's money. Yeah. He was the economic advisor to Richard Nixon. Isn't that weird? And here you got Richard Nixon was not very well liked by history. And a lot of weird stuff going on. If I remember, how do I hit that? I hit that, and then I go, oh, yeah, hit stop. There's too many buttons on StreamYard you got to hit all the time.
Oh, yeah.
Have you ever
did
done
a
an extra
stream
camera? Sorry.
No.
That's a new option, I think, on there.
I was just going to say I did a stream not too long ago, and I completely fumbled all of the buttons. So I give you props for being able to do what you do.
Did I ever tell you what? Making crud. So the UAW evidently was a big deal. That's my second notification about their strike today. Anyway.
Adam Lee.
Here.
Adamowski. Adamson.
Here.
Adler.
Here.
Anderson.
Yeah. Even though you said I had to prove, I had to get that out. It was like an itch. I had to scratch it. Oh, I'm looking at Shenny's. I'm like, I have no idea what she's talking about. Something about a launch space station. Yeah, I don't know. My friend told his wife he hated hot dogs too while they were dating. Oh, look at this. My friend told his wife that he hated hot dogs too while they were dating. After 3 years of marriage, he finally had to admit to her that he lied and really does like them. That's love. Could you give up a food for your, well, I mean, not your husband, because you're like, no, I'm married to him. But like when you're on a date, like when you're dating him, would you have like lied and be like, oh yeah, I don't like that?
I probably lied more about things that I did like and would like try new things and be more open than I lied about not liking things. Like I was not a huge oyster person. Now I'm a huge oyster person because I actually gave them a shot and tried them because he liked
Because
them.
of him?
Yeah.
What could you possibly like about oysters? You eat them raw?
I like them raw. I also like
Oh,
the
I just
cooked ones with
realized.
like the cheese.
Cheese. Oh,
Mhm.
those like that's like a weird name to them or something, isn't it?
Yes.
Rockefeller or something.
Yes. It's like
I
got
just
spinach
realized.
and cheese on it and it's baked.
I just realized how weird I looked to everybody because I have my camera flipped. So like here on StreamYards, I'm looking right at you, which is very natural. But to everybody else, I'm not. There. Now I'm just getting now I'm looking away from you, but it looks like I'm looking at you.
See, and I was looking at you and now I
So the thing is that the microphone's over here. Right? I don't care where the camera is. I don't need it. Like the camera. I mean, where do you put a camera? Where's your camera at? Wow. Where do you put your
My
camera?
camera's on my computer.
So it's like right there in front of you.
Yes.
Do you have your computer like elevated?
Yes.
If I turn mine on,
a textbook and another computer.
if I turn mine on, you'd see up my nostrils.
Well, I have an extra camera that is not my computer's camera. I bought a it's a Depth Tech something or
I
other.
don't know what that is.
It was on Amazon.
Since I'm just delirious, I'll share with you. I'll continue to share with you till you tell me that I need to stop. So the next, I was looking at the Apple event that just happened, and it was just for the phone. I think they got a new watch or something, and I don't know. Nothing I need. What I need is I need the next generation. Like I think I'm going to go with a Mac Mini. So I've got a MacBook now, but the Mac Mini is cheaper. So like I get the Mac Mini version of my laptop for like half the price. Of course, it doesn't have a screen, or a keyboard or a mouse. So those are problems. But I have a screen now. I don't have a mouse or the other thing, keyboard. Yeah, I got it. So that's why I just realized saying all that out loud, it doesn't make any sense. So I'm just gonna stop. What I want to do, it does make sense. The mouse and keyboard don't matter because that's collateral damage, right? What I oh, I love this. I love this. Look what Miami said. That's what you should have bought on Amazon Prime Day, a camera. But we were too busy with disco balls and such. I forgot about the disco balls. I have to stop using the lasers because of Miami. She said that they make her dizzy.
Mm.
Yeah. Very unfortunate for her. Of course, it could be that she's just looking at me.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, that's so stupid. Oh,
that's on YouTube forever.
Oh, I know. Yeah, but that's what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be entertaining. You know,
That
the sad
was so
thing
fun.
is I'm like the only person on YouTube that would say that and know that, yeah, it's a joke. Okay, everybody else would be like, oh yeah, like people they think I'm sexy on YouTube. It's like, no, you're not, dude. You're just another jabroni.
I don't understand how people take themselves that seriously.
So it's right. Oh, so
I'm just
sad.
a ball of giggles. I don't take anything seriously.
Yeah, serious sucks. Yeah, it just sucks. Uh-oh, Miami's dead. She says, uh-oh, I just got a beep. I'm in trouble. What's happening? I don't understand that message, but that's okay. At least I'm not in trouble. So yeah, the camera thing, that's funny Miami said that. You can't beat the phone. And it does all these cool things like this. See?
I don't
Oh,
even
yeah,
know
right.
how I would begin to set that up using my phone, though.
I didn't know why it started happening. I didn't know why this started happening. Wait, hold on. So my ghost thing, the first time these things flew, Valhalla side, and he was like, "Whoa, dude!" I was like, "I didn't do it, man. I don't know what's happening," because I didn't know about this is iOS 17. I'm a beta tester.
Okay.
Yeah, that's always something I've always wanted to say out loud on the internet.
Beta.
So this is like I'm already on 17. You know, it comes out in like 2 weeks for everybody else. And anyway, it hooked up one day and it started doing all this. I was like, this is really cool. Yeah, flashing gang signs. That's how you get balloons. I like to get a red balloon and tie it to a gutter grate.
That's not
Just
funny.
randomly. Why?
That's not funny.
You go out to, especially if you go on the street with a dead end. That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
It's awesome. What?
I'm reconsidering hanging out with you for Halloween.
Come on.
I don't like being scared. I have a horror story about being in a haunted house and why I will never go back in another, like, not a real haunted house, but one of those ones that you walk through, you know, during Halloween time.
Oh my gosh. White Rabbit does too. I took her to a cornfield. Have you ever been to a haunted cornfield?
No, I refuse to go to haunted things now.
Did somebody touch you? Every story about a haunted house that people hate them, somebody touched them. You notice
I
that? It's a
knew two of the actors in
so
the
they were
haunted
touching
house.
people.
So one of them chased me from behind through like 4 rooms with a chainsaw, and he was like hitting me in the back with the chainsaw. So that
Well, that's
already
not very
started
nice.
my panic. And then the next person that I went across that I knew grabbed me from behind, covered my eyes, covered my nose, covered my mouth, and like pulled me down into a corner and held me down while I struggled. And I immediately had a fit and I left and was mad for like 12 days.
12 days.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not cool. What you just
No.
described. I'm pretty sure that's like there's like a law against that or something. If there's not, there should be. That's
Yeah, I don't do
doesn't sound good at all.
haunted houses, haunted things. I take my kid to a pumpkin patch in the daylight, and that's the spookiest we go.
Now you say pumpkin patch. Is it like one of those big deals like you do the hayride and you go out in the field and all that stuff? Those are really neat. Do they have like apple cider? I don't know why I think there's apple cider there. Maybe I've been to one. I just am having weird flashbacks. Or I'll watch a Hallmark movie about it.
They probably do have apple cider. The one that we have by us has like a really beautiful big sunflower field where you can go and take pictures, and then they've got a huge swing set area for kids and like a corn pit, you know, like a sand pit, but with corn that you would feed deer with.
I did not hear the C. Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's not your fault. It's my
Feed
words are
deer
hard.
with.
Yeah.
On the cob. Yeah. Corn. Cuh.
What's a corn pound?
A what?
Corn pound?
I don't know.
Okay.
How do you
Doesn't
spell
sound
that?
good. CORN for corn. And then pone is PONE. I don't know. I've been to a lot of places of ill repute, and the only place that I ever did not walk into, well, besides when I was told that I wasn't welcome there, I did not walk into was the Corn Pound. It was the name of a bar on the side of the road in a little town in Tennessee. And you go up there and it says, if your name's on this list, you better not show your face in here. It had a list of people that weren't allowed in. There's a lot of Cletus, Billy Bob, Bubba. Those were names. I'm serious about that. They were like Cletus, Coy. Coy's a good Slim. Why are the good redneck names like Slim and Coy and Cletus and oh, that's cool. Is your someone's in trouble? Look at this. It's doing the stare down. I've seen this look before. This is serious. Oh, look at this. But it doesn't. Rabbit says a corn pone is a cornbread pancake. I thought those were called hoe cakes. Maybe a hoe cake's something different, but I'm pretty sure it's a hoe cake. If it's a cornbread pancake, Rabbit, why would a bar be called the corn pone? And
Did
they took
they
checks.
have food?
I don't know. I didn't go in. I stopped. I was with a friend of mine, and I was with the White Rabbit too.
Oh. Yeah, I want to Urban Dictionary this term.
Yeah, we're gonna have to get. We need to get those. Eris says it's a food like cornbread, but is not what I think you're talking about. What? What'd you look up?
Corn pone on Urban Dictionary says a person generally known for conducting themselves in a short bus manner in outdoor social settings while completely unaware of the inappropriate nature of their actions. Often found at college football tailgate parties, sort of a mentally challenged version of a D-bag.
This was out in the country. There was no tailgating. People at tailgate have money.
Well, that's just Urban Dictionary's version. I don't know that that's everybody's version. I just find that funny.
Yeah, it is. It really is. The redneck version of a D-bag. Oh my gosh, what could this jury be talking about?
I am trying to figure out how this has gone this long. Maybe they really wanted lunch. And so they
they want
ate
the
and now they're
for free.
finishing their deliberations?
And they're taking a nap.
Ooh, could be. Maybe there's a lot of smokers, so they keep taking smoke breaks.
They are in Florida. Florida banned smoking.
What?
Yeah, like indoors. So Florida used to have a really messed up constitution. And when I say messed up, I mean in the most Florida of ways. Like out west, they have referendums. So like if you get so many signatures, you can get your legislation put on a ballot and let the people of the state vote on. On the East Coast, they don't have that. I say East Coast. East of the Mississippi, they don't have that. West of the Mississippi, they have it. The laws are a little bit different based on the Mississippi River. Do you know that?
Oh, yes.
It's crazy. So not just radio stations, but laws too. But Florida, someone figured out that their constitution had a provision that allowed for a vote on stuff. So they were basically what they're doing was they're doing referendums on constitutional amendments every time. So it is a constitutionally banned thing, smoking indoors in Florida. They also did that. There's a constitutional provision to create a high-speed rail in the state and to build a Panama Canal type canal. So there would be water through the middle of the state. I think it's like from like Jacksonville to Tampa or something like that. Or like the St. Johns River. Boy, I know way too much. Holy cow. St. Johns River flows through the middle of Jacksonville.
Okay. I love Sarasota. It's a beautiful town. And Siesta Key has the prettiest beaches. The white sand. Oh, love it.
Where's that?
It's near Tampa.
What's that place? Ybor City. Have you ever been there?
No.
I haven't either, but I hear great things about it. So I knew a guy. One day you're gonna start saying to me, you knew a guy or you are this guy? Because like the stories are so random and I know them I know one story, so I like this one guy I know. I don't really know what ever happened. Yeah. Anyway. he was going down to visit his grandma in like what's like a oh wait, you said Sarasota?
Uh-huh.
What was I thinking of? What's the one the Spanish founded? Because Sarasota's on the West Coast, right?
Yeah,
And
Sarasota
yeah.
is in the Panhandle.
Okay.
Are you thinking of
No.
St. Augustine?
Yeah, St. Augustine's what I was thinking. Sarasota's like South Florida, but it's on that side, the Gulf side.
It's like in the middle. It's not really south.
Well, it's south of the north.
Okay. It's like an
just didn't
hour
know.
outside of Tampa.
South of it, though.
Maybe. I can't
Right.
remember.
I think so. Well, for this story's purpose, I think it was Sarasota where he was going. His grandmother lived there. On his way down, he'd heard about Ybor City. Ybor City is it used to be like a pirate hangout, supposedly, and it's just like it's a city of bars and ill repute.
It is south.
See that stupid brain of mine? I become borderline. No, that's not it. I do something bad when I can't sleep. Anyway, so he goes to Ybor City. He's like, that's how he talked. Like, what's his name? Jimmy. Dude, it has to be Jimmy, right? So I went down to see my grandma. And, I went to Ybor City first. And like, I'm at this bar. I'm, having some drinks. And like, next thing I know, this woman comes up to me. And like, I start talking to her. She's like, oh, it's not bad, but she's got to be like 60 or something. And she, I don't know what happened. Like, we started talking, we started drinking. Next thing I know, I had made my grandma's. But I think I stayed with her for a long time. And I was like, the older lady, she had the coolest thing, man. She had like a webcam. And it was crazy. It was such a man. That place is wild down there. He just like every time he'd do like, man, that place is wild, man. It's like, yeah, but about this woman, like, so you're at a bar where she come up to you or you go up to her, man. You know this place is crazy down, man. It's like there were pirates. Pirates found the place. It's like, Jimmy, I know that, man. You said that. I'm trying to figure out what's happening here. He's like, I don't know, man. I'm not going back, but this is the best time I ever had in my life. I was like, okay. Just let it go. I went to law school with Jimmy.
That's the best part of the whole story, is that Jimmy went to law school.
His brother went to medical school. His twin brother.
Wow.
Yeah, Jimmy was he said some bad things too. He was I don't think I ever saw Jimmy sober. That reminds me of anyway.
That reminds me
of another guy.
Oh. Thought you were gonna say time to not be sober.
Oh, I do need to go to the store. Why am I not supposed to turn around?
I don't know.
Did you see something?
I didn't see anything. I have looked. I don't know.
You saw something, didn't you?
I didn't. I'm afraid to turn around though, because I don't know who she's talking to.
Me. It's if there's something that they know bother me, she got turned into one of those people in the chat. They're mean to me, Caitlin. They're mean. Like this jury's mean to my attention span.
At least
Look,
she
and
sent
see, I
it
know
in a
it's
super chat.
Yeah, and look, I know it's bad because look at Volstorm. He's like yelling at her. He's like, don't tell him. That's I know Volstorm. That's how he speaks. He's like, Shelly, don't tell him. Just let him find out on his own.
No, it's more like Shelly. Yay, you're here.
I've known Volstorm, but that is not Volstorm's voice. But he's never said, "Yeah, you're here" about anything. No, I take it back. Have you ever been to a restaurant where it's like, have they lost my food?
Yeah. Let me tell you, I was 8.5 months pregnant, and I went to a restaurant with my husband, his mother, and his mother's niece. It's his cousin, his mother's niece. She's like the age of my
So his
mother-in-law,
cousin?
so more like an
You just made
aunt
my
to
head
him, but they're cousins. It's Alabama. You figure it out. But I was the last person to get my food. It took 45 minutes for me to get my food, and I watched everybody else get their food first. And they all just sat there like waiting to eat because they weren't going to eat in front of the pregnant girl who didn't have her food. It was bad. I almost yelled at people.
I'm disappointed that you didn't. Shelly, what does this mean? Where did she left? Where's this stupid thing? I'm on the wrong deal. All right, where'd it go?
See, Rabbit said I
Oh,
haven't seen your visitor today.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it wasn't there. All right, let's see here. No, Shelly's still in the chat. So that's good. What are you doing? What is going on? What does this mean?
I like your face. What the heck, expert?
I thought it said with expert.
I think
Oh.
it's WTH.
I thought that there's an I in that. Maybe I should have some eye drops. My eyeball's been open for a while. I keep hearing things.
Is that paranoia setting in from sleep deprivation? I heard that.
Okay. Woo! Might be. That was I can't even find it. Like, you know what I want to do? I just want to hit something. Oh, that sounded bad. That just gave me some energy. It's a good dance song. Thank you. Talking trash and truths. I don't know what her face looks like. So I can't say I like hers. I might be lying. Well, not that I'm lying. I would be lying because I haven't seen it. But what if I did see it? And I'm like, oh no,
I like her.
I don't like it.
Well,
I'm not. She has a sexy voice.
Yes.
Did you hear about I think Yaya said this that they're hanging out at Purple's channel, and then like one day when we took the avatars off, she said like everybody like over there like freaked out because like they had this image of me. Did you hear about this?
Mm-mm.
I was bald and bucktooth, and did she say scrawny? Yeah, bald, scrawny, and bucktooth, something like that. I was like, why would that be the image that you come up with? I was like, look, I understand my voice sucks, okay, but it's like that. It sounds bald, scrawny, and bucktooth.
I don't agree with that statement. I think they were messing with you.
That's what she said. I was like, so sorry I disappointed you.
Eris wants you to talk about your shadow friend.
We don't need to do that. No, I don't like that. I don't like that stuff. I don't like it. I hate the occult. Have you ever stayed in a real haunted house?
No. I have been to the Stanley Hotel, but I've not stayed there overnight.
What are you upset about? You're just marching around wanting to yell at something.
Puppy.
I know, I'm like you now. What was that? What did you just break? Yeah, like I can't stand that stuff. And like White Rabbit would be like, "Oh, that'd be so cool to say the place haunted." And I'm like, "What? No, I don't think so at all."
No, I enjoy watching dumb shows like Ghost Adventures and watching their reactions when things like touch them. Or like one of my favorite scenes is when one of the guys walks backwards into a wire that's hanging, but he can't see it because it's pitch black and he loses it. He just freaks out thinking that there's something behind him. It is the funniest thing. So I enjoy that, but I never want to experience that for myself.
No, it's terrifying. As a kid, my parents bought a house that was like 100 years old. Found out after moved from there. My mom and I never talked about. My dad always traveled, so he wasn't really there, and my mom and I never talked about it. But then one day, also, we started talking about some experiences we had in the house, and we both had the same ones. And then she goes, "Well, we never told you, but 11-year-old kid died here." Was like, oh, he had strep throat. Do you hear this? This is the coonhead. You know why? There's a crumb somewhere. What are you doing? What?
Aww.
You are a pig. Well, spit that out. What is in your mouth? I don't think that's a crumb.
She's cleaning up after you.
She just licked her jaws. She just licked her lips. I'm like, what is that? Spit that out. And what she did, this was her. She was like, I spit that. She goes, yeah, and she looks at me and goes, I'm like, what are you? I hate this jury. They're getting a free weekend stay. This is like a timeshare. You have to you get a free hotel room if you listen to the presentation. These people they're there for their timeshare.
I've been to one of those meetings.
You've been to one?
It was a long time ago. It was very boring, and I barely remember anything from it, but I've been there.
There's a South Park about that.
I wouldn't know. I've only ever seen like one episode of South Park.
Oh, I love South Park. Well, I love cartoons. That's the only thing I watch when I'm not on YouTube. It's cartoons. With my
Okay.
wife, she's very negative about that. She doesn't like SpongeBob. I'm like, well, how can you not like SpongeBob? He lives in a pineapple under the sea. The dude's cool. His friend, I mean, they go and they chase jellyfish, or they're butterflies. He's just a cool dude. He's porous and yellow.
F is friends who do things together.
Yeah, I'm like, White Rabbit has some weird things where she doesn't like cartoons.
I like some cartoons, but not all. There's definitely cartoons that I refuse to watch.
Anime.
Yeah, I've not watched anime.
Why is that so popular?
Because it's popular
Because
to
it's
like
popular?
it. Yeah, I mean,
Trendy.
it's like the odd thing out, trendy. If you don't want
That's
to
what
be
we-
a popular person, it's like the anti-popular.
Well, if you don't want to be popular, you watch anime. Well, I mean, I see that because you're not going to get a date.
It's like I don't know. When you think of like high school, the kids who sat watching anime were not the popular kids, but it was cool to them to do that, and they didn't want to be the popular kids.
Well, the antisocial behaviors, they usually end up growing up to be weirdos. But no, like anime is just, it's creepy. And I've never seen it where I didn't feel like it was like weird porn.
So what really I don't remember where I learned this from or what I was watching, but all of the people in anime are cats.
Or what?
If you cats.
They're cats?
Yeah,
That's
if you look at
creepy.
it that way, they all have the faces like a pointy nose, like a kitty cat. They all have like ears. If you look at their faces and the way their heads are
Furries.
shaped, they all look like cats. And that is weird to me. I don't know where I was going with that.
People who do a lot of the cat stuff are weird. White Rabbit had a few cats when I met her. We have none now.
I think that calls for some kitty fun.
No. So here's the thing I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do some things. Hang on, let me figure out what I'm doing because it takes me a while. 'Cause I'm a little slow right now. Why am I so slow? Oh yeah.
Because you haven't slept in days.
Is that stupid Guns N' Roses concert? I've been so pumped up since then, and now my body is physically can't do it anymore. So it's weird. No, let's see here. I didn't mean to do that. I may disappear for a second, but I'll be back because I didn't mean to. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, awesome. Let's see here. Oh, stop it, Rabbit. Mm. Cried. Hang on. Now, how do I get back over here to you? Here is. Well, we're gonna do this real quick. Rabbit, thank you so much. But at the same time, you know, White Rabbit gets all this, and she's like, "We're gonna get a Maine Coon." And I'm like, "No, we're not."
Ooh, but Maine Coons are the best. They're like so overly large, they're not even cats anymore.
They have very big dog traits about them. Like, they're cool. I mean, look at MG Laws. He's like, "Oh, this cat's..." I'm like, yeah, I knows that cat's always right there with you, too. You know, when the camera's off, he's like, "Hey, how are you doing?" He, like, he dresses it in a little top hat and, like, a suit.
Oh, I would.
Do you think he names it... do you think his real name is Churchill?
What is its name?
I don't know. I don't know.
can't
MG Law is
remember.
another one that I love. And so I'm giving him a hard time. Isn't that great of me? Aren't I such a good friend? No wonder people don't like me.
See, Air said, "OMG, Maine Coons, you will love a Maine Coon. They're good
Mhm.
cats."
Oh my gosh. I'm not going to respond to that. Hang on. What's happening now? Where's
Agamotto. I'm probably not saying that right. Thank you, Rabbit.
Here's what I say. I'm going to leave this running, but let's just take off. And because it's 2.5 hours, and then I'll know something by then. And because I need to work on some stuff. And matter of fact, I sent you something. So if you don't mind to go 2 minutes, it has to be. We'll time it. And
Okay.
guys, what we're going to do is we're going to leave this up and going. Because you can't. If there's a verdict, I mean, if it's like business, stop it. I just looked at Discord. I'm not addressing that right now because I'm like, oh my gosh. You people, let me tell you what. I love every one of you. Okay? But here's how it goes. Either we got to take off for a little bit, or there's no FNL. And there wasn't one last week. Was there one last week?
No.
So we got to fix that. Okay. So how do I leave this? I don't even know what's going on anymore. I will address. Hey, you know what's great is that all this is gonna be staying on. So when I come back and shit, this stream might turn into Friday Night Live. No, it won't because that's at 9. I'm going to move that back to like 9:30.
I'm good with that.
You're good with that.
I say like I'm invited automatically.
Yeah, see? Yeah. I have to start. I don't know if there's a square to spare.
I know.
That's what. You know what's sad about it is it just like that feels good, and everybody here in the chat should feel good because you have made people want to come on the show so bad that like I don't know what's going on with it, and I'm gonna put my big old goofy face up there on the front of it. So by the way, I love when Rabbit found that picture. Uh, like me doing that. And I was like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna keep using this. So it's so stupid. I look like
It's a
such a
good one.
jabroni. And I'm like, oh yeah, this is great. I want everybody to see what is that idiot looking thing. Um. So anyway, yeah, that's going on. I've got a shower. I've got to actually. I have somewhere. I got to go somewhere too. Fun.
All right. Put the trial up or the courtroom feed up so these people
Oh
come
yeah,
and watch.
thank you. That's what I need to do. I was getting ready to bolt and not have that because I was sitting there going, "What do I need to do?" You guys see how great Caitlin is? All right, so there's the trial. The verdict watch party is like FNL but with pants. Guys, be nice to each other in the chat. I'll probably be in and out of the chat too, and because I do have to run to the store. I gotta do those before rush hour too. Caitlin, did you get that message?
Yes.
Okay. I'll see you. And then everybody out here, I love you guys. Wait, hold on. What's hitting now? Somebody just hit me with something. Oh, well, that's really cool. But I can't address that right now. Guys, love y'all. Be good at it. How do I turn my thing off? There we go.
Questions on the record. There's 4 questions here. At what point legally does a law enforcement interaction transition from freedom to detainment? Question number 2, can a law enforcement officer legally detain someone without first telling them? why
Okay,
they are
what we
being
got here?
detained
Look at this.
and
This is
why?
exciting.
3, is the parking lot at 133 Kingston where the shooting occurred considered private property? 4, can a person transport a firearm they own between their car and a parking lot adjacent to their residence if it is holstered and in their pocket? Is this considered concealed carry?
Caitlin.
All right, we'll take them one at a time. Let me write the answers.
Oh, okay. This is it. This is it, right? Holy cow! Why do I have goosebumps?
What's this?
Why do I have
state to
goosebumps?
question number 1.
Your Honor, I don't think that we can answer any of them.
Oh, it's
What?
questions.
Oh,
The
if it's
jurors
questions.
had
I mean,
questions.
then I'm ending the stream after this because they're not going to be done.
No.
I think question number 1 has an answer, a legal answer.
We went through this with the instructions, I think, Your Honor, and through the trial. I don't think they should receive another instruction. Or to have the question answered.
Okay, what says the defense?
So the prosecutor. I can't hear him. Okay, so for he just said it's a central point in the entire case. This first question.
How does your instruction answer question number 2?
I think it would at least provide some parameters in terms of the legal obligation of a law enforcement officer and its citizen in certain situations that we described. So while my response to the information would be just the jury instruction, how I think that the jury could be assisted as to question 2 would be if they have some parameters in which guide the encounter. I think it would help them resolve whatever factual or legal issue they're working at as to come to. If they knew what's a consent encounter, what's a probable cause stop, what can and cannot a citizen do, I think there could be a robust debate allowing them to answer that question.
Your Honor, that's not the law in this case. That's not what the law, the instructions are for them to consider in this case.
Should have figured that out.
It
Yeah,
says, at
both
what
had equal-
point legally does a law enforcement interaction transition from freedom to detainment? Well, I think that's easy, when the person is no longer free to leave.
Yeah,
I think there was a discussion about that, Your Honor, and there was testimony and argument about it. And there
Well, it's
is
a
a
jury
jury
question.
instruction that says it doesn't matter. I mean, it's not relevant to their decision.
What
Oh, you don't know
instruction are you
that.
referring to, the one we gave?
The ones that we gave, yes, sir. Those
Oh.
are,
I left my laptop in my office. Do you have the jury instruction?
I've got them right here, Judge.
I can see where that is a good question.
Tell me what the question was.
At what point
it
do
in
you
the
become
self-defense?
detained?
It's on, I'm looking on page 4. I would say first, where it says a person is not justified in using force to resist an arrest by a law enforcement officer, to resist law enforcement officers who engage in the execution of legal duty. And then it sets the standard if. what the conditions are. If they're in good faith and reasonably appear to be a law enforcement officer. That's the crux of the matter. That is the law and that is the instruction. Not whether or not they were detained, not whether or not they were arrested. And then it goes on to talk about excessive force as a means to overcome that presumption.
It's wrong. The prosecutor's wrong on that. 3 levels of police citizen encounters for the purpose of Fourth Amendment. 1 is consensual encounter, which obviously this wasn't. Second one is an investigatory stop. So they're investigating something. Well, wasn't the be on the lookout? So they're investigating it, we'll say. At this level, a police officer may reasonably detain a citizen temporarily if the officer has a reasonable suspicion, which remember is less than probable cause, that a person is committing or about to commit a crime. We don't have testimony of the police officer.
Answering this question as you've indicated, then the state would be requesting an additional instruction that says that even if the detention or the arrest is unlawful, that they still cannot resist. So it puts you right back in the same position you are now.
Not true. That's not even true of Florida law.
No, it's not inconsistent with the law. Resisting officer without
See?
violence, it's different. Resisting with violence, you cannot resist with violence on an illegal detention as long as there's good faith and they know it's an officer. That's the law.
With that, you're talking 7,
776.051.
I thought 776.051 is what you're arguing,
1 and 2.
but that's what's here.
Yes, Your Honor. And I'm saying if the court was inclined to say to the jury, when you're not free to leave, then necessarily we would have to ask the court to say, but that in other words, but it doesn't matter. You cannot resist an officer with violence, even if the arrest or detention is illegal.
Now, I don't know in what context they're asking the question, whether it be on
Well, that's a dangerous thing too, Your Honor.
in the first degree premeditated, first degree felony murder, second degree murder. I don't understand the context, but I need to try to answer the question.
Your Honor, I think just to move beyond, if the court's not inclined to give our special jury instruction, which, again, if the regular instructions are not adequate, that's when a special jury instruction can come into play. I think by inference, we can conclude that that is what is going on here in the deliberation. Disagree with the assertion, which has been the hotbed issue in the case. The state is representing that basically in no circumstance can force ever be used against a law enforcement officer. But in the very same law that Mr. Lewis cited, there are qualifications to that. If there's a lack of good faith, or if there's an unlawful duty, or if there's excessiveness, what a better way to make a determination of that than to provide the jury with a guide as to when an officer may detain somebody and what a citizen's rights are in accordance with that particular citizen encounter. If the court's not entitled to give the special instruction as proposed, then number one can precisely be answered under black letter law in our state, which is that at what point in time can a person be free? What time is the transition? When their freedom has been restricted, when a reasonable person in a similar situation will believe that they're not free to leave. That testimony has come in the trial. It came in through the bar.
That's black letter law, man.
So I don't believe that it would be providing the jury something that's outside of what they have already received, and the factual statement on the record is also consistent with the law. So at least if we want to tackle one issue at a time, our next offer to the court would be to answer it that way, which is whenever a reasonable person would believe that they are not free to leave would be the answer to number one.
And Your Honor, there was was also testimony that you couldn't resist with violence, even if the detention, even if it was unlawful. So you can't have your cake and eat it too. If
Was there
jury's
testimony,
out
though,
to
about that?
find
I don't
when
know.
somebody's detained, the jury still needs to be reminded that that is not, that does not defeat the case law and the statute that says so long as you're acting in good faith and reasonably known to be a police officer, you cannot resist with violence.
So then, Judge, at what point in time then the court and the jury have a legal guide as to what is or is not good faith? Because what I think is very short-sighted is...
I don't have to define that.
I don't, what I'm getting at, Judge, is if the jury is obviously struggling with the issue of
Containment.
when became a detention and whether Rayner had an obligation to give Wallace certain information. So it's not the case that you can, under no circumstance, use force. If there's an assessment of good faith and it transforms to bad faith, then you can use force. And one issue that they can consider in determining bad faith is whether this detention was improper.
Okay.
And again, Your Honor, for the further legal support with the many cases that say if a person is being subject to unlawful force and they resist unlawful force, that is not a lawful execution of a duty. And you can't be convicted of battery on a law enforcement officer or resisting with violence in certain situations.
But I remain convinced that you cannot use deadly force to resist an unlawful force unless deadly force is being used against you, I suppose. I mean, that's been my ruling consistently.
But, Your Honor, I respectfully think that's inconsistent with what the law says. What the law says is that if you have a reasonable belief that imminent deadly force is being thrust upon you, then you can respond in kind. The analysis is if there's bad faith, if there's unlawfulness, if there's excessiveness, then you would transform over to the regular self-defense or stand your ground parameters.
The danger is putting too much focus on one aspect of the case and then them ignoring the rest of it. That concerns me.
I agree, Your Honor, but I think that the heart of the matter here is exactly what we are debating here. I think this is the central issue of the case. The entire presentation of the state's evidence was justifying the appropriateness of the encounter through three different theories. So if there was such a plain presentation, we wouldn't be having this dispute. It's disputed as to just the basic 1 second interaction here. Why was he there?
Well, if we're to answer question one as you want me to answer it, at what point legally does a law enforcement interaction transition from freedom to detainment? The answer would be when the person is no longer free to leave. Question number two, can a law enforcement officer legally detain someone without first telling them why they are being detained? The answer would be yes. And then they say, and why? Well, because it's the law. Question number three, I can't answer. That's a question of fact that I cannot answer. Question number four, can a person transport a firearm they own between their car and the parking lot adjacent to their residence? If it is holstered and in their pocket, is it considered concealed carry? I'll just point out to the concealed carry instruction. That's the law.
Your Honor, could we have a moment to perhaps look at the 790 statute about the definition of securely impaired? I could be completely wrong about this, but I just maybe the court could. I feel like in the definitions of 790, there might be some definition of securely encased or encompassing the situation. I may be confusing it with transport, possession of controlled substance, but I think if we could look at 790, that might help.
And I looked at it, you certainly can look, what all I found last night, Judge, in reference to this, is when you buy a gun from a gun dealer, you are able to transport it from your home, from the store in your car, then from your car in your home, as long as it's unloaded and securely sealed in some packaging. I could not find anything else in reference to carry a sealed firearm. So you certainly can look and search. I didn't find it, I might have missed it, but.
carry laws have changed a lot in the past few years, and I don't know if Florida has adopted the so-called constitutional carry, where you don't have to have a permit for a lot of the stuff. But I mean, even a permit. I mean, my argument is like
There's
if
a
your
word- there's a
driver's license
definition
is
for
expired, you
securely
still know how to
encased.
drive a car.
There's a definition for securely encased. Means in a glove compartment, whether or not locked, snapped in a holster, in a gun case, whether or not locked, in a zippered gun case, or in a closed box or container which requires a lid or cover to be opened for access. 790.001, subsection 15.
Florida does have constitutional carry. It was implemented July 1st of this year, but it probably was not implemented, and it's probably not retroactive to this crime. You're muted.
So you're awesome, and yes, if aliens ever land on the White House lawn, you better show up.
I'm here.
Because there's a lot of buttons to push on this side, and there's it's hard to find all the information at the same time.
See, that's what I want to do in like my real life is I want to be some sort of research paralegal of some sort so that I can just be behind the scenes doing all of the research. I love that. I love looking at things. I love finding all of the information. It's one of my favorite parts.
Yeah,
Okay.
I love research. I think that first question begs for this to be a long session. I think there's somebody there that doesn't want to leave on Friday night. It's going to make everybody else sit there.
So I know we said like grab overnight bags, but it is a Friday. So do they keep them until
They'll
Monday?
deliberate tomorrow. They'll deliberate
Oh.
tomorrow.
Okay.
I mean, unless they don't do that, but I mean, I think they will. Mukbang.
I'm jealous. What are you eating?
Same thing. The only thing I do eat Pop-Tarts.
Is it the
I turned
frosted kind?
Yeah, of course. You know they have 20 less calories than the unfrosted.
How?
Magic.
Is there more filling in the unfrosted one, and the filling is technically more calorically high?
I don't know. I don't know how to find out. Because I'm not going to buy the unfrosted kind.
Right. They have a slightly thicker crust to compensate for the lack of frosting.
How do you have all this?
Google is my friend.
Are you on Super Google?
No, just regular Google. And it's actually Safari.
Yeah, that's the web browser. Google's the search engine. The two
Is it
different
using
things.
Google?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
Or maybe it's using Bing or Yahoo or
On my phone.
DuckDuckGo.
What is
Oh, no, I've never
DuckDuckGo?
seen it. It's the safe one. It's incognito.
Oh,
You don't know about DuckDuckGo?
I don't.
Yeah, check it out. They don't keep any information about your searches.
Okay.
So if you don't want to be like Shabusiness, she should have used DuckDuckGo. And then
Definitely.
nobody would know that she was looking up some sexy time with Dahmer, Jeffrey Dahmer. She's weird. Do you think if we wrote her and gave her MLS's address, said we were him, do you think she'd write him back? You know, he's got those Jody Arias legs. I think a pen pals type thing would be fun. This is how you can tell you're my friend. This is what I do with my friends all the time. Like I have one friend who's been signed up to probably thousands of websites, thousands of emails.
That's horrible.
Yeah, he'll.
All right.
Like,
This is what I propose.
oh,
Question
okay.
number one, to the question, I'll incorporate the question into the answer.
Are you gonna read it, Judge?
Well, I'm just going to leave it like it is. It says, at what point legally does a law enforcement interaction transition from freedom to detainment? When a person is no longer free to leave. That's the answer. 2, can a law enforcement officer legally detain someone without first telling them they are being detained? And why? Answer. A law enforcement officer can legally detain someone without first telling them that they are being detained. That is the law. 3, is a parking lot at 133 Kingston where the shooting occurred considered private property? The question is a question of fact which cannot be answered by the court. 4, can a person transport a firearm they own between their car in a parking lot adjacent to their residence if it is
Yes.
holstered and in their pocket? Is this considered concealed carry?
No.
Please refer to the
because-
jury instructions on unlicensed carrying a concealed firearm.
No, because it's an
Yes.
apartment.
Okay, I'll go print it,
Parking lot
show it to
is like
you,
your driveway.
and then send it back to them, staple with their questions, okay? Back in a minute.
So what do? We gotta wait, right? You can go. I'm stuck.
Well, you've got to go do things.
I do.
You have to
It'll
get
be a
some stuff
minute.
done. Yeah, they're not coming back with a verdict in the next hour.
No, not at all. Not at all. Oh look. Yes. So we left and we came back. Because like, okay, they're not gonna do this by tonight, I don't think, but we're just gonna leave the stream going. And then all of a sudden heard motion, like, oh my gosh, they're live, and everybody jumped back in over here. And the jury had 4 questions. And the one that was the hard one for them to answer is, at what moment does it cross over? And this is a good question for it's a non-legal mind that's asking us. It's the reasonable, prudent person. At what time do you go from being what time do you become detained by the police? And I know why they're asking that, because that's one of the jury instructions, I want to say, was that you are allowed to have self-defense against an officer if you are illegally detained or something like that. Oh no, it's in Discord. I gotta look at it, and that's way over on the other page. So anyway, yes, babe, that's all that's new. And now we're waiting. The judges to send the new stuff back there, and I don't think anything's gonna happen. And my back hurts. Oh man, woo! Been doing this since 6:30 this morning.
You need to take a couple
12.
Tylenol and get some real food.
This is gonna be this is gonna be Friday Night Live. I'm gonna give you guys a preview of Friday Night Live. Okay, it's gonna be how to do it. It's gonna be this. What are we talking about? Hold on, what'd y'all say?
That's the beautiful part about Friday Night Live, though, is you really won't have to do much. Your whole group of people up here will keep you more than entertained.
Yes, very true. You know, we were talking about this a little bit last night. It's the hardest thing about it is keeping people from talking over each other and making sure that the flow continues to go. And it's like oh, we got
Comment on, I think what I initially proposed, and I think it's consistent with the law in terms of, I think the actual standard on detention is when a reasonable person, when a reasonable person would feel under the circumstances that we might have the reasonable person.
I don't know. Say it again.
I don't know. Say it again. This guy's been on Friday Night Live.
Person is detained when a reasonable person in the same situation would feel as though they are not free to leave.
You want me to add the word the reasonable part of it?
I believe that is accurate with what the law is.
What's this estate?
Your Honor, I think it is a reasonableness standard.
A reasonable standard? I
Instead of a
understand.
subjective
I'm trying to make it as simple as possible for them.
When a reasonable person.
Well, they changed.
Feel free to leave.
Okay.
And that's question number one that they're arguing against so bad. They realize when they lost the argument, they're trying to step back and not act like they were trying to force that one through. I don't like this prosecutor. I don't think, no, gut feeling.
You don't like
When a
the
reasonable
way
person
he
feels that they
talks.
are no longer free to leave. That's a standard. Okay? All right, I'll go print it again.
Lefty, what's up, bud? I was going to go print it again. That's why they had a backstep on it. No, we're still on verdict watch. This is it's just like Friday Night Live, both pants on and a bra and a leash and a concrete shoes. Longest closing arguments of all time. I picked a hell of a day to stop sniffing glue, didn't I?
We might need to start sniffing glue again to finish this out.
Yeah, when you see both of us or have the cameras like that, we're in the back room going. So anyway,
That's why
YouTube, that was a joke, man. Don't sniff glue, okay? Glue has like petroleum in it. Petroleum's bad. Elon Musk has saved us from petroleum.
Even like petroleum jelly?
It tastes horrible with peanut butter.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't recommend that. What's wrong with petroleum? Oh, are you talking about gas?
Yeah, I'm making fun of hippies. Do you know that oil is the second most plentiful liquid on the planet?
Ooh, I did not know that.
Yeah, only water does it. And that they don't really know where oil comes from. But it seems like it continues to refill as much as it's an endless pump. Every once in a while I go on these real deep dives on stupid stuff because I listen to something and go, man, that doesn't sound right.
I thought you were going to tell me it was a trivia night question.
That'd be a good one, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Whoops.
Counsel, come up here.
You gotta remind me to get this.
This is what I'm gonna
I've got to get new. I'll come back to this.
That's the sound effect you need for Shelly. Just a nice clean whip.
Staple?
So, Shelly, you. Why are you? Never mind. I'm not gonna ask. Yeah, I need to take my bra off. Relax.
Me too.
I would be. Never
Sorry?
mind.
That's what they fill. They only have one at a time. Extra? No, yeah. I never. So this is number 2. The one that they already, I took care of, this would be number 3.
I've got a gallon of ice
We
cream
are
I
in
got to eat
recess until
tonight.
the jury knocks again.
Until the jury knocks again. Well, there you go, guys. We have heard it here first. I'm gonna leave the volume cranked up on that one. I'm gonna go next door, guys. If anything happens, I'll try to be back. And
He's gonna come to our house because he can't navigate the stairs anymore.
Can y'all hear me? I don't know if y'all can hear me or not. So I am at the grocery store, if you can hear me. Okay, yes, you can. Awesome. Awesome. Okay, I'm going to put you in the shopping cart. And they're playing really bad music. If Miami's places anywhere, I'm at Publix. Oh, hang on a second. Do you guys want to go for a ride with me? All right, hang on. This should be fun. Not really. All right, hang on a second. Okay, so it is 7:15. They should be. I don't think I can change around. No, I can't. Let's see what I got here. Oh, yeah, I got work. Why is this working? Thank you. I know you can hear me, but I'd like you to feel seen first. Okay, get that. Get this. Because there it is. Cool. No, that's not what I want. That's not what I want at all. Can't. Oh, no. Yeah, let's do that again. I know, I'm getting beats and bones and gnomes. This is kind of cool though. So you guys could be at my experiment. Um, Cameron. Okay, so I'm doing the ultra wide camera. Don't know what that means, but okay. And I know I'm not supposed to hold it that way, but you got what you got. So anyway, there I am at public. So, ooh, a pastry. I'm supposed to get a pastry for that rabbit. Ooh. You know what when White Rabbit says is they have a good looking pastry? You know what that means? I can find myself a pastry. Ooh, donut gems sound like a good thing, don't they? I think you save $1. Mm. Oh, look at the cookies. Mm. And then they have these things. Yeah, so what do you want, White Rabbit? You smell this? We have cupcakes. Ooh, no, that's more. See, donut gems are calling my name because they're on sale. And I love a good deal. Alright, I'm back. I think. I think I'm back. Do this. Okay. This isn't suited. What if I did this? Ooh, what if I did that? Does that work? Nope. No, it doesn't work. Alright. So I got 5 things. Let's see here. Hold on. I'm gonna get some donuts. Yeah, we're getting donuts. And then a pastry. What does she want for a pastry? Um, they lasted until 8 o'clock last night. So, right? Wasn't that 8 o'clock? Oh, I looked at cookies. Pumpkin cookies. Hey, what, Rabbit? Do you want pumpkin cookies? Why is everybody calling me right now? Well, why do I have that? Give me a turn first. Come on. Um, what am I doing? What is he saying? No. White Rabbit's not helping me. She's not helping into here. No pumpkin cookies. Okay. What are all these breakfast? Yeah, pumpkin roll, glazed vanilla. I don't know, glazed vanilla cake. That was not very me shopping. Anyway, okay, I'm gonna leave you guys alone. I'm gonna get out of here. And oh, yeah, buttermilk coffee. All right, I gotta get this for my wife. So, guys, if anything happens, I'm watching it. Just let you know I'm here. Okay, see ya.
Okay. Need the defendant.
All right, can you guys hear me? This is it. Woo! Are you good?
Okay, back in the record, the jury has knocked. They have another question.
Oh, they have another question.
Also, want to get a copy of the questions?
We're not done. Another question. Oh, thank you, Rabbit. Rabbit, thank you so much for always being there. Crud. Well, that didn't work. That's not going to work. Well, who's that good-looking guy? Not me. Oh, how about y'all? I look like hell.
All right, the question is it lawful for an officer to physically restrain a citizen as a form of detainment?
Oh, we're not going to be done tonight.
Okay, you want me to handle it?
I think the answer is yes, if the court's inclined to answer.
My earphones. Sorry. I know you guys have...
Yes, if there's justification to do so.
But that's not a legal standard.
The defense should say, no, it's not. Hey, babe. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Snap. Oh, it's so much better.
I would again renew my motion for special jury instruction because I think that would lighten, I mean, the question, it is straightforward, but I think it's a little bit inartful because you need to have a lawful basis to detain. And the motion that we are asking for would provide the jury with an understanding of when there is a lawful basis to detain a citizen.
It says as a form of detainment, I believe is what it says.
Yeah.
Or no answer, and I think it goes beyond the.
Please turn your cell phones to silence, please.
Oh, I love how you didn't look up.
I don't want to just say yes, because there has to be more. I'm inclined to give the following: a brief, temporary, involuntary detention of a person suspected of being involved in criminal activity for the purpose of investigating the potential criminal violation is allowed.
Do what? That was a lengthy. Save it. Why does my heart hurt?
Because there needs to be, I mean, if you're going to give that, then I think, again, with the jury instruction that we're proposing gives more information because.
That is Terry versus Ohio.
I understand.
Oh, dude, that's a big one.
The issue was whether the officer had, prior to detaining the person, had observed something that gave him a reasonable articulable basis for that. So I think.
Isn't that the state's argument here? That this allegedly might have been the stolen vehicle?
Well, what I heard the court say was not with the prefatory language of it upon observation of a situation that is, not articulating it well now, but I think be some kind of comment about what the officer observed.
Okay. I'm going to give what I read.
Son of a gun if Caitlin doesn't nail it.
Yes, yes.
The issue, Judge, is so complex. It's such a fact-based situation that we all deal with in Fourth Amendment allegations of violations, that it's impossible to really give a concise answer on it, because it is, every case is different. And when we deal with illegal detentions, lawful searches, et cetera. So we would just ask the court to say that we cannot answer that question. We decline.
That's not acceptable.
Rather than giving the answer.
That's not acceptable at all.
Because it's a complex answer that's fact-based, or fact-specific.
But it is the law. I mean, it's a law that applies in the entire 50 states of the United States. It's a law that's applicable to every law enforcement agency.
Yeah.
You have anything else you want to offer? Okay.
I don't have an answer for what I'm getting ready to ask. So this jury's sequestered, right? How do they check into their hotel? Can they go to the swimming pool tonight? Maybe swim a few laps? I don't know. I don't even know how to get there. How are you doing? And I did not get the full length of the question, but it is the answer according to the judge. He said Terry stop. That's like a stop and frisk type thing. Oh, it was can a police officer detain somebody and send it to arrest? I think. Do they get points? Right? Oh, our poll has changed. Sorry. Don't forget the poll, guys.
If the court would like to rely on the law and given the instruction, I would encourage the court to consider our Florida statute 901151, the stop and frisk law, which I think would more adequately inform the jury. It's obviously a Florida statute that applies to the case. And what it says is,
What number is it? 909?
901151, Your Honor. I need not read it to the court. I would just.
I can pull it up.
While you're reading our.
Are you sure you want me to read that one?
Well, I haven't really had a lot of time to read it.
Well,
I'm just bringing it in.
you might want to. You might want to.
What what did you say that it was?
101.151, subparagraph 2. It's no different from what I'm reading, except it's far lengthier. Whenever any law enforcement officer of this state encounters any person under circumstances which reasonably indicate that such person has committed, is committing, or is about to commit a violation of the criminal laws of the state or the criminal ordinances of any municipality or county, the officer may temporarily detain such person for the purpose of ascertaining the identity of the person temporarily detained and the circumstances surrounding the person's presence abroad, which led the officer to believe that the person had committed, was committing, or was about to commit a criminal offense.
What was the court proposing instead?
A brief, temporary, involuntary detention of a person suspected of being involved in criminal activity for the purpose of investigating the potential criminal violation is allowed. To be honest with you, I think 2 is better, but it fits with what happened here.
David is live right now, and I will keep the live stream on until we get a verdict. But about 45 minutes, we're pushing. I'm going to push back Friday Night Live to 9:30.
5 minutes.
You're on a 5-minute conference. Okay. Wow, man, that was exciting. I mean, it was. This is actually some really good stuff. Guys, imagine yourself, you're in a room, you're tired, you've been here since 9 a.m., just like we all have been, right? They don't get to lay down on couches. You don't know the quality of chairs they're in. They're usually not very good. And for the rest of their lives, when they leave this room, the decision is going to lay on them. And they've got to be okay with it when they go to meet their maker. Whether or not they decided that Ozone here deserves death. I don't want that responsibility. I don't want to be that person. Question was asking about when does there is a small sliver of the law that allows for you that if a police officer, even though they're dressed as a police officer, and you're supposed to, you think, oh, well, there's a cop. Okay, I'm detained. That's how like you would normally act, right? Well, let's say that police officer, think of George Floyd, for example. The police officer that was detaining George, if George had gotten loose and was able to strike the officer in some way that resulted in his passing, and then they tried to convict George for first-degree murder, George would be doing the same thing Ozone's doing, saying, no, the cop illegally approached me. So the question is, it has to deal with the Terry stop right now, it sounds like. That's why the judge said, this is the law of the lands in all 50 states. This is a Supreme Court case. Let me see, get real quick on here. I love the Terry stops are amazing. That's when you start feeling your brain change in law school. Let's see if I find something good here to send you guys to look up. Yeah, actually, this is pretty good right here. Oh yeah, this is a great one. This will answer everything because I'm not that smart. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put this. I'm going to put this in the chat here. Okay, and I'll put this link in Discord under the under this case. And what we'll do is, I wish I could pin my message. I just realized I can. Hang on, I just did that. I just realized that. Hang on a second. Oh, no. I'm going to pin that. Where'd it go now? Oh, we're back. I can't do it. Never mind. Okay, so.
You want to offer anything, State?
No, Judge, we're fine with the court's reading or that statute reading.
Jungle Mix, check out what a Terry stop is. It'll come back. If you're going to be around trials, you need to know it.
If an officer has a reasonable articulable suspicion of criminal behavior, they may briefly detain an individual. However, absent a reasonable articulable suspicion, an individual may walk away from an encounter.
No. I'll do 901-1512, or I do what I wrote.
I respect the court's point. Just specifically for the record, our initial position would be the special and jury instruction we have consistently asked for. If the court's not in a position of that, then subject to our overall objection, we would like the Terry version.
What I wrote?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then to come take a look at it, please. I have to sign it.
Just realized I need to do something else. Hang on.
Very well.
Nope, here it is. This is...
Return it. We're in recess until there's a knock.
All right. There you go. So until there's a knock, guys. Let's see. Where did that go? Where'd that go? 151. I don't see one. Well, I don't see it now. I hate the way Florida does their statutes. Sorry, guys. All right, here we are. So this is I've got the actual, okay, it's 901.151. And I'm going to copy this and put this over into Discord. And of course, Discord is not turned on. Those of you that have come into looking for a good time on Friday nights, you have got it. Let me tell you what, right now, this is the pre-game for Friday Night Live. It's just like Friday Night Live, except you're wearing your pants. Pants are coming off quickly, y'all. Bras too. So don't worry, ladies. You know I stream for you. Come on, Discord. All right, Discord, we're going to quit and restart. Oh, man. If you're listening. Okay. I don't even know where I put this. Ozone Wallace. Okay. Oh, I'm on it. Whew. All right, there it goes. And enter. Okay, so the actual statute is now in Discord. And now I'm going to put the Cornell Law School has a great, I love Cornell Law. They have really good stuff. They've got a complete explanation of what a Terry stop is. Let's see if I need to break these up. Sometimes Discord disappoints. Oh, I know it's falling. Don't tell me that's what they got. That's dumb. Okay, that's cool. And then now I'm gonna put that's the Cornell Law link next. And there you go. Okay, so they are now in Discord. All right, where are y'all? Where'd y'all go? Come on, baby, light my fire. There we go. All right. So, what do y'all think? No, wait, where am I? Why am I stuck? Why am I stuck? Am I stuck? Can you guys hear me? No, just on. There is FNL tonight. Why am I stuck? Video's frozen, audio's fine. Okay. I'm going to reload this. We'll see how that works. Reload the site. Changes you made may not be saved. Well, let's try it. Where's the stream? Where'd the stream go? I didn't do this. Oh, man. Oh, jeez. Don't get mad at me. Don't get mad at me. Oh, not in it. Yes. All right, guys. How are y'all doing? Squad Bob, how's it going? It will likely come back after 5-minute conference. Yeah, everything is going good. Let's see here. But wait and see this. Floyd, expert, yay. Okay, yes, just on. This is going to be the best Friday night I can ever think of. It's going to be awesome. Now, I haven't set it up yet. Haven't sent out invitations yet. So it might just be me. If it's just me, I'll play with fire. I'll make up for it. Somebody please tell the big white horse that we had a Terry stop question. That's what happened. Wait, did somebody say hi to Levy? Is Levy here? Sure.